Good morning, everyone. We're about to get started. District Attorney Andrew Murray is going to lead a presentation and discuss this case in detail. At the end of the presentation, there will be an opportunity for Q&A, so we ask that you hold your questions until that time. When we reach Q&A, please simply just raise your hand, and I will call on you so that no one has to talk over one another. With that, I'd like to introduce District Attorney Andrew Murray.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I apologize for being late. My meeting before this took a little longer than expected. We're here to discuss a tragic case. First, my deepest sympathies go to the Scott family. I extend my heartfelt prayers to Mrs. Scott and her children. This morning, I got the opportunity to meet with Mrs. Scott and her sister to extend my condolences personally and to go over in detail all the evidence in this case, and to also discuss our legal analysis that my prosecutors and I went through to make the decision that we made. As you can imagine, it was a difficult discussion. However, the family was extremely gracious. No one, and I mean no one, should ever experience, let alone witness, the violent death of a loved one. Confrontations between police and citizens in which deadly force is used are among the most important cases my office will ever handle. We have a duty to objectively analyze the totality of evidence and circumstances, and that means we must face difficult issues, which we'll discuss today. But it's important that during this process, we, prosecutors and the public alike, never lose sight of the fact that a family is grieving. At the end of our discussion today, a detailed report will be published on our website so it is available to the public, and obviously you. I'd like to share information from that report, and I'll start by describing how my office undertakes the review of any fatal officer shooting. In these cases, my office uses a protocol that incorporates nationally recognized best practices and is designed to ensure a thorough and impartial review of each case. Anytime someone is killed by an officer working in the line of duty, a representative from my office reports to the scene and monitors the investigation. In this case, 2 of my most senior prosecutors responded to the scene. We are given complete access to every part of the investigation. When the investigation is complete and the law enforcement agency has turned over its investigative file, the case is presented to my homicide team, which analyzes evidence piece by piece and considers how state law would apply to the case. Then the group makes a recommendation to me as to whether or not charges should be sought. In the final step, I personally and thoroughly review the entire file. I can tell you that in this case, I thought it was important enough to have additional senior attorneys weigh in. So my executive team and my previous homicide team members joined the present homicide team for this review, bringing together a group of about 15 career prosecutors. Their recommendation was unanimous. That bears repeating. 15 career prosecutors, and their recommendation was unanimous. The laws that must be considered in these cases revolve around self-defense. Under state law, an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm allows someone to respond in such a way as to negate or stop the threat. The same legal standards apply to both private citizens and police officers. The only difference is that by the nature of the work they are asked to do on behalf of the community, police are sometimes required to run toward rather than run away from dangerous situations in order to protect the public. Several federal civil court rulings are instructive in cases of officer-involved shootings. Essentially, the law says we have to determine whether it was reasonable for the officer to believe he needed to use deadly force. The U.S. Supreme Court found that this reasonableness must be judged from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, rather than with 20/20 vision of hindsight. And that this reasonableness must allow for the fact that police are often forced to make split-second decisions in rapidly evolving situations. The courts also say that the Constitution does not require police officers to wait until a subject shoots to confirm that a serious threat of harm exists. I'm now going to discuss the timeline events and the provable facts. On September 20th, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department officers Vinson and Sergeant Pendergraph were conducting surveillance at an apartment complex off Old Concord Road to locate a person who is not related to this case. Officer Vinson parked his unmarked van in the complex parking lot with Sergeant Pendergraph concealed in the back. Because both were working undercover, they were in plain clothes. Basically, the officers in a van pull nose forward into a visitor spot. Sergeant Pendergraph is in the back, hidden with tinted windows. Officer Vinson is driving. While conducting this surveillance, Mr. Scott parked his white SUV close to the van. Officer Vinson saw Mr. Scott exit the SUV and walk past the van. Officer Vinson said it appeared as though he was trying to look into the van's tinted windows. At that point, Officer Vinson was concerned that their cover may have been blown. But Mr. Scott got back into his SUV and drove away. The officers remained in the unmarked van. We now know at this point Mr. Scott went to a nearby convenience store. Investigators later discovered a time-stamped receipt in his SUV that led them to the store, where they found surveillance footage showing that Mr. Scott parked outside and then entered the store. I'm about to show you a video of Mr. Scott parking directly in front of the store and then stepping and walking into the store. I'm going to call your attention to his right ankle as he goes to close the door that does not close immediately. Again, I can't find the slide. Oh. So this is Mr. Scott pulling up in his white SUV. He gets out. The door doesn't always close. Please watch his right ankle as he turns to close his door, which will be on the right side of the screen. There. That's an isolated picture of that scene. The bulge you can see here is consistent with the holster and gun that was later described by officers and located at the scene. Within minutes, Mr. Scott returned to the apartment complex where he parked beside Officer Vinson's van. When he parked beside the vehicle, he backed in. So you have the police officer nosed in, you have him backing in with their driver's side doors close to each other. At that time, Mr. Scott opens his door, leans to the side, empties a cigarillo. For those of you who do not know what a cigarillo is, it's just a small cigar. Empties it and begins to put in marijuana from a pill bottle and roll it. The pill bottle of marijuana, blunt because it was smoked when it was later located, were recovered at the scene. At this time, the officers decided the marijuana did not warrant an interruption of their surveillance operation. Officer Vinson told investigators, and I quote, "We're not really worried about a little marijuana." That all changed when Officer Vincent saw Mr. Scott holding up a semi-automatic handgun as he sat in his vehicle. Officer Vincent told Sergeant Pendergraft what he had seen, and they decided to leave and come back with marked cars to make an arrest for the marijuana and further investigate the firearm. These observations are corroborated by both officers' statements, as well as a radio traffic in which Sergeant Pendergraft asked other officers to join them because they'd seen a man with drugs and a gun. I'm going to play you that radio traffic. It's here instead of on it. There you go. There it is. Your mouse was just there. This radio traffic is important because it corroborates the fact that officers saw Mr. Scott with a gun before any action was taken. Officer Vincent and Sergeant Pendergraft met nearby with Officer Miranda and Wiggins. They decided to return to the parking lot with their undercover vehicles, and they instructed Officer Hostetler to join them at the scene with a marked patrol vehicle. Officers Vincent, Miranda, Wiggins, and Sergeant Pendergraft were wearing plain clothes, and all four put on tactical vests. Officer Vincent's vest had his badge clearly displayed on the chest. The others had vests with the words police in bold letter completely across the chest. Officer Hostetler was in the marked unit and wore a typical police uniform. The officers had decided that Officer Vincent would use his unmarked van to pin Mr. Scott's vehicle into the parking space so that the SUV could not be driven away. After Officer Vincent parked his van in this manner, Officer Miranda, who was wearing a tactical vest as previously described, approached the passenger side of Mr. Scott's SUV. It was at this point that Officer Miranda says that he saw Mr. Scott reach for his ankle holster. Officer Miranda saw the butt of the gun sticking out of the holster. He yells, "Gun, gun," to his fellow officers. In his interview with investigators, Officer Miranda said that Mr. Scott looked at him and then pulled the gun out of the ankle holster. Officer Miranda began yelling, "Drop the gun, drop the gun." Officer Hostetler, he's the officer in uniform, ran to the SUV, in the regular uniform, ran to the SUV and tried to break the passenger side window with a baton. As he did this, he reported seeing Mr. Scott holding a gun in his right hand as he was seated in the SUV. After Officer Hostetler broke the window, Officer Miranda said he saw Mr. Scott take a deep breath and exit the SUV. Officers Vincent, Hostetler, Wiggins, and Sergeant Pendergraft all saw the gun in Mr. Scott's hand after exiting the vehicle. However, as everyone here is aware, none of the video recordings, the dash cam, the body-worn camera, or Mrs. Scott's cell phone video clearly capture Mr. Scott's hands. What is clearly captured on video is Mr. Scott's right ankle. When he exits the SUV, you can see that his right pant leg is pulled up above the ankle. This is the same spot where you can see a bulge in his pant leg in the convenience store surveillance footage, and the same place on his ankle where police recovered a holster following the shooting. Here, the bulge, the protrusion. Here, the ankle goes along with Officer Miranda, who indicated you reach down, pulled it out. You see what appears to be a holster, and nothing to the left and right. Here you have a huge bulge. Also captured on all videos are the repeated commands from officers for Mr. Scott to drop the gun. Based on the dash cam video footage and Mrs. Scott's video, officers can be heard at least 10 times commanding Mr. Scott to drop the gun. The videos also show that Mr. Scott did not comply with those commands. In interviews, officers described Mr. Scott's behavior during this incident. Those descriptions included that he had a blank stare, as if he was in a trance-like state. This behavior is consistent with the known side effects of medication prescribed to Mr. Scott. Additional side effects are aggression and behavior abnormalities. I'm going to show you a picture of Officer Vincent and where he was in proximity to Mr. Scott when he exited the vehicle. This is from the body-worn camera of Officer Husfeller, who had broken a window. Officer Vincent here, just in what I will call the V, the white SUV of Mr. Scott, the police van that comes up and pins, Mr. Scott here, in close proximity across the car. There has been some speculation in the community. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the slide. Officer Vincent could see that Mr. Scott continued to not comply with the officer's commands, and in his interview, he described the moment that he perceived that Mr. Scott posed an imminent threat. Mr. Scott looked at Vincent, then looked in the direction of each officer, and then looked back at Vincent. I'm going to play for you Officer Vincent's interview, this portion. So at this point, I'm going to take you through Officer Vincent did not know Mr. Scott. None of the officers knew Mr. Scott. None of them had had contact with Mr. Scott. But what did Officer Vincent know? Officer Vincent was aware that Mr. Scott had a gun in his vehicle. He was aware that he had marijuana in his vehicle. He was aware that when he pinned the car, that Mr. Scott chose to draw that weapon and had it in his hand. He was aware that after repeated commands, Mr. Scott did not obey those commands, acted with aberrant behavior, steps out of the vehicle with gun in hand, doesn't run, doesn't drop the gun, doesn't leave the gun in the car, but steps out and steps back, assessing each officer with a trance-like look described by Officer Vincent. Now, how about Mr. Scott at that point? Well, Officer Vinson did not know Mr. Scott, had not seen him. So unbeknownst to him, Mr. Scott was aware that he was a convicted felon with a gun, an illegal gun, and that he had warrants out from him in Gaston County, and that he had police officers in tactical gear, weapons drawn, surrounding his vehicle. It's at this point that Officer Vinson fired his weapon 4 times, striking Mr. Scott in the wrist, abdomen, and rear shoulder. Despite officers and medical personnel's attempts to render aid, Mr. Scott unfortunately passed away. I'm going to show you a medical examiner, what the medical examiner did for us, and that is a what's the correct term, a silhouette, a mannequin where the ME put the trajectory of the bullets. Now we know that there were 4 shots because you hear 4 shots in rapid succession on the video. We also know it because Officer Vinson says that he fired. We also know it because there are 4 shell casings that are around in proximity to Officer Vinson. The medical examiner could not tell us the sequence of the projectiles. One in the wrist that we don't show. The one in the wrist is not what we call clear through and through, because there are pieces of the bullet that are in the wrist. The one in the abdomen goes into the abdomen, and the left side travels through and comes to rest at the spine, at the lower lumbar. The one in the upper shoulder travels from left to right and front to back. Begins at the shoulder, 7 inches from the midline of the back, travels down, through, and ends up at the abdomen at the front part. So there's been much speculation as the first shot being a shot in the back. The totality of the evidence does not come close to supporting that. The medical examiner can't say the sequence of the shootings, but if you look at where Officer Vinson was located, and then you look at the video, we can conclude that one of the shots before the shot in the shoulder was to the abdomen, causing Mr. Scott to keel over, causing a shot after to go through the shoulder and the trajectory that ends up in the front of the abdomen. There's been some speculation in the community regarding whether Mr. Scott was armed. I'd like to address those specific concerns. All of the credible and available evidence suggests that he was in fact armed. Here's the evidence that leads us to that conclusion. Prior to any action being taken, Officer Vinson told Sergeant Pendergraft that he saw Mr. Scott with a gun, and Sergeant Pendergraft relayed that information over the radio. That's the radio traffic you heard a few minutes ago. Every officer present reporting seeing Mr. Scott holding a gun. Officers can be heard on video repeatedly commanding Mr. Scott to drop the gun. The idea that Mr. Scott was unarmed does not explain why officers acted defensively, had their guns drawn, and ordered him to drop the gun. Everyone who has seen the video of the incident can feel the tension in that situation. According to Officer Wiggins, after Mr. Scott was shot, he fell to the ground and his gun landed near his waistline. Officer Wiggins said he moved the gun away from Mr. Scott and stood over the gun to ensure that it could not be accessed by Mr. Scott. On the dash cam video, on the dash camera, and Officer Hutler's body cam, Officer Wiggins is seen crouching down, reaching with one hand, and moving something from Mr. Scott. You do not see the ground. You see Officer Wiggins crouch down, his arm move, him step back and then stand there. Kind of unusually. Other officers start tending to Mr. Scott, and he is standing there awkwardly. In Mr. Scott's video, you can see an object. In Mrs. Scott's video, you can see an object between his feet in the same place where we see the firearm and body-worn camera footage from another officer who responded to the scene just after the shooting. He stands there. Mrs. Scott, you can see something. You don't know what it is. There's an officer comes up immediately afterwards with body cam. He is going, the officers tell him, clear the car. You can see him going to the cars to look to make sure there's nobody else in it. The cars are clear. And in his body cam, it's clearly depicted officer standing over the gun. Mr. Scott's DNA was found on the slide of the gun and on the grip of the gun. Let me say that again. His DNA was found on the slide of the gun and on the grip of the gun. Mr. Scott's fingerprint was found on the gun when it was examined by Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Crime Lab. However, the state crime lab did not find that print to be of value, meaning they did not find it to be significant enough to be able to say it was Mr. Scott's. Now, there's a reason for that. Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department uses a certain technology. They use that technology. They made the determination. When they send it to the State Bureau of Investigation, they send a disc along with a card that is a lower resolution card. The State Bureau of Investigation has different technology. It's like you sending me something to open on some great program you have, and I don't have it, I can't open it. So SBI had to look at the lower resolution, and they found they could not make a determination based on that. Mr. Scott's gun, a Colt 380 semi-automatic, was recovered at the scene. It had one round in the chamber, the safety was off, and the gun was cocked. There's his gun, safety off, cocked, and later examined to found a bullet live in the chamber. Investigators traced Mr. Scott's gun, which was stolen from a Gaston County home and then illegally sold to Mr. Scott on September 2nd. The seller admitted that he sold the gun to Mr. Scott, and a Facebook conversation between the seller and a third party corroborates this information. Basically, the seller saw what we all saw on the video of the incident that was being displayed and said, I know that guy, and I know that gun. I'm now going to show you excerpts from that conversation. He's talking to a third party, talking about what he saw on the TV. Through the report that will be released today, you'll be able to read the entire conversation between the seller and a third party. I will never sell another one. The hammer's cocked back. That's the seller. He had an ankle holster. I hope he wiped my prints off of it. Third party. Shit, me too. I can get time for that, and they would burn me. Third party. I was really hoping it wouldn't be the one. But you know, I'm going to pray for the best on that for you, cuz. TY, I've learned, means thank you. I'm still hurt. I feel like it's my fault he is dead. The seller also revealed that he sold a holster to Mr. Scott with modifications that matched those found on the holster Mr. Scott was wearing. Here's the holster. He said he sold him the holster. He said he modified it. When he was shown the holster, he says, oh yeah, that's the cuts I made to make sure the gun would fit. The seller went to Gander Mountain with Mr. Scott on the same day he sold it, where Mr. Scott purchased a magazine and ammunition for the firearm. Agents located a computer transaction receipt for the magazine and ammunition, and the purchase was made with a debit card ending in the numbers that matched the debit card found in Mr. Scott's wallet. Text messages from Mr. Scott's phone show that on September 10th, he and the seller communicated about returning or exchanging a clip at Gander Mountain because the one he'd purchased was too short. It wasn't working in the gun. If you see the gun, it doesn't have a clip in it. .380 ammunition was located in Mr. Scott's vehicle inside a pack of cigarettes in the center console cup holder. In the center console, pack of cigarettes. This is them going through the vehicle. You can see the broken glass. Live rounds, .380 to fit the gun. A reading book was not found in the front or back seats of Mr. Scott's SUV. A composition notebook belonging to Mrs. Scott was found wedged between the center console and the front passenger seat. It did not match the description given by witnesses who claimed that they saw Mr. Scott with a book. I'd like to address erroneous claims that someone other than Officer Vinson shot Mr. Scott. First, Officer Vinson took responsibility for the shooting from the outset. Every officer's gun was seized, and an ammunition count was conducted by investigators. Each one had a full complement of ammunition with the exception of Officer Vinson, who was 4 rounds short of a full complement. In the videos, the sound of 4 rounds is clearly heard, and 4 shell casings were recovered at the scene. Each officer is issued a firearm with a unique serial number. Officer Vinson's gun, as well as the 4 shell casings, were sent to the lab for analysis. An expert firearms analyst found that the 4 shell casings were fired from Officer Vinson's gun. 9 civilian witnesses were interviewed by investigators. Some of these witnesses gave conflicting statements, as well as statements that are unsupported by video or physical evidence. 3 of these witnesses claimed on social media or in media interviews that Scott was unarmed, but the SBI later determined they had not actually seen the shooting. When they were interviewed by SBI later, they said they did not actually see the shootings, despite their claims on social media or with the media. One told reporters that she was an eyewitness and saw a white officer shoot Mr. Scott, and that Officer Vinson wasn't around at the time of the shooting. She later acknowledged to the SBI that she heard officers telling Mr. Scott to drop the gun, but she didn't see the shooting. Another told reporters that she saw Mr. Scott with his hands raised step over a book that fell from his lap. Those statements are refuted by the video evidence, and she later told the SBI that she was in her apartment at the time of the shooting and didn't see Mr. Scott until after the shooting had occurred, and she never saw a book or a gun. A juvenile under the age of 16 told investigators that he saw the incident from his apartment. He initially told Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department that Mr. Scott was reading a book when officers tried to break his window. He said Mr. Scott put the book down and exited the SUV empty-handed with his hands wide open. In a later interview with SBI, he shared that information again and added that officers said they were going to tase Mr. Scott, and he was actually tased by police. He also said the officer did not say anything to Mr. Scott when he exited his vehicle, and that a white officer shot him. The physical evidence does not support those claims, and when questioned on some of these issues, this witness referenced someone's claim in a YouTube video, and it became apparent that he had incorporated information that he'd heard from other sources. Investigators also went to his home to examine his vantage point, and what they discovered is that it would have been very difficult, if not impossible, to make those observations due to the obstruction of a tree and the positioning of Mr. Scott's SUV. Basically, from his apartment, there is a tree and is the passenger side of Mr. Scott's vehicle. He would have had to see through the tree and through the passenger side to see anything occurring on the other side of the vehicle. 2 witnesses said they were inside a nearby home and watched the incident unfold. They heard the officer's commands to drop the gun. Both indicated they saw something in Mr. Scott's hand, but they could not identify the object. They had a view, but because of their distance, they say that he had something in his hand, but they can't say what was in his hand. Another witness was working in the area, heard the officer's shouts, but had turned away when the shots were fired. Now, Mrs. Scott has maintained that her husband was unarmed during the encounter. It's important to understand that we must consider her statements and weigh them along with all of the other evidence in this case. Charlotte Mecklenburg detectives began to interview Mrs. Scott at the hospital on the evening of the shooting, but she ultimately terminated that interview on the advice of her attorney. She and her attorneys later publicly claimed that CMPD never attempted to interview her. Before that interview ended, she told CMPD that 4 white officers were present. All 4 fired their weapons, and there were no black officer present. The brief interview was captured on a body-worn camera. Later in the interview with CBS News, she stated that Officer Vincent, who was black, was present, but she did not believe he shot Mrs. Scott, or she did not believe he shot her husband, Mr. Scott, because he was not part of the action. Mrs. Scott did later meet with the SBI for an interview, and she provided valuable information about her husband's medications and their effects. She said that Mr. Scott had just taken his medicine and that those prescriptions make him zoned. Mrs. Scott has maintained in interviews with investigators and the media that Mr. Scott did not have a gun. She told the SBI that the last time she ever knew Scott to have any type of firearm was prior to his wreck in October of 2015, and that she was certain he did not have any guns after January of 2016. However, text messages between Mr. and Mrs. Scott the month before the shooting include an argument about a gun in Mr. Scott's possession. In the report that we're putting online, you'll find limited information regarding Mr. Scott's background and medical history. While he had a criminal history and was receiving treatment for psychiatric disorders, his history was unknown to Officer Vincent. In this case, it would be merely speculative to assess whether this history explained Mr. Scott's conduct on the day of the incident. In conclusion, after a thorough review and given the totality of the circumstances and credible evidence in this case, it is my opinion that Officer Vincent acted lawfully when he shot Mr. Scott. He acted lawfully. I am fully satisfied and entirely convinced that Officer Vincent's use of deadly force was lawful. The central issue here is whether Officer Vincent was lawful in using deadly force against Mr. Scott. Anyone is justified in using deadly force if he reasonably believed, and in fact believed, that he or someone else was in imminent danger of great bodily injury or death. We cannot know what Mr. Scott's intentions or reasoning were that day, and Officer Vincent could not know that at the time. What he saw was a man who had drawn a gun when confronted by police, exited a vehicle with a gun in hand, and failed to comply with officers who commanded him at least 10 times to put the gun down. When considering imminent threat, it's important to consider the science of response time and reaction time. The reality is that Mr. Scott could have raised his gun and killed Officer Vincent or another officer before any of them could have reacted to the threat. Reaction time studies dealing with the police shootings provide valuable insight for the analysis of this shooting, and these studies are cited in the report. Those studies show that in these scenarios, the result is a tie at best. Even officers in a position of ready, watching somebody, if they're armed with a gun to their side, by the time they do this, the reaction from officers has to be from the brain to the trigger finger, and the studies say it is tie at best. When considering, I think there's a misconception out there about the scope of the review in the DA's office. This office does not examine whether an officer followed CMPD directives or policies or whether the incident was handled appropriately from a tactical standpoint. In this case, the only determination this office is making is whether or not Officer Vinson acted in self-defense. Now I'd like to speak to the community. I know that some out there are going to be frustrated. I want everyone in this community to know that we meticulously, thoroughly reviewed all of the evidence in this case, made sure it was credible evidence in order to make the decision that we made today. We took a lot of painstaking effort to make certain that there was no personal bias in the review, and public opinion did not factor in our determination. I'd like the community to take a collective pause. The community should read the report, digest the report. Please do not act viscerally on news snippets. Read the report. In describing the legal analysis and the basis for the decision, in this case, my office and I unfortunately find ourselves in a position of correcting misinformation that has been shared both on social media and in the news media. People made claims on camera but later admitted to law enforcement that they didn't actually see the incident. People and the public might then ask themselves, why didn't you release more information to refute these untrue statements? I have always asserted that my office would strive towards transparency, but I need people to understand that among my highest priorities is also protecting the integrity of every investigation. That means responsible transparency. Responsible transparency. In an ongoing investigation, details are closely guarded to help measure the truthfulness of witnesses and, should someone be charged, preserve the defendant's right to fair trial. I know that a lack of accurate information is frustrating to the public and the media that operates on a 24-hour news cycle. But in this age of instant media and the impulse to immediately form an opinion, I'm asking that as we move forward, we remind ourselves that in these cases, we should not jump to conclusions until we have all of the facts. In the days that followed Mr. Scott's death, we watched as long simmering frustrations boiled over. I heard observers say, this is not Charlotte. This is not the city that we love. But it is. This is Charlotte. This is where our friends, families, neighbors, and colleagues felt so passionate that they marched on our streets to call for change. Let me be clear. I have not and will not condone violence or property damage as a means of expression. But the fact that criminal charges are not appropriate under the law in this particular case does not mean we can dismiss the concerns expressed by those who raise their voices to raise the consciousness of this community. I think it's high time that all of us recognize that this is Charlotte, and not everyone experiences the same Charlotte. Throughout our entire justice system, people should have the same experience. The people of Mecklenburg County deserve the confidence that every case is handled with fairness and equity. I want this community to know that I would not hesitate to prosecute an officer whom evidence showed acted outside of the law. And in fact, we have. From assaults to DWIs to fraud to, unfortunately, sexual offenses. We have prosecuted officers. It is my sincere prayer that no one is ever killed by police. But I also pray that police are never placed in a position of having to make the decision to use lethal force to protect themselves or innocent lives around them. I welcome being part of the ongoing public discussion and exchange of ideas on how to improve our system so that all community members have complete confidence that they will be dealt with fairly and treated with respect. Justice demands nothing less. At this time, I'll take questions.
Murray, do you have any information on the specific kind of medication Mr. Scott was taking?
We do. I will just tell you that he was taking a significant number of drugs, and they were for some of them somewhat mind-altering.
Mr. Scott actually raised the gun at any point?
He did not raise the gun to our knowledge based on the video or any evidence from any of the statements of officers.
Yes, sir.
I'm Reverend John, and I just want to say I sat here and I listened to this thing, and I accept that, what you said. You gave me the facts, and that's what we were acting for fact. Only thing that bothers me, that why did it take so long to give these facts? You got folks out there, like you said, they have a different story. I sat down and I listened to what you said, and I saw the facts, and I would accept that fact, and I would take that back to my flock. But had y'all came forward with this information, you had the gun, you saw when he went inside, supposed to bring that to the public, and then it wouldn't have been a whole lot of protest. The truth shall set you free. And these folks that went to jail not to protest because they was hearing other evidence that this man didn't have no gun, but you know he had a gun, and we know it now. Why? Just tell them why we couldn't come early and this stuff wouldn't be happening.
Sir, as I stated, and I appreciate the question, an investigation has to unfold. When video gets out, individuals can comport, and in this case did, what they say they saw to a video. The investigation, what I'd ask is your community, your church, this entire community, to please just wait for the investigation. It takes a while. You have to get an investigation. We had to get analysis of the gun. The police did a good job in going out and finding where did that gun come from?
Yes, sir.
Where was it located? All that investigation has to come to us, and then we have to evaluate. In this case, there were 63 SBI agents called in from around the state to do the investigation with over 2,300 hours of their time to do this investigation. That's a quarter of the entire SBI. That's how important this case was. That's the time to put on. But that doesn't happen overnight. So that's why I'm asking the community to take a collective pause. Next question.
So you said that he did not raise the gun. He had a wild look in his eye based on the medication. And it was difficult to hear the officer. But it sounds as though the bottom line here is you're saying because he had the gun in his hand, he had a zoned out look in his eye, the decision was made to shoot because they didn't know what he was going to do.
It's a justified shooting based on the totality of the circumstances. The gun that he goes, when officers come, he draws the gun. He doesn't keep it in his holster. He doesn't put it on the floor. He draws the gun. He's told numerous times to drop the gun. He then gets out and doesn't turn to run away from officers. He turns toward them with a look. I don't know if it's from medication. I don't know if that's his look. I don't know, Mr. Scott. But assessing, looking at each, and then focuses back on Officer Benson. Our determination is that at that time, his belief was reasonable, that he was an imminent threat of death or the death of his fellow officers, and he was justified in shooting.
Follow-up, any medical experts talk to you about that drug and what that for?
The investigators did talk to medical experts. Really, the medical has nothing to do with the analysis since Officer Vincent or none of the officers knew about the medical. So it's the scene and what occurs. It's that split second and everything surrounding that decision.
The officers said they saw marijuana, and that seems to have been one of the reasons that they approached him in the first place. Why was there no test in the toxicology report for marijuana?
First of all, the blunt was tested. It was marijuana. The bottle, the prescription bottle or the empty yellow bottle had residue that was marijuana. And a later test was done, and Mr. Scott did test positive for recent consumption of marijuana.
Where is that information? It was not in the toxicology report.
It was not in the toxicology report. The SBI asked for it late, and it came after the toxicology report.
Can you tell us more about the conversation this morning with the family, how they reacted?
The family was extremely gracious. We were there with their attorneys. They wanted us to go through the facts of the case, the evidence. We started with the presentation basically that I'm providing you. And initially they had a few questions, but then they just said, well, let's not interrupt. You go through what you say, and then we'll go back and ask questions. And it was a difficult conversation for everybody. But we went through the evidence. They understood our position, and it lasted a little over an hour, and they were gracious. The family was extremely gracious.
Did they seem to accept the decision?
They didn't say whether they accept or not. They have attorneys with them. They just were very gracious in their discussions with us.
Why was Officer Vincent the only officer to fire shots?
Our determination is what occurs and whether it was justified shooting, lawful. Okay, I can't tell you as to whether other officers did or not do. That is the tactics, the procedures of other officers. I will tell you, and if you did not hear, I apologize that the sound is not loud. Officer Vincent indicates that himself or another was about to be shot, and that he had a clear backdrop. There were no witnesses behind him. There were no blue. To blue is another officer. There was no friendly fire behind him. So that he had a clear shot at that time.
Mr. Crump?
How many pieces of evidence, how many interviews were conducted in this case, and how many reports were submitted by the FBI to your office?
I'm looking at multitudes. I just told you 63 SBI agents touched it, over 2,300 hours. This office has put in hundreds of hours into this case. As to the number of pieces of evidence, I've reviewed every one of them, but we don't have a count on a spreadsheet that says how many pieces of evidence or how many pieces of paper we have. A lot of it comes in dribs and drabs, right? While they do reports, they bring it in for us to review. And really, everyone always calls, when are you going to be done? When's the analysis done? When's the SBI going to have the full report? Well, a full report's not really until we determine. A lot of times we'll say, we want something else analyzed, and it takes a while. Or we want a witness re-interviewed. Or we want them to go find a witness that said something on YouTube that we'd like them to find. So it's really not done until we determine we have everything and we can come to a conclusion.
Is there some frustration as a prosecutor that just because no one saw a gun on the video, that there was this immediate assumption that there was no gun, and you had to spend 40, 45 minutes giving us all this information to counteract the fact that there was just not any evidence seen on the video?
Well, I'd like to have video that shows everything, and so then we would not have been in this situation. But when you talk about frustration, this city had a reaction that now when you look at the evidence, and if we would have taken that collective pause and provided an opportunity for an investigation to happen, I think it would have been a different scenario. Yes, sir. Sorry.
What is the status now, pardon me if you expressed this already, what is the status now of any separate SBI investigation and report relative to this one, or does this conclude?
It concludes it. Initially, CMPD started the investigation, then we asked the family if they wanted the SBI to review or to be the investigative agency. When they said yes, CMPD is completely out. We have no more discussions. We have no interaction. SBI took it, verified what they have. The SBI came to the conclusion that there was nothing in the initial CMPD that was manipulated, that was changed, and the SBI's report from there, it's concluded as of today.
Yes, sir.
And just one more thing.
Yes, sir.
I think you did a good job on that, and I really appreciate the way that you explained it to me. But would you agree that in the future that we should reverse the law, that we got video of the police action that the public would see? I think if the public would have saw where he had this gun when he went inside the store, and all when we was asking, please turn over the video. Please turn over the video. If that been turned over earlier, a lot of rioting stuff wouldn't have happened.
No, sir.
You don't think that would happen?
No, sir. I just cannot agree with you that all the evidence has to be in. Now, if I had definitive evidence early on in the investigation, if the videos were clear from several angles, if I had everything that could say that whether we're going to charge the officer or whether we are not going to charge the officer, then we'll make that decision early. But this required an investigation, a deep investigation. It required us to find those things and to bring them to light. So, no, I would not say that. I would say that let me do the analysis. If I can make that decision in a week based on extremely strong evidence and video, then I'll make that decision in a week. But I'm going to make sure that I make the decision where we take the time, where we're meticulous, where we're thorough, and that we do justice. Because our job is to do justice every time.
And I'm talking about the future, not just this case, but in the future. If you got video where a police officer did a violation and you see it there, that the public or the press would automatically be able to get it filed for freedom of information. You don't think that's the right thing to do?
No, sir. My job is to do justice in this community, and just one video is not going to do justice for this community. This community needs to know the facts, the real facts. Because in this case, there was a lot of things that were not correct.
I agree with you.
Next question.
The person that sold the gun to Mr. Scott, that person, would you say they cooperated, and is that person facing any charges or going to face charges?
That person is from Gaston County. It was a group. It was the SBI. It was the Gaston County Police. It was alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. It was also apparently a probation officer. And so that person's from Gaston. I do not know the status of that person being charged, whether federal or state, since that didn't occur here. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry.
Have we ever identified the person who was the initial subject that was there to be investigated? There's a question about that prior to whether has that person been apprehended or served?
I do not know. I'm looking at my SBI agents. I do not know if he was ever apprehended. That really wasn't part of this investigation. They were just there for a fugitive, trying to locate a fugitive, and then this case became this case. I'm getting no nods, so I don't think anyone knows whether he was from SBI.
There was some speculation that officers unnecessarily escalated this situation in the run-up to this shooting. I know this isn't your purview, but any thoughts on how officers handled things before the shooting actually happened?
I'm not going to speculate. There's been enough speculation in this case. My job is simply to analyze the evidence as presented and make a determination, and Officer Benson's actions were lawful.
Can you share with us the context of the text conversation between the Scotts where Mrs. Scott said that she didn't know that he had a gun?
We will. It will be online later today. We will provide it. Anything that we relied upon, we are linking, and you'll be able to see it and read it.
You mentioned earlier that people have been asking, why is this taking so long? Have you been under political pressure? Have you talked to the governor, the mayor? Who's been asking you to hurry up?
I have not been under any political pressure other than the family, obviously, and the attorney wanted it concluded. Myself, I wanted to do this as carefully, as meticulously as possible, but also this community needs closure. This case needed to be concluded. So we put a lot of time and hours into this case to make certain that we got it done as expeditiously as possible, but thoroughly, meticulously, and making sure that we got it right.
Did you keep the governor's office or the mayor's office updated?
I kept the governor's office, I informed the governor last week that there's a possible decision this week if he needed to know that, and I informed the governor this morning after leaving the family that I would be having a press conference. That's the extent of two conversations.
I'm sorry, are you guys going to share your findings or at least parts of this investigation with CMPD as they continue with their internal affairs program?
That's a good question. I'm not certain since it's SBI, it's no longer ours. We're no longer the custodian. We will facilitate the family and the family attorneys getting the investigation from SBI. So the family will have it. As to CMPD and theirs, I take it through interagency. They will be able to work that out.
Sorry, Mr. Murray, one more question about that, because I know you can't identify exactly what it was. Can you say what type it was?
It's not that I can't identify. It really wasn't part of this analysis. We have it, we reviewed it, but it's not part of this analysis, so it's not pertinent to our decision. So I just won't be discussing it other than he had a psychiatric disorder and was on significant medications.
You mentioned text between Mr. and Mrs. Scott about the gun. Can you give any details? They argued about a gun. Are there any details of those texts that you can give us?
Between Mr. Scott and Mrs. Scott. You're going to see it. It was a discussion apparently where he says some indication like, can I come home? She's asking him about the gun. He asked her about, do you know how much time I can get for that gun? And it's just a conversation surrounding the gun between him and his wife. You're going to see it this afternoon.
You characterize whether she did not
I
want
don't.
to have the gun?
I don't want to characterize. I don't want to mischaracterize it. It will be on this afternoon. You'll be able to review it. I'm being told the question about medications. A list of the medications is in the report, so you'll be able to see the list of the medications.
I believe you said there were previous Gaston County warrants out.
Correct.
Is that correct? What were those related to the gun? What were those related to?
You know, you guys actually are the ones that published his record. So his record's there. There was some assaultive behavior that he had warrants out for in Gaston County.
Is there a separate SBI report on this, or is that part of what you're making public? If not, can we get a hold of it?
The SBI provides us with a report. We have put all pertinent information that we relied upon. We're going to publish it. We've linked it. However, you're not getting the entire file. There's obviously there's private information. There's private medical information. There's private information. We had a cell phone. Well, the cell phone's pretty private, right? There's a lot of things on there that don't need to be disclosed. So we're disclosing in responsible transparency everything we relied upon. The rest will go back to the SBI, and Mrs. Scott and their attorneys will get the entire file.
If the wife knowingly misled investigators, would she face charges?
If the wife, say that again?
If the wife knowingly misled investigators, would she lie?
I have no indication that she knowingly misled investigators. There certainly, when somebody is emotional, when they have other things going on, this was a tragic event. I don't see us pursuing any charges like that, if that's what you're asking.
That's all the time that Mr. Murray has for questions. If you have any follow-up questions, feel free to email me. If you don't have my contact information, please see me. I have a card. In a few minutes, we'll be publishing a report online on our website. It has the photos and videos that you've seen today, as well as additional evidence that's hyperlinked in the report. You'll be able to find that at charmecda.com on our news releases page. And we'd also like your help in communicating to the public that the DA's office will answer their questions. If people read the report and have questions, we ask them to email us at community@charmecda.com. Obviously, it will take us some time to respond to everyone, but we think it's important to answer questions directly. Thank you for being here.
All right, so there you have it. No charges filed against the officers involved in the Keith Lamont Scott shooting. You remember the video that circulated, the cell phone video of Scott being shot when he stepped out of his vehicle. Protests in Charlotte, North Carolina resulted after this shooting that took place a few months ago. That press conference wrapped up now. We are going to transition to some other news now. It looks like there are some schools here in the valley on lockdown. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for you. We're going to take a look at these Skyfox aerials, bring you guys to some local news now. Stand by. These are live Skyfox aerials. We have some breaking news. Schools on lockdown. This is what we know so far. We know that Willow Canyon High School, Western Peaks Elementary, and Sunset Hill Elementary are on lockdown for a police situation in Surprise, Arizona. We have limited information right now. That's all we have. Stand by while we work to get more info. Again, the only thing we know about this lockdown situation is that Willow Canyon High School, Western Peaks Elementary School, and Sunset Hill Elementary in Surprise are on lockdown because of a police situation. For those of you not familiar with the town of Surprise, perhaps you're tuning in from outside of Arizona. Surprise is in the northwestern area of the greater Metro Phoenix area. It's a suburb of Phoenix, northwest of the city. All right, everyone, we are going to switch gears and take you to a school event in Avondale. A really interesting situation. Almost 4,000 people participating in an attempt to break the Guinness World Record for the longest high five chain. We're going to switch to that now. If you want to continue to watch our lockdown coverage, you can switch on over to facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. We're going to be streaming those live aerials. But in the meantime, here on News Now, we are going to take you to the attempt to break a Guinness World Record for the longest high five chain. This is a live look there now.
Make sure that you guys you are standing on a line. Make sure you're standing on the line. Take a look at your wrist. Make sure that you guys have a wristband on your wrist. If you do
How much time until the end of the show? Is it 5 minutes?
you should have received.
Or 4 minutes?
There we go. I'll repeat it, guys. Take a look down. If you guys
Okay.
should be standing on a line. Okay. Now take a look at your wrist. You should have a wristband, a yellow wristband
Where am
on
I?
your hand. If you do not have one, I need you to raise your hand and let your steward know.
Middle
If you do
school,
not
Avondale
have
Middle
a
School.
yellow wristband,
And this, but these
let
are
your
school.
steward know.
These are kids from all
So
the
we're gonna come
Avondale
bring
school
some
districts.
So here, guys, we're going to go over a few of the rules, what's going to happen today. First and foremost, are you ready to break a world record? You've been standing here so long, being so patient and amazing, so thank you, guys. So what's going to happen, guys, is you see your friends to the right and left of you? Do me a favor, where are my Playworks friends? Over here, guys, over here, on stage, come here, come here. We came to your school and we explained to you guys how we high-five properly. Okay, so I've got some of my friends from Playworks here to give you another example, because you guys today you're going to high five your friends on your left and your right. So guys, can we show us a proper high five? Up top. Boom, there we go. Now once we give the high five, yeah, go ahead, practice. Practice next to you guys. High five your friends. All right, now what's going to happen, guys? Hold up. Great job. All right. Up here, guys. Up here. Stewards, help us out. We're done on the high fives, guys. We're done. Stewards, help us out, please.
The longest high five chain. That is the record that we're trying to beat here. And look at this. We have about 4,000 students here getting ready to try to break this world record. We're thinking that they're going to be able to do it here. These are all kids from the Avondale School District. They're going to begin this here in a few minutes that we think. And this is like a very specific thing. Wait, actually, first, before I tell you what the kind of the rules are, this is what they're trying to beat. In Taiwan, last December, 2,711 people all got together just like this and all did high fives back and forth to each other. So we're going to beat that here. So let me show you. Who wants to be on TV? Yeah, you all do. I love this. I love this. Okay, so here, we can all be on TV, but one person, you. So this is a proper high five, right? Face level or above. But is this a high five?
No.
Is this a high five?
No.
Is this a high five?
No.
Okay, so we're excited about this, aren't we?
Yes.
Are we going to beat the world record today?
Yes.
Okay, good. So what's the strategy?
The strategy
Dave,
is to give a high five, not up high, not low.
So that's just strategy, just to follow the rules. And I think that that's a good strategy. Okay, get back in line here. So this is a Guinness Book World Record thing. If you can turn around, you can see Michael here. He is an official from the Guinness Book of World Records. He's going to be judging this. He's going to be going around making sure everyone's following the rules. You can watch all of this on our Facebook page. We're going to roll it for you live so you can see all of this. But until then, hope you have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Dave, it's going to come over towards you. We're going to bring it down, take it over there. Teachers, we're going to need as much help as possible, making sure that we are giving it to the next person. We only have 10 seconds at most in between high fives. Okay? So we want to do it as quickly as possible. All right. We're not going to talk much longer. Here's what we're going to do. I want to introduce my friend, Mr. Joe Gaudio. This could not happen without United Healthcare, guys. They have the sponsors right here. Let's give them a round of applause.
Hi. Oh, no, you know what? Did we interview you yesterday?
Good morning, everybody.
Do you want like a pump up for
Guys are ready to be famous. Who's ready to break
I
the
put
world
that
record?
together, so I wasn't there, but yeah, but that's why you look familiar.
We're so
Yeah,
happy
no,
to be here
no.
today. My name's Joe.
Okay, so-
I'm from United Healthcare. I brought a lot of my friends with
So
me
we
today.
will-
They're in the orange shirts. They're
Okay,
gonna help
perfect.
us break this world record today. This is part of our campaign. We
You're
call
like
it
Mr.
Do
Rogers.
Good,
My
Live
uniform
Well.
on.
And it's a campaign
Mr.
where
Rogers.
we volunteer in the community to help end
Okay,
hunger and
ready?
obesity and
So,
have a lot
we'll
of
start
fun
off
and get out
by
in the
saying your
sun.
name,
And that's
first
what
and
we're
last,
here to do
spelling it, and
today.
your title.
So
Yep.
I just
Mike
wanna
Neely,
thank
Nealy, Executive Director, Fiesta Bowl.
Okay, so what are we doing here today?
Well, we're here celebrating a world record here. So we have about 4,000 kids here that are going to break a record for the high five.
About 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So how
I've
did
got
you
one
get
more
involved in all this?
introduction.
Well, as a charitable organization that the Fiesta Bowl is, you know, we partner with and give money away to great charities, and one of those is our group here, and along with United Healthcare, with a great partner of ours putting this together, we are, along with Playworks, going to break a record.
Okay, so why do you think that this is a good thing for these kids to be doing out here this morning?
Well, and Playworks is one of the partners. You know, they support, you know, good, healthy playing and interactions with kids, and so, you know, nothing better than having kids out here, great day, doing a thing, and hopefully maybe they feel great about breaking a record, and that's kind of a big deal. I remember growing up and having a world record. I mean, these kids are all going to be part of a world record, and Guinness is here, and it's kind of an exciting time for them.
Do you think you guys can break this
No, I
record?
think this is a great day for the kids. Thank you.
So here's what I need you to do. One at a time, you're going to go down the line. You're going to high five at your head or above. Does everyone understand that? If you miss the high five, go again. I need you to connect on one side and then the other side. Got it? Do you guys think you can break this record? I'm very excited for you. I'm going to be counting, and we will have the results later. I know you're right at the mark, so I need you all to focus and really try and do this. Are you ready? Okay, we have a couple more announcements before we get started. Stewards, all of your kids have wristbands. Please make sure everybody has a wristband. If not, raise your hand in orange. Only the stewards raise your hand, and we'll bring you a wristband. All right, so we're just filling in some of the lines here, guys. Maybe.
More interviews?
Yeah, I'll just get a bunch.
Michael and Kelly,
You gonna
are
do
you guys
this?
over there
What
at the
are you
beginning?
doing here today?
I see you over there.
The high fives.
Are
You
guys
gotta be
ready
more
over there?
excited than that, right? Wait, like, look at the camera and tell me how
All
confident
right.
you are.
Once I get the official okay from my friend
Who wants to
Michael,
do it?
get us put in the records,
Okay,
we're gonna
okay.
get
Or do you want to be in the
started
group of
here.
people
Fine,
doing it?
1
No,
or
you're like,
2
no,
minutes.
thank you. Okay.
1 or 2 minutes.
What's happening
guys.
today?
We're breaking the world record of high fives, the longest high five.
Okay, look in the camera and how confident are you?
Very confident.
Okay, what's a good question to ask to get the response that you know I want?
Have you been practicing your high fives? How do you practice a high five?
I just go up to someone and say high five.
Okay. How about
All
give me
right.
like a, we're
Michael,
gonna do this.
Kelly,
How about all of you?
Spirit,
Okay,
helping
ready?
out. Are you
1,
guys good
2,
over there?
3.
We're gonna do this.
Everybody's good on that end? All right, more importantly, are you guys ready?
I saw you waving at me. Okay, here.
All right,
see you in a
remember,
second.
we're gonna
All right.
get it, give it, and
what
then
are you
what are
guys
we
gonna
gonna
do today?
Break a world record.
Yeah! Be more excited about it. What do you
I'm gonna break a world record.
Yes!
We're gonna
One more
break
time.
it.
Ready? I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Break a world record. High five chain.
One more time. Say we are going to. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
We are going to break a world record.
Nailed it. All right. So, how long have you been practicing?
I've been practicing for about a week and a half since I just learned about it by then.
Sure. So, what does that practicing entail? Like, what's your strategy?
My strategy is to look at the person, look at their hand, and high five it, and then sit down.
Okay.
High five the other person too.
Show me what that looks like.
Hello. I want to give a shout out to my
Nailed it. Nice. And then you sit. Good. Okay, good. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Make sure you're still on your line.
Yeah, don't.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. You guys want to be on TV real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, fine. That's great. You can come on over here. How about we all, like, all together? What should we have them say? We have them say, I'm going to break a world record. What should we have these guys say? How about we're going to do it? Okay? So I'm going to say 1, 2, 3. And anyone who wants to be in this, or do we have to stay in line? That's fine. Okay. 1, 2, 3. We're going to do this. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
We're gonna do this.
Okay, you see that energy? I want that from all of y'all. Okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
We're gonna do this.
We are ready to start. Are you guys ready to try and
Hey,
break
where
this
does it
record?
start? Where does it down here?
Okay, here we go. Count with me. 3, 2,
Okay, we'll go over here.
1, go.
You can ask them when they're bringing something.
They get the turnaround and show and go home with
Hi, I'm Megan. I'm the PR rep.
Liz, nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you. Do you need an interview or want to talk to me?
So we already talked to Fiesta Bowl. We were going to talk to Guinness Book of World Records here after we get this video. But other than that, I think we just did a live shot, and this will be our package. Thank you.
That's what's causing the confusion, I think.
And for those of you just joining us, you are watching as about 4,000 people participate in an attempt to break the Guinness Book of World Records for the longest high five chain. This is happening right here in the Valley in Avondale. They just kicked this off. Again, 4,000 people, mostly students, taking part in this event.
Doesn't count. I'm not there yet.
Excuse me, right behind you.
It's not on. Sorry.
Dude, my
Hello. Tonight. Wait, Fox 10's here
Carla's dad. Oh my
We're all on the way. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Go, all the way. High five. High five.
Uh-oh.
watch Squawk Parent. Oh, good. Oh, sorry, as I step on you. We'll tell her thank you.
That's my fox.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys practice.
Hi, everyone. So this is kind of a big deal, and you want to talk on? You want to talk? Let me explain what's going on. Okay, so there is a strategy to this, isn't there? Right? Like you can't just give someone a high five. It's got to be a certain kind of high five. So show me what a good high five looks like.
But they're on live right now.
Okay, what about like down here? Is that a high five? No. No. Yeah, no. So it's got to be shoulder or higher, and it's got to be what, 10 seconds? Homie, you better get it right, because this is about to your turn.
If you ruin it, you're dead. You're like,
yeah, it's not good. Okay, so here's what I hear is 10 seconds, right? Less than 10 seconds. You got to do here and here.
no, this is 2 hands.
2 hands. Okay, like that. And as you dab. Nice. Yeah, you are. All right. So, moving on. Look at all these. Hi. Jesus, hello. Hi.
Why to come this way? Oh, it's time to leave.
You get the gist, right? It's going to probably take a long time.
When are you guys posting it?
Tonight at 5. I got you when I went that way.
Put me on camera. Hey, right here, Jaden, squat.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're live yet.
Okay. Mike, if we wanted to talk to more kids, should we do that now, or do you want to get more of this? Okay. Here, maybe let's go to some who haven't. Sorry, guys. Do you mind if I? Oh, never mind. Never mind. Hi. Sorry.
I want to ask someone who did it, was it everything you thought it would be?
Yeah.
Were you nervous you were going to miss?
Yeah. So, yeah, you want to do that?
Yeah. You can stay seated.
You just
if
stay,
want.
I'll sit with you.
That way we don't get in trouble.
Okay.
I'm rolling. One second. Okay, start with your name.
Okay, what's your name?
Sebastian Gonzalez.
What is it?
Sebastian Gonzalez.
Can you spell all that for me?
Sebastiangonzalez.
So, Sebastian, a lot of pressure on you, man. You kind of were the one to begin all of this. If you messed up, it would have been bad. I mean, how did you handle that pressure?
Pretty much. Well. Okay, well.
You were pretty cool with it. You played it cool. You stayed calm. So tell me, when you did that first high five, what was going through your head?
That if I mess it up, the whole person everyone's like, "Are you serious? You messed it up? What is wrong with you? It's just one high five. Just high five spirit. Go to the next person. And you're done."
Yeah.
So.
And how did it go?
So far, pretty good.
Yeah. You nailed it.
You could say that. I mean, that's not how I would have put it, but still.
Well, how would you put it?
I just did high five. Didn't know that.
You did an average high five. Okay. So you think that this is going to happen today? You're going to beat the world record?
Okay. So far we're not necessarily doing it at the fastest time, but
does time matter? I thought it was just the amount of people.
Yeah, because for sure it's going to be the amount of people.
Yeah.
So far we're not being the amount of high fives in 1 minute.
Yeah. All right, Sebastian. Anything else you'd like to say?
Were you worried you were going to miss?
Huh?
Were you worried you were going to miss?
A tad bit, but after the first practice, I'm done. I'm good.
So you had to practice.
Oh, okay. We're just one practice just to make sure that I was going to mess up.
No pressure. You did a great job. Hey, thanks, Sebastian.
Have a
You're
good day.
great. You too.
Famous Sebastian.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Seems like my picks are never good.
It's okay. No, it was cute. This is the first one. It was cute.
Older kids.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. Some of these kids are like, high five, okay. No, there's 2 parts. You're seeing them kids.
It should be a lot more difficult.
It's like, this is why you do something like this with adults.
Exactly.
But even then, there are... This would be more difficult with younger kids, I would think, for sure.
Yes.
When it gets over here.
Are we on TV? Hey, what channel is it?
Are we live right now?
Amazing job. Do me a favor though. Take a look down at your line and make sure that you are standing or sitting on your line if you've already high five. We're going to crush it and breathing through. When you see that,
There's some other kids over there.
give them away
In the back.
again.
Hi guys. Hey, who wants to talk? Who wants to talk on TV? Who wants to talk? You? Yeah. Sounds good. All right. So what's your name?
Bailey.
Your last name?
Turner.
How old are you?
I'm 14.
Okay. So what are we doing here today?
We are breaking the world record for high fives.
Okay. You think you're gonna do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So what's the strategy?
Just stay concentrated on this to keep going.
We're seeing a lot of people get kind of confused. It's like they do one high five and then they don't know what to do next. I mean, how are you going to stay focused?
I have no clue. Just kind of sit. High five, sit.
What are the rules?
You stand there and then you high five. You high five the next person. You sit down. Dominoes.
What's a good high five and what's a bad high five? Show one of your friends. So good high five.
Good high five is above your head or at your head. Bad high five is down below.
Okay. What else? I mean, are you nervous at all?
No.
You think you can nail it? Yeah. Pretty simple.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else you guys would like to say as a group?
No. Anything else? Shout out to my mom and my family. All the time. I love y'all guys.
Yeah. I'm sure they totally heard that. All right. Thanks, guys. Last. How did you get picked to be the last? You don't know? You just kind of got placed to be last?
Yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, it's all kind of on you. That's a lot of pressure. What are you going to do to make sure you don't screw this up?
I'm going to pay attention and make sure I do this right.
Yes. Okay, and what's the right way to give a good high five? Show your friend. Nailed it. Nice. Yeah, you want to say something too? What do you have to say?
I like chicken.
I like chicken. I got something. Here, hey, all of you were just on, okay? All of you. All of you. All of you. Go back in your line. There we go. Back in your line. Who did you say hi? You're on now. Hi.
Why didn't hit me up? Just walk by.
Oh, that's good.
Can you say who my name is on the board? Hi.
Hi. Thank you.
We'll get to you.
Microphone.
We'll not put that one on.
Nice thing. Try to keep going up and down.
I what?
I walked in front of the triple time.
I'm sure I walked in front of her a few times too.
Again, guys, you are looking at a live feed of an attempt to break the Guinness Book of World Records. Let me tell you some more information in case you're just joining us. You don't know the background here. Avondale students attempting to break the Guinness World Record for longest high five chain. United Healthcare, Playworks, and the Fiesta Bowl charities have teamed up to set this new Guinness World Record title. Nearly 4,000 students from around the Avondale Elementary School District, as well as volunteers from United Healthcare, will attempt to break the Guinness World Record title for the longest high five chain. Students in grades 3 through 8 will create a continuous high five chain on the field at Avondale Middle School. The high five is a symbolic nod to Playworks' high five culture. Once the high fives begin, as you see on your screen they have, Guinness World Records judges monitor the students to ensure the strict rules are adhered to qualify the students to be world record holders. Following the last high five, the Guinness World Records judge will declare the results of the high five chain during a closing ceremony.
Yeah. So here's on stage. Here's the problem. With me, they're worried about me and not Yeah, let's do this. Hey, how are ya? I've been waiting for one teacher to say, could you please not do this anymore? There's your drone.
The photographer zooming in on the drone that's flying in the air. They have a drone capturing aerial footage of this record-breaking attempt. Again, 4,000 students from around the Avondale School District taking part in this event at Avondale Middle School to break the Guinness World Record for longest high five chain.
You guys, if you're going to beat the Guinness World Record, and what are you going to say? But louder than that, right? Yeah. Okay. Are you guys going to beat the Guinness World Record? Yeah! Okay, great. Thank you.
Coming out, guys.
Hi, thank you.
I'm Jose. How
Yes,
you
I'm
doing?
Liz. This is Mike.
You guys need us to do anything too? Or...
No, I was just going to talk to Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm ready now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So start off by saying your name, spelling it for me,
Yep.
giving your title.
My name is Michael Emprick, M-I-C-H-A-E-L E-M-P-R-I-C, and I'm an adjudicator for Guinness World Records in New York.
So where are you coming from? New York?
Yeah, New York City. Guinness World Records is based in London, but I work out of our New York office.
Okay. So you traveled all the way from New York to make sure that these kids are doing it right. What are you looking for?
So what we're looking for today is no more than 10 seconds when making that connection on the high five. We want it to be fast. We want it to be an actual high five, hands at face level or above.
Okay. How they doing so far?
I'm not allowed to speculate. I know they have a lot of people here, but we'll get a final count at the end of the record attempt. They need 2,712 people to break the existing record.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Appreciate it.
So, off the record.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So on Twitter, if you post something,
It is on. It's about to record right now. Ready? Smells a little bit like butt right here.
Like what? wasn't me.
Good to know. That's
Yeah.
solid.
Yeah.
Solid information.
Yeah. No problem. All right, 1 second. Okay. 3.
Tall man behind you. I'm trying to move.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. The Guinness World Record.
You're very wacky.
I'm way wacky. Okay, 3, 2, 1. The Guinness World Record to beat, 2,711. That's how many people lined up and high-fived each other in Taiwan last year. So, can these 3,800 kids here at Avondale School beat that record? Okay. 3, 2, 1. The Guinness World Record to beat, 2,711. That's how many people lined up and high-fived each other in Taiwan last year. So, can these 3,800 students here in Avondale beat it?
This won't be on the web.
Yep.
Okay.
Unless you want to get
No. You never realize how popular the DAP has become, so you're surrounded by 4,000 children all doing it as you walk by.
That's our daily life.
Well, welcome to your life, there you go.
Welcome
Okay.
to everybody working.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to venture back in. Try and keep this going. I'm going to venture back in. And,
Okay.
They're going to give us a ice cream thing. That ice is
It's all right. How would you know? It's cool. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you said it.
I don't like Miley Cyrus.
Mug that out?
You guys doing a great job. That is a cool mask. Nice. Good job.
Is that free TV?
No. Hi. Good job.
What's up? Hi.
You're doing a good job.
Hey, over here.
Hi. Good job. I got you. You got your high five. Good job. great. Good job. Good job. Good job. How much better do I still have? Because I know they're taking this line the whole time. Okay. Well, hopefully 4 or 5 rows more. So probably about 5 plus 2,000. Yeah. Well, here's the thing that I find amazing. I'm just waiting for one person to say, you know what, Coxsone Finland, stop following because we're focused on you and not high-fiving. They're all, if you're watching, they're all looking at me and doing this stupid gas thing. Well, yeah, and big and fun. I meant the teachers helping them. Whatever. I keep forgetting this microphone is hot on the top of my camera. How much of me is it picking up is the question. Yeah, good. Cool. Take it easy. Avondale gang sign.
Joe Gaudio to the stage, please. Joe Gaudio to the stage.
job. It's okay, I'll just step on him. It's cool. Good job. Good job. You're the first one that included Dad. Give me a high five. Good job. Hey Liz, last, not last, last.
Kanye, it's only 20
Hi, Mom. You got your gap in, but you almost fumbled. Good job. Oh, that's very nice.
When I met you in the summer, to my heartbeat sound, we fell in love as the leaves turn brown. From the skies
The students have been giving high fives for about an hour now. It looks like they're on their final row of students. Almost 4,000 students participating to break the Guinness World Record for longest high five.
Please stay seated. We've maybe got 5 more minutes. We are coming to the end, guys. If I can have everybody in the front of the stage here, can we move just so the kids can see, please? So we are coming to the end, guys. We're going to need your help cheering on your friends. We're over here. Keep them on, keep them on. Let them hear you. Let them hear you, guys. We're coming to the end. Keep going, keep going. There we go. It's all done in here. Give us something that they say. Amazing job, guys. Amazing job. Everybody stay seated for now. I need all the stewards to the stage. All the kids stay seated for about 5 minutes. We are going to make an announcement. All the stewards, we need you up on the stage. I need all the kids to stay seated. Teachers, please make sure the kids are staying seated. About 5 more minutes.
So good morning. We're at Avondale Junior High School, Middle School, sorry, in Avondale, Arizona, and we just had over 4,000 students all behind me. Potentially break a world record for the most high five.
We just watched the final high five take place. Now the announcement coming just minutes away. Avondale students attempting to break the Guinness World Record title for longest high five chain. Now the record was set overseas. About 2,900 students set the record. We have about 1,000 more participating in today's event in Avondale. At Avondale Middle School, students from all over the Avondale School District coming together to take part in this record-breaking attempt. Again, we will have an announcement from officials in just a few minutes.
So you could have ruined this for all the children.
I tried my best.
Yeah. And
No.
you got.
No, I didn't try my
It
best.
seems like they followed through. It seems like they did it.
They did a great job.
Right now they're kind of getting together.
Oh, Juan followed. Hi, Juan Zaragoza. What a guy.
Juan, you're the only one watching right now. Hey, Juan.
My one viewer. Love you, Juan. Okay, so they're tabulating and verifying. So, yeah, that's all from Avondale.
We should have results here in about 5 minutes.
Okay, I want to do a tag.
I don't know. Nope, I still got a sliver of whatever left. So
Okay, well, give me a second.
My arm's numb. I'll have you know that.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So I obviously pinching off the blood supply somehow.
So maybe if I can sit with a group of kids and I'll just be like, so you guys did it, high five, you know. And then they say, now what? Well, they're going to get a certificate. Well, yeah, other than that. They'll get a certificate. Whether or not they'll get in that big book still up in the air, because it's documented 45,000 records. Okay, so you want to just...
Yeah, let me see. Let me come down the road to you.
All right, guys, want to give you some background information while we wait for this official event. So United Healthcare, Playworks, and Fiesta Bowl Charities have teamed up to set the new Guinness World Records title. Now, nearly 4,000 students from Avondale Elementary School District, volunteers from United Healthcare, will attempt to break the Guinness World Record title for longest high five chain. Students 3rd grade through 8th grade will create a continuous high five chain on the field at Avondale Middle School. The high five is the symbolic nod to Playworks' high five culture. Guinness World Records judges were on hand to monitor the students to ensure that the strict rules were adhered to qualify the students to be world record holders. Following the last high five, which we just saw, the Guinness World Records judge will declare the results of the high five chain during a closing ceremony. We're just waiting for that to start now.
I'd like you to give them an air high five. It's going to look kind of like this.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Awesome job, you guys. We are waiting for the official results of whether or not we broke the world record for consecutive high fives. I'm going to tell you, I think we did. So I'm going to turn it over to our Playworks person, Alex, who's going to be sharing just a few extra thoughts with you on your awesomeness today. Thank you.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Come on, that's not Playworks. How's everybody doing? Good! Okay, we're going to have some fun right now, because we're going to do some call and response. So when I say play, you say works. Ready? Play! Works! Play! Works! Play! Works! When I say fiesta, you say ball. Fiesta! Ball! Fiesta! Ball! When I say united, you say healthcare. United! Healthcare! United! Healthcare! All right! Woo! Are you guys excited? Yes! Do you think we won? Do you think we broke those numbers? Okay, I'm going to show you someone that's way taller than I am. Where are you? Who's taller? Not you. Me or him? Not you. Oh! Me? I'm taller?
So what are you doing? Okay. All right, guys. So I'm gonna ask you guys to give me high fives, okay? High five, high five, high five. All right? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Yes, they did it. They did it. High fives, everyone. High fives. High fives. We did it. We did it. So now what? Well, they're going to be going back to class here soon, but they're going to get a certificate to prove that they beat this record. Will they make it into the big book? That's still kind of up in the air. Guinness tells me that they record 45,000 world records. Only about 4,000 make it into the book. So we're just going to have to wait and see. In Avondale, Liz Kodalik, Fox 10 News. Say bye. Cute. Okay. Thanks, guys. You guys are going to be on TV tonight. How about that? Yeah? So between 5 and 6 o'clock tonight, okay? Between 5 and 6:30, I should say. Thank you. Okay?
We watch it at home.
That's right. Thank you. Do we need to get the announcement?
I don't know.
Calling you out, Spirit. Calling you out.
Let me call the station, just double check it.
Hi again. Didn't we talk before? Yeah.
Give it up for Alex, guys. Give it up for my boy Spirit. Couple more minutes. We're just waiting on some official results here, guys. Couple more minutes. You're doing an amazing job.
And it looks like our crew does have to leave the scene, but basically we are safely assuming that the students successfully broke this record. Again, almost 4,000 students taking part in this record-breaking attempt of the longest high five chain. We appreciate all of you guys tuning in to watch this. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys a live look at New York City. Mike Pace will be joining you in just a couple minutes. More news now ahead.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We have a guest here, from ASU professor Christopher Lee, and this is going to be a really interesting topic because you did a study really on pretty much driven to click on these online retailers. They could really get you to buy something. So let's get into it.
Sure. Thank you for having me, first of all. And again, this was just a study with a colleague at Temple University, Lori Wu, and she was interested in what drives people in certain situations. So if I'm buying for myself versus buying for somebody else, a lot of my interest is in framing of information, how we present offers or choices or marketing communication.
Yes.
And so she reached out to me and said, hey, what can we do here? And I said, what if we look at product cues or product assortment being a bestseller or limited edition or other type cues that might influence people.
Yeah, that is amazing. So just by the way that they are able to just really label
sure.
a certain product would get you to buy something.
That's, again, what our research shows. And a lot of times, if we think about how we buy, when we're buying for ourselves, a lot of times we want to feel like we belong. So we'll buy things that help us belong. We want to, we have friends and family, we want to be a part of that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we also want to be unique. So you and I wear different clothes,
Sure.
different shoes, etc. And so the idea that the product cues could influence that. So when I'm buying for somebody else, on the flip side is a lot of times there's risk. So especially around this time, we're buying a gift for a colleague or maybe a family member or a friend, and depending on how well you know that person, you might be afraid about, is the product good or are they going to like it?
Oh yeah.
And so these cues, like a bestseller, can help kind of ease that tension that, okay, a bunch of other people are buying it, it can't be that bad.
That's true. That's true. And this is from a wide range of online retailers. It's just not one that's
Sure.
doing it.
Yeah, so in our study, we kind of control for different things to really hone in on what's going on here and why people are behaving in certain ways. But in terms of how it applies online, there's a bunch of different ways. So for example, Toys R Us has a gift finder. So if you go to their gift finder, you can sort by male or female or no gender preference or age or category interest, and then it automatically defaults to the best-selling options within that choice. So
Yes.
again, I've got a 4-year-old niece, and I stay in touch with her, and I know what she likes, but at the same time, I'm not overly familiar with what 4-year-olds are into. And so the things like the Toys R Us gift finder that sort by bestseller, then I know, okay, this is something she might like. Plus, other people have bought it. So
Sure.
again, it gets rid of some of that risk of, is this a good gift? Is it not? Particularly again around the holidays when we're buying for lots of people.
Absolutely. Now, did you find that, like, say, if a retailer says five left, is it really 5 left, or are they just saying that?
I mean, that's the other side of this. There's some really powerful psychology and marketing tactics that can be used. So it should all be done ethically.
Sure.
So if you're going to label your product a bestseller, not necessarily suggesting, our study doesn't necessarily suggest that you should just randomly label your products as a bestseller or limited edition, but truly look at your sales and say, okay, here are the products that are actually the best sellers. People seem to really like these.
Yes.
And then again, if during this time when people are buying it, you're going to highlight that there's a limited edition. Don't just label a product a limited edition, but the way we kind of view limited edition comes from the producer, that they only have 5,000 or 10,000 or 100 or whatever it is given the situation. But again, use those ethically, not necessarily randomly label your products in the store or online.
And it just seems like it goes even beyond the online retail shop. Even now, like, I'm sure that everyone's email box is just flooded now with online shops and trying to get you. But they even have the wording right there in the message.
Absolutely. Again, this could apply online, in the store, email. So this time of year, you get a lot of emails about looking for so and so, or buy a gift for your friends or family. And again, there's cues in those emails and word choice that they use that our studies suggest that if you use something like highlight your best-selling gifts, if you're buying for somebody else, these retailers could use that. And language makes a difference.
Sure.
So there's some retailers
just
looking. I was looking the other day in like Pottery Barn and Williams-Sonoma, and others use things like top gifts.
Okay.
As sort of a cue, and so you could say, okay, well, is that the top gifts that they want to sell, or is that the top? Is that the top gifts that people are actually buying? And so little things like that can make a big difference in how people perceive it, their attitudes, and ultimately whether they buy or not.
And what's amazing too, that I've been seeing a lot more now. Say I'm searching for something on Amazon and I'm looking at a couple of different items. Now what I'm seeing is when I'm on my Facebook page and I scroll, they're advertising that so how much does that go into it as well? I mean, it's a big web.
Yes, there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. I mean, the way we browse, and it's being tracked behind the scenes. So you could end up on I was looking for tickets the other day on StubHub, and then
Yeah.
I go to my Facebook page, and there's a StubHub ad on the page, and again, that's the kind of the behind the scenes of the internet, tracking what you're doing and where you're going, and retailers are using that to target you, that they know I was just looking for tickets. Maybe I didn't buy, but now I'm on my Facebook page and I see that ad again. Okay, maybe the second time.
It's all about that second push,
This
maybe.
retargeting second push. Maybe this time I'm ready to buy.
Oh, wow. Now, I'm always interested, how much are retailers really leaning on the marketing strategy?
Mm-hmm.
How much? I mean, that must be a big component.
Sure. I mean, there's kind of the broader strategies of branding and pricing and packaging. I mean, you think of an Apple has a real powerful brand, or a Nike, and they
Yes.
package their products very well, price them appropriately given the quality, etc. But kind of in the moment of when we buy, there's a lot of little things that make a difference. So is a product $10 or $9.99? We see it's only 1 cent. So economically, in terms of money, it's not a huge difference, but it influences our buying. Or again, how the product assortment, that when I go to a retailer's website and when I'm trying to buy a gift, if it says, if they highlight their best-selling gifts, I might be more inclined to buy than something else. So there's kind of the broad marketing strategy ideas of branding and pricing and those. But in the moment, when I'm actually ready to buy, there's subtle things you can do to influence people.
Oh, wow. And when you, what were you most interested when you were studying this and taking a look at some of the different online retail shops? What were you most interested in?
Sure. A lot of my interest again is in framing, and so how do we present information or choices? And that could be how we label products. That could be the number of options. So if we think of a sports context, the number of different ticket plans, or in a different product category, the number of variations of a product makes a difference. And again, so I was interested in how we frame information, and it worked out that given this situation of who we're buying for, and I wouldn't necessarily expect this, but how the product is labeled, can really influence us. And one other sort of thing in our study is that we looked at is how well you know the person you're buying for.
Okay.
So, if I don't know you very well, there's going to be more risk. That I'm not going to be quite as sure about what you may or may not like. But if we were, best friends, then I'm going to know you better. It's almost like I'm buying for myself. So some of those cues might work differently. There's less risk if I know you real well because, again, you're similar to me. We spend a lot of time together. I could, find a gift for you that I'm pretty confident you would like.
And where do you think the future will be like in this for online
Sure.
retailing?
I mean, you brought up the example of being on one site and then going to Facebook and then them retargeting you.
Yes.
I think that's the future. You're going to see a lot more of that. There's been a little bit of pushback too with ad blockers and things of that nature that can block that type of behavior. But I think at some level we want that customized.
Yes.
Cue that if I'm scrolling through my Facebook feed and it's completely unrelated ads that have nothing to do with me. That's not necessarily a good thing either. So I think there's a balance there, and I think we're still trying to sort that out online. But I think continued sort of personalization, identifying what people like, don't like, and serving up something that they're interested in.
Oh, sure. And how are customers responding to this? Do they feel at times where this is just too much, I'm inundated with this, or do they like, oh no, this actually helps me?
I think you've got people on both sides of the fence.
Okay.
Again, I think there's the camp that really likes the personalization, but then there's the side that isn't overly comfortable with that level of tracking and following. But again, it's a convenience thing that if I'm surfing the internet or Facebook and they know what I like, that Amazon knows. I was just on Amazon the other day and looking through the book section, and they know the type of books I buy marketing and psychology type of books. So I go to Amazon and it's, you might like this particular book based on your purchasing habits. And rather than me sifting through, hundreds of choices, it helps me find a particular item. Another example is Netflix or the Netflix type of model that, there's hundreds of movies, and you could sort through movies for hours trying to pick one. But they know what you've watched, and they also know how you've rated that individual movie, and so they're able to present options that you might actually be interested in.
And therein lies the Netflix binge, because as soon as a movie is done, they'll give you 5 more that are just like it.
Right.
Why not? Sometimes, I mean, that's amazing too, how they could really just get you stuck on there for a while.
Yeah, and again, if they didn't have that type of customization, it could be 5 completely random movies that you're not interested at all. So again, I think there's a balance, and a lot of people tend to like the customization, but there's sort of boundaries there that people don't necessarily like or aren't as comfortable.
Oh yeah, but I mean, this is the way it's going, so
Sure,
it just seems like it's going to be more ramped up, or.
Yeah.
I mean, that's amazing too. So where can people find more information about this study, or if they want to learn a little bit more about this?
Sure. So there was this is published in the Journal of Retailing. It's called Limited Edition for Me and Bestseller for You. There's an article on ASU's website about this. They can reach out to me personally, Christopher Lee. I enjoy talking about this stuff. But again, there's a lot of psychology, marketing websites and books out there that really show how we respond, how we behave, why we behave in certain ways. Again, we've given a couple examples of how products are labeled or how they're presented with the Netflix type of idea, or retargeting us when we're on Facebook. And so there's little things that a lot of times we don't even realize. I don't even realize till I kind of dig into, okay, what's going on here. So there's a lot of kind of mainstream books too that are out there if you're interested in this type of topic.
Well, this was fascinating. Thank you so much, Christopher.
Sure,
Christopher
thank
Lee
you.
from ASU, and this is perfect timing too, since
absolutely.
everyone is just inundated right now from all this stuff. Now
Sure.
we know a little bit in the background of why this is
going on,
happening.
sure, absolutely.
So thank you so much,
Thank you for
Christopher.
having me.
Yes, no problem. All right, let's take you now out to a conference happening right now.
In the aftermath of Monday's attack on our sympathies go out to everyone who was impacted by this tragedy. The men and women of the FBI are part of this great community, and we will be with you, united as we move forward. Together, we are all Buckeye strong. I want to commend the Ohio State University Police Department and the Department of Public Safety for their swift action to protect students, faculty, and staff and attack. The officer involved took decisive steps to end the immediate threat, and the university wisely activated the Buckeye Alert System, which helped alert those on campus of the danger. The FBI-led Joint Terrorism Task Force, which includes the Columbus Division of Police, the Columbus Division of Fire, the Ohio State University Police Department, and the Franklin County Sheriff's Office, has been working together to determine as much as possible about the attacker, Abdul Razak Ali Artan. These efforts include the detailed analysis of electronic devices, social media accounts, and other materials. The Joint Terrorism Task Force and our partners have conducted dozens of with family members, co-workers, neighbors, and others. These efforts will continue with an immense amount of local and federal resources being devoted to this investigation. At this time, we are not aware of anyone else being involved in the planning of this attack, but the investigation continues. It appears that Artan may have at least been inspired by Anwar al-Awlaki and the Islamic State in the Levant, and we will continue to pursue this as part of this investigation. Please know that this investigation is very comprehensive and thorough as we meticulously go through evidence, intelligence, and information to determine what may have led to this attack. It will take time. At this point in the investigation, we want to ask the public for assistance in one specific area. We ask for anyone with credible information about Artan's whereabouts on Monday morning prior to the attack at 9:52 a.m. to call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Again, 1-800-CALL-FBI. While we know several details about his travels that morning, we want to fill in any time that is not. We appreciate your support and assistance. I want to again thank all of our partners, including the Ohio State University Police Department, the Columbus Division of Police, the Columbus Division of Fire, and our partner agencies on the Joint Terrorism Task Force for all of their work on this continuing investigation. We will provide updates as the investigation permits. Thank you. I next want to introduce Columbus Division of Police Deputy Chief Mike Woods.
Thank you. Just a couple comments to back up Special Agent Byers' comments. Again, I'm Michael Woods, Deputy Chief with the Columbus Police Homeland Security Subdivision. And we want to echo the thoughts of the FBI and express our sympathies to all those involved in the attack on Monday. We are extremely grateful that no innocent lives were lost, and we're very hopeful that all victims are going to make a full recovery. We also want to thank the public safety officials from across Greater Columbus that responded and assisted in this effort. Our training, our planning that we have done for several years now came into play, and we were very happy with the success and the response. As mentioned, our investigators assigned to the JTTF, along with our criminal intelligence unit and our counterterrorism unit, are working with the JTTF to provide information on the background of the attacker and trying to work that timeline information that we can. From the Columbus Police perspective, this is a two-part investigation. The first part is the component that we're working with the FBI in relationship to the attacker and any motive that he or he may have had. And the second component is the investigation into the police-involved shooting. Although these are two separate components, the investigators are communicating with each other and sharing all information to make sure we have a clear picture of what took place. Deputy Chief Richard Bash will come up next and speak to you about some of the specifics involved with the police-involved shooting, as well as the aggravated assault on the victims.
Hello, I'm Richard Bash. I'm the Investigative Subdivision Deputy Chief here in Columbus. As noted prior, the Columbus Division of Police Critical Incident Response Team, also known as CERT, has been tasked with the criminal investigation into this incident. This investigation will include the assaults committed by the assailant and then the resulting use of deadly force by the Ohio State University police officer. This incident, as with every other police-involved shooting that we investigate, is a criminal investigation and conducted just as any other criminal investigation would be conducted. As this is also an open investigation, some details cannot be shared and will not be shared until the conclusion of all criminal proceedings. These investigations are exhaustive and will take a great deal of time to complete, and our focus is on an accurate and complete investigation, so no stone will be left unturned. Upon completion of this investigation, it will be submitted to the Franklin County Prosecutor Ron O'Brien's office. Mr. O'Brien's longstanding policy is to present each and every police-involved shooting that results in death to a grand jury, and I don't expect this to be any exception for them to review that for consideration. Lastly, I would like to ask anyone who has additional information about this incident and has not yet spoken with a police detective to give us a call at area code 614-645-4146. That's the number to our homicide section, and we would greatly appreciate any information they could give us. Thanks for your time.
Oh, thanks. All right, so if there are questions, we're willing to try to entertain some of them now. Yes.
I'm wondering, what is the program that brought this man's family to the United States? He was, originally in Somalia, but then wasn't he in Pakistan for years? So it was mentioned that there was some type of refugee program that brought him here?
Do you want to address, or would you like me to address? Go ahead.
So to repeat the question, she was asking how Mr. Artan arrived in the United States, what program he came into. He was a Somali refugee that is here now. We can tell you that he did come here from Pakistan is where he arrived, but we really can't get into further background of his to the United States. I really can't answer questions as far as the immigration program. That's not what we are involved in.
At this point, do you have any direct evidence of connections with ISIS? Has he contacted anyone from ISIS contacted Artan? I mean, or is it just simply a spy?
As I previously stated, all we know at this point is that we believe he may have been inspired by Anwar al-Awlaki and or ISIS. Our investigation will determine that. It's too soon to draw any type of conclusions. We are looking at the Facebook posts and trying to determine the authentication, so that is one thing that leads us to believe that it's possible that he may have been inspired by Anwar al-Awlaki. I don't have that information available, I'm sorry. So the question was, do we know if this was premeditated, if he had come up with this plan right previously, or whether that he decided that morning? We really don't know. That is one thing we are really trying to work on, is the motive and when he came up with that plan. That's why we are asking anybody's assistance that may know any of his whereabouts that morning. That's part of the investigation I really can't get into right now. No, as I've said, we only believe that he may have been inspired by ISIL. In the past, they have claimed responsibility when the assailant has been dead, that can't refute that. So that makes it pretty easy for them.
Can you talk about the way this was carried out? A lot of terrorism experts are saying that videos explaining how to kill people with knives, how to use. Can you go into whether or not this was very similar to what ISIS propaganda is online about inspiring others to carry out attacks like this, because there have been others where knives and cars have been used outside the US?
So that's a very long question. If I could maybe try to summarize that. He's basically trying to determine if was ISIS out there putting this information out there as to this is a method. We have seen those methods being used already, so we don't know whether that's something that he's getting from something that ISIS is putting out there, or whether he's inspired by other attacks. We really are still trying to determine that motive.
We are hearing that he did buy the knife on the morning of, we're hearing it was at a Walmart. Can you confirm that and tell us where in town that purchase was made?
Yeah, Deputy Chief Woods will answer that.
We do know that he purchased a knife that morning at a Walmart on the west side of Columbus, but what we don't know is if that purchase was the knife that was used in the attack, and that's still another item that we have to follow up on, but we do know a purchase was made that morning.
How many and what kind of holes would you say you have in the timeline for Monday morning that you're looking for information?
Right now, there's a lot of holes in that. I would say that, we have some basic information about the purchase of the knife. We know the time of the attack. We also know we have some footage from OSU University about where the vehicle was. So it's that time in between the purchase and the arrival on campus that we want to fill in. So that's why we want that public help to tell us if they saw something, what did they see, where they saw it, what time it was, and just help us fill that timeline in. I don't have an exact figure on that, but it's a several-hour time from the purchase until the attack.
Do you know why that building? Do you know if he specifically chose that building, or why he chose that?
Yeah, that's all part of the investigation. There's really no determination as to why Ohio State, why that particular building, why that street. So that's all the information that we're trying to decipher from any electronic signatures that he's left behind. That why did he go there? We don't know that. We'll have to check with Ohio State on that.
Have you been able to determine if that gas leak, the report of the gas leak, was that truly a coincidence?
We believe that was coincidence from Ohio State. We believe that alarm went off the Friday before, so it may have been a problem with the alarm. That morning it did go off. We also received a 911 call, I believe, from someone inside the building reporting the alarm. And so we believe that the alarm related to the fluorine leak was all coincidental. And I'm not going to say it was a 911 call, but we did receive a phone call from a OSU staff member indicating that they had the leak, and we have contacted that person and interviewed them. That was Monday morning.
Was there a person who was shot in the ankle? That was reported by one media outlet, and I never heard it again. So
Yeah, Deputy Chief Bash can speak to that investigation.
That is correct. We did have a bystander, a witness, who was shot in the bottom of the foot. That is correct. That's what we believe, correct. The only gun at the scene that we believe was there was that of the police officer.
Can you also talk about what the OSU police officer, how many times he told the suspect to drop his knife before he shot? Can you kind of elaborate about what transpired before the shooting happened?
I can't really elaborate too much. As you know, this is an ongoing criminal investigation. We do know from some of the witnesses that he did instruct him to drop the knife more than once. That much we do know. I don't have any indication that they do or did. I don't know if anybody else up here has any indication that that's the case at all. Well, that will be part of the autopsy. We have not received the final report yet. I expect that any day now. None yet. Thank you.
Have there been any previous law enforcement contact, either on the federal or local level, with the suspect or his dealings? Is he known to law enforcement? Was he being monitored? Have there, even from that or in the traffic ticket, have there been any interaction you're aware of previously with him or his dealings?
Not that I'm aware of. Deputy Chief Woods, Angela?
Yeah. Let me just repeat the question since people may not have heard. Was there any contact or knowledge of FBI, any law enforcement of the suspect, Artan, and the FBI had no knowledge of him and had no contact with him? He was not a subject of any investigation.
Can you talk about the disadvantage that you're at when it comes to a lone wolf attack and how difficult it is to try to find a needle in a haystack? Are there indicators to law enforcement need to do a better job of controlling social media? Because that seems to be where, if this was a case of radicalization.
So the question is about the lone wolves and being out there in social media. Law enforcement does our best to try to, within the limits of the law, to see what's out there in social media to try to prevent these types of attacks, but we can only do so much. In some of these people, there is no indication. We believe that post was that morning, so if it is authentic by him, so that would not have helped us really to be on to him that quickly and prevent that attack.
Was there any allegation in previous Facebook posts that you've been able to look back on in this electronic devices and on posts? Was there a bit of a continuum of increasing frustration or desperation that you could see now in hindsight and perhaps create some kind of motive from that?
So to repeat that question, in reviewing his Facebook post, was there anything obvious that might have been picked up on, basically to indicate that he was a potential problem? I really can't comment on where we are on the Facebook review right now. I know that is ongoing. That takes a while to get the proper legal processes, as well as then conduct those reviews of electronic media and social media accounts. He wanted to know, basically, from what is being told out in the media. People were saying he was a very nice, polite young man, asking whether or not we have found anything different in our interviews. And I really can't disclose what we're learning in our interviews. That's part of the ongoing investigation. I really, I'll leave Deputy Chief Woods.
As far as retaliation would go, we would tell the Somali community or any community that feels threatened, contact the local police. And we will send officers out and we will investigate that and take the appropriate steps. We have not heard that, anything, not seeing that, but if we get those calls, we will definitely act upon them.
Chief, can you talk about the officers? You had a chance to talk to Officer Hernandez. Can you tell us about how he's doing?
I have not met or spoke with the officer personally, and as Deputy Chief Bash mentioned, because it's still an ongoing investigation, any contact with him has got to be, right now, from our standpoint, is official. So we're waiting to do that official interview with him, and his shop will take care of that.
Are you calling the sheriff yet?
I can answer the question about speaking to Officer Harushko. The question was, how he's doing and have we had contact with him. And I've spoken to him several times. The last was, and given the circumstances, he's in good spirits. I'm continue to be impressed with his humility and his concern for the victims. and he's hanging in there, and that has been our main focus. And we really appreciate Columbus Police and the FBI taking the lead on the officer-involved shooting and the investigation, so we can focus on taking care of the victims and the officer.
It's too soon to draw any type of conclusions whether or not this is terrorism. We have a long road to go in the investigation. We have lots of evidence and lots of digital media to go through. Could uncover a trove of information for us, so we really can't draw any conclusions at this point.
Did everybody in the house where he was living have access to the same computers?
I can't really discuss what we found in the search warrant executed on that residence. We found several electronic media, but I really can't get into who had access to what media in that house. I really don't want to get into the numbers of the details of things that were found in that search warrant, sir.
We have time for 4 more questions. How many search warrants you've executed and where?
Well, we executed a search warrant on the house.
Policy, we will execute a search warrant on the vehicle that's used so we could have access to everything inside that vehicle. And then any other search warrants we may need to get into anything that we find inside that car. So right now, CPD has executed the one, and I think the FBI has executed
the house.
Another one at the house. The vehicle was, you asked if the vehicle was registered to him, and the vehicle was not registered to him. I believe it was his brother.
I believe I've already answered that question, but to repeat that, any validity to ISIS claiming responsibility, it is too soon to draw that conclusion. We believe he may have been inspired by Anwar al-Awlaki or ISIL, but they have been known to take credit for incidents like this when the assailant is deceased and cannot refute that.
All right, last question. Can you describe what kind of cooperation or lack of cooperation you're getting from the Somali community in this investigation?
So we've gotten cooperation with the people that we have spoken to. We have a great community outreach relationship with the Somali community, as does Columbus Police. And we're hoping that they will not see any retaliation, and we are here to pursue any type of civil rights investigations should that happen.
I'd just like to close real quick with, this is the second incident in Columbus, Ohio within the last year. So what I'd like to remind everyone is that this can happen in New York City, it can happen in Columbus, Ohio, or it could happen to any small town in the United States. So what we're asking again is if you see something that's unusual, let us know about it. Call the FBI, call the Columbus Police, and we can follow up on that. And that's one more step that we can use to maybe prevent one of these attacks in the future. Thank you.
All right, there, everybody. Latest from officials on that Ohio State University attack that happened earlier this week. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and there is the Dow right now up 72 points and climbing. All right, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are on some live breaking news right here. You can see a fire happening in this is at 13th Street and Bell, but what we are going to be following for you in a little bit is Maricopa County Sheriff's Office on scene of a large animal abuse case in East Mesa. So Chopper's going to be going to that shortly here. We'll be covering that for you in just a little bit. But right now, this is near Bell Road and 16th Street. Firefighters say everyone made it out safely. Thanks, everybody, for watching live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix, Facebook Live. You can see Sky Fox up in the air here, giving us a little perspective of a mobile home fire near Bell Road and 16th Street. Fortunately, firefighters say that everyone made it out safely, so that's the good thing there as we're taking a look at the home, though, is a loss, unfortunately, there just right before the holiday season kicks high into gear. That's unfortunate right there, but hopefully the people that live there have some family and friends that they can live with while they start to pick up the pieces here. Well, like I was saying earlier, folks, stay with us right here on fox10phoenix.com as well. We are learning that Maricopa County Sheriff's Office on scene of a large animal abuse case in East Mesa. All right, everybody, continuing to watch here live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. It is now 12 o'clock here. And unfortunately, we're talking about somebody that lost their home here today. But the good part is no one was injured. The family was able to make it out safely. But if you're just joining us here and wanting to know where this is near Bell Road and 16th Street. Thank you for watching live with us right here on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. If you haven't already done so, now would be the perfect time hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know. We're covering breaking news from anywhere across the country, and this just so happens to be right in our own backyard. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. What we have coming up here for you, everybody, in a little bit, Sky Fox now heading to a scene in East Mesa where there are reports of animal abuse case. We do have a team going on the ground as well, so we'll have some more information and video for you in just a little bit, but we do have a conference going on right now, House Leadership latest. Take a look.
Right, right. Yeah, well, I think, having 63 people vote for me will make it very, very difficult for her to try to have any retribution at all. I think a lot of people would be very, very offended by that because whether or not they voted for me, there were a lot of people who wanted to have the conversation that I forced us to have, even though they didn't vote for me. And I think those people would be very, very upset about that. Not to mention the fact that, look, I mean, our phones were ringing off the hook for the last 2 weeks, not from people from Ohio, although there were a lot of those people, but from all over the country of people saying, yes, this is what Democrats should be talking about. This is the Democratic Party that I remember. And what Tim is saying is very, very important because he's speaking to the issues that we deal with every single day in our family, how to make ends meet, what our wages are, job security, economic security, pensions, like the issues that really matter to people we've been talking about, and there's a lot of people who appreciate that. So if I get punished somehow for bringing up a message that's important to so many people, and then what are we going to do? Turn around and then go ask those people to vote for Democrats again after the very person who was making arguments for them is punished for making the arguments for them? So, I mean, I just don't think it's going to happen, nor should it happen. And we're Democrats. We should be able to have these kind of discussions. It was in the family. Like I said, it was respectful. It was a lot like a sports competition. Look, you try to, hit someone, knock them down, you pick them back up, slap them on the butt, and you go back in the huddle and do the next play. But you play with class and you play with sportsmanship, and I felt like I did that. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. All right.
All right, everybody. While we wait for Sky Fox to get a little bit closer to the scene in East Mesa of that animal abuse case, let's take you to the very latest in Tennessee for the fires that they are dealing with.
Priority here in the city of Gatlinburg and in Sevier County to identify any person who might be missing and try to locate those individuals as quickly as we can. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that. Our next briefing, and I think we'll probably have more information. I know we will have more information as the day moves along because we are in the search process. We're getting into areas, cleaning areas, so we're going to have more information at 4 o'clock. We will have another press conference for you at 4 o'clock. We're trying to provide the media and through you all, and we appreciate you all doing this, help us to get out and provide the citizens of Sevier County and those concerned about what's went on in our area through this terrible storm that we've had and this firestorm, to get the information not only to our citizens but to our friends all across the region, the state, and the nation. And that has been something that I know in discussion with the officials in this area, and particularly with Mayor Werner and City Manager Cindy Ogle. We appreciate all of the concern from all across the nation. It's been absolutely unbelievable. The offers of assistance and the concern we have from everyone, and we appreciate that, and we're going to have more to say about how folks can assist people that lost their homes, people that lost everything and had damage. We'll have more information about that a little later on for you all to help us disseminate to the folks out there. But I do want to emphasize how much we appreciate the support we are receiving from everyone. State officials, yesterday we had Governor Haslam here, we had Congressman Rowe. I received 2 phone calls last night, one from Senator Bob Corker, the other one from Senator Lamar Alexander, both of whom expressed their support, and they are working with FEMA as well as Congressman Rowe to speed up whatever assistance we can get from FEMA. We have also had calls from President-elect Trump and Vice President Pence expressing concern about this area, and so we appreciate the support from the federal level that we have had. So I would like to now introduce and ask to come to the podium Mayor Mike Werner, Mayor of Gatlinburg. Mayor Werner.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. This morning about 3 a.m. I was laying in bed, wide awake, thinking about everything that's been going on, and looked over. My wife was wide awake, and I said to her, "You okay?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "We're going to be okay." And that's our message. We're going to be okay. And if you really, really want to do something for Gatlinburg, we're going to be back on our feet in just a real short time. Come and visit us. Come back and vacation here. Come back and stay in our hotels and our condos and our chalets and eat in our restaurants and enjoy our attractions. The beauty of this right now is we've got so many people wanting to help. It's almost overwhelming, but we're going to be back on our feet. We're going to be okay. We've lost our home. We've lost our business. Our city manager lost her home. But we're more concerned about everybody else. We're concerned about a lot of the families that may not have been insured, a lot of the families that don't know where to go or what's next. But we want to give that positive message that everything absolutely is going to be okay. Thank you.
And now we'll have Chief Miller to give us an update on the efforts that's going on in the city, and we have some areas outside the city that we're also working with the sheriff and the highway department on. I can tell you as an update on the county, they're continuing to clear areas in Sevier County of debris. The highway superintendent continues to do that. Most of Sevier County, we have a couple of areas in the county that is happening on Upper Middle Creek. We had some homes that were either destroyed or damaged. We had some in Wares Valley. In the Pittman Center community, had some in Cobley Knob. Those efforts to clear those roads, those efforts to make sure that that everyone is out, continue as far as the county is concerned. I have been on the phone this morning with the officials from the city of Pigeon Forge. They report that their fires that they have that they've been working on, just a few hot spots left, that they had 9 homes that were damaged or destroyed in the upper part, but the rest of the city is intact, and they are moving forward, and they are assisting in county and assisting in efforts in the county and Gatlinburg. As Sevierville, I want to say a special word about them. The city of Sevierville, through its mayor Brian Atchley and city manager Russell Treadway, has provided a tremendous amount of assistance to not only Sevier County but the city of Gatlinburg as far as furnishing crews, several crews. So it's been, as you can see, a cooperative effort by all of the folks in Sevier County to try to address this terrible tragedy that we had, and we continue to appreciate their efforts. So now I will introduce Gatlinburg Fire Chief Greg Miller, who will update you on the ongoing activities that are going on as far as the city and county and areas. Chief Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Good morning. I'd like to start out by saying we're still working. We're still out there and we're still doing our jobs. We had 8 new fires overnight. Most of those were brush fires due to what we had predicted were the high winds. We didn't get the heavy rain until just a little bit ago, so that created a challenge. 1 additional structure fire. And we're still having, because of the wind, trees that are falling. They're taking down power lines. That's limiting our access into some of these areas. And we have enough resources here that are helping us work, and we're getting these areas cleared and accessible as quick as possible. A new challenge that the weather is creating for us after the fire is we are experiencing some small mudslides and rock slides because there's no longer that foliage that's holding everything together. So we're having to go back into areas that we thought were previously cleared and accessible and go through some of our same processes over again. The rain is going to help with the suppression of some of the active fires. The rain may help to prevent some of the further brush fires, but I also want to say that unless that rain penetrates deep enough into that duff, into that leaf clutter, then those hot spots can still arise. So that's why I want to give you that primary message this morning. We've still got over 200 firefighters boots on the ground this morning that are out working. They're either fighting fires, they're driving through areas doing reconnaissance, they're doing search, and we're still working. We plan to still be working for quite some time.
Thank you, Chief Miller. We're going to now give an opportunity for you all to ask a few questions, and so I'll open the floor up. Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. How could I forget Superintendent Cash? Before I do that, I mean, Superintendent Cash has an update from the National Park, so sorry about that.
I'll charge it to your head, not your heart.
Okay, okay.
Good morning. This morning we've been the recipients of a tremendous amount of support from across the nation. And I can tell you that those efforts have been significantly amped up overnight, and our full team of interagency support has arrived and is on the ground today in full force. The Southern Area Red Team, Type 1 Incident Management Team, and members of a Type 3 Incident Team from Colorado are on site and are now beginning assessments of damage.
All right, everybody, we are back out live for you right now. This is in East Mesa of a suspected animal abuse case going on right now. Maricopa County Sheriff's deputies are there, and we're trying to get some more information here for you in the next coming minutes or so. But you guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Reports of large animal abuse case here in Mesa. We're working to get you guys the very latest information. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Skyfox in the air right now for a suspected animal abuse case. This is in East Mesa. Reports of a large animal abuse case. We do have Maricopa County's Sheriff's Office there working the scene here. Still trying to get you guys some more information. Here's what we have planned for you. We do have a photographer heading to the scene, hopefully to get us some ground shots as well. But right now, Skyfox up in the air getting us these latest images right now of an investigation that is ongoing right now. We're going to see if they're going to be pulling any animals out or if they already did so. But we have the yellow police tape up. We have lots of stuff going on right now, everybody, so we appreciate you guys watching on Facebook Live. We are streaming around the world right now. And for those of you wondering, Skyfox just came on scene here. So we have not seen any animals as of yet come out. We don't know if they are still in the home. But I know some of you were wondering that. We started streaming as soon as Skyfox was at the scene there for you. But you can see that the perimeter of this property is taped off right now. We have the yellow police tape up. So this is a look right now. We haven't seen any animals yet. We don't know if they've been pulled already or are in the process of doing that. Still trying to get some more information here for you, but we're going to be taking Skyfox for a little bit. We do have a photographer heading to the scene, hopefully to get us some ground shots as well, so you could have a couple different views here for you as we're streaming here for you. But we have investigators at the property. This is in East Mesa, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right, we are seeing now a dog being taken out. This is happening live, everybody. Suspected animal abuse case. Investigation ongoing right now, but you can see a lot of investigators there, and there must be quite a scene in there as you see what they are wearing. So it must be something as they are pulling these animals out now. This was reported as a very large animal abuse case in Mesa. But we are seeing some animals being taken out right now. Investigators are on scene. We don't know the amount of animals in this home. We are going to be watching this all unfold live for you right now. If you haven't already done so, I'd say now would be the perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way, see, you'll always be in the know of when we're covering breaking news for you anywhere across the country. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you 12 hours of content 5 days a week from news all across the country. And then for those of you wondering, yes, we will be broadcasting tomorrow the Donald Trump Thank You Tour in Cincinnati, Ohio. That will be happening 7 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock right here in Arizona time. But we do see another dog being taken out there as Sky Fox was able to zoom in there for us. We'll continue to monitor this right now for you. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream and everybody watching worldwide on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Right now, we are looking at a very large suspected animal abuse case. We do have investigators there on the scene. Right now, they are pulling animals out of this home in East Mesa. We don't know how many animals they are going to be pulling here. We don't know what the scene is like. We are taking these live Sky Fox images here for you, courtesy of our very own Sky Fox. Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are covering a very large suspected animal abuse case in East Mesa here for you. For those of you watching worldwide right now, Mesa in Arizona, right here in our own backyard of Phoenix. Taking a look at the property here, it is taped off at this moment with many investigators on hand. We have been seeing them pull animals out. So far, dogs only. We don't know if there's other animals in here, if the amount, but we can tell you by the way they are dressed, these investigators, it must be quite a scene in there. Jenna asking on Facebook, full story, what happened and how many animals? Right now, Jenna, this is a very fluid situation, but we can tell you that dogs have been taken out. Looks like maybe these are property owners or neighbors. We can only assume right now that they are being talked to by investigators at this moment here. We'll see exactly what happens here in the next coming moments. We do have a photographer heading to the scene as well. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, where we do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. When there's breaking news, you know there's probably a good chance we're covering it for you. All right, everybody, we are continuing to watch here live right now in East Mesa, suspected animal abuse case happening right now. We have been seeing more dogs being pulled from the home. Hi, everybody. Mike Page here with you. I'll be with you for the next 30 minutes here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, and then we'll change places and give it to Samia for the next 2 hours. So you guys will be all in good hands regardless. Welcome, everybody. Continuing to follow this here for you of the suspected animal abuse case. A little bit, we've been seeing more and more dogs now being taken from this home. This was reported as a very large animal abuse case. We don't know how many animals are going to be pulled, but we do appreciate you guys always being with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. When breaking news does occur, we have you covered. You could see there as Sky Fox was able to pan out there just a little bit, you could see the amount of response by the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office as well as other investigators there on the scene, continuing to take a live look here for you. Continuing to follow here for you live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are streaming live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live as well, so we do appreciate you guys watching there as well. You know, we do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. on fox10phoenix.com, so when this Facebook stream does end, you could always go there for additional details and updates to stories that we brought you maybe earlier today as the news and content continues to flow here. We do stream, like I was saying, 12 hours a day for you. But we are continuing to monitor this situation as we're seeing more and more dogs now being taken out. Many of you have been really commenting on this story. It's striking a nerve with a lot of people here in the Valley and, well, around the world as well. Well, the great thing about Facebook Live or fox10phoenix.com is it's able to be archived as well. So on Facebook, say, if you weren't able to watch it live, maybe, a little bit later, you're able to watch it in full when you have time. And, we could stream right there to your desktop, to your mobile phone, to your favorite tablet. We've got you covered when it comes to that. We are seeing those still two people there, what many of you are saying would probably have to be the property owners at this time. That's what a lot of you have been commenting there on the screen as well. So continuing to monitor here for you. We're working for you. All right, everybody, the screen went black there for just a little bit. We'll see if we could get that signal back for you. You guys are continuing to watch here live on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Thanks to everybody watching on Facebook Live as well. Sometimes Sky Fox, the signal goes a little bit in and out. You know how that could be sometimes on technology, but we were taking a live look for you on that suspected animal abuse case there in East Mesa. We did see some of those animals being pulled away right now, and the signal is still black for us at this moment. So if we do get a shot for you, we will continue to update for you, but I'm just being told now, looks like the chopper is leaving the scene. So we'll try to get you a little bit more information as the day comes on. We're also going to have some ground shots, so check on Fox 10 News at 5, 6, 9, and 10 for some additional updates. We'll have a photographer there on the ground as well. All right, everybody, for everyone watching on fox10phoenix.com, this is a live look. Trump Tower, once again, and a special reminder and programming note for everyone watching right now. Tomorrow, we will be streaming the thank you tour from Donald Trump. He will be joined by Mike Pence as well, live in Cincinnati, Ohio tomorrow. That'll be starting at 7 o'clock Eastern. Be sure to check it out right here live on the stream. You know we've got you covered. Earlier today, there was a brief Nancy Pelosi press conference. Take a look.
As a caucus, to differentiate between us and the administration that will come into Washington in January, to take that message clearly to the public is something that is a historic challenge. The American people see the urgency. We have a responsibility, and we embrace the opportunity that is presented. We know how to win elections. We've done it in the past. We will do it again by making that differentiation. But again, this is so much bigger than politics. It's about the character of America. It's a responsibility to the people, our obligation to our founders, our gratitude to our men and women in uniform, and our respect for the aspirations of America's children and our families. So I have a special spring in my step today because this opportunity is a special one to lead the House Democrats, bring everyone together as we go forward. My heart is broken that we did not win the White House this time. It's a pain, and not for me personally, but for what it means to the American people. So I would trade anything not to have this opportunity of opposing an administration. Where we can engage, we will. Where we need to oppose, we will. But nonetheless, this does afford an opportunity so that the congressional Democrats can go forward and remove all doubt that never again will we have an election where there's any doubt in anyone's mind where the Democrats are when it comes to America's working families. So with all of that, we'll be back soon with our full complement of the leadership. But I wanted to just congratulate Tim Ryan on a good race. I look forward to working with all of our colleagues from the beautiful diversity of our caucus to put forth a message that does connect with the American people. Thank you all for being here. We'll be back.
All right, everybody, and now a live look back at Trump Tower right here. We do have some information for you that's coming across our news desk. I have 7 more minutes with you until Samia is going to be joining you in just a little bit, and then Mary Kate will join you from 3 to 5 this afternoon, and I'll come right back for you from 5 to 7. We've got you covered. President-elect Donald Trump tweeted today that the 18-year-old Ohio State student who carried out a car and knife attack on his college campus, quote, should not have been in our country. It's unclear from Trump's tweet whether he thinks there was some failure in the screening system or whether he was offering this case as evidence to support his proposals to overhaul immigration policies, especially to restrict the entry of refugees. And just a reminder, everybody, I was mentioning it before, but while we're still on the Trump Tower cam here, Donald Trump and Mike Pence will be part of the Thank You Tour starting tomorrow in Ohio, Cincinnati, 7 p.m. Eastern.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out a Trump Tower Watch and bring you this story that honors a late American hero. A Michigan soldier has been accounted for from the Korean War. He is receiving plainside honors today at Sky Harbor International Airport. I'm going to go ahead and pull up this live feed now. The Department of Defense has accounted for soldier Daniel Hunt, 18 years old, of Columbiaville, Michigan, who was originally unaccounted for from the Korean War. He is going to be buried on December 2nd here in Phoenix. His grandniece, Deborah Gauthier, is available on site. On September 28th, 1951, Hunt was conducting operations near an area referred to as Heartbreak Ridge. The Chinese launched an attack which the company repelled. They were then ordered to move east and attack the enemy on Hill 867 nearby. Prior to their attack, the enemy launched a barrage of mortar fire against the Americans, and survivors withdrew to friendly lines. Following the withdrawal, Hunt was reported missing in action. During an investigation by the U.S. Army Casualty Office, 3 members of Hunt's unit reported that he had been killed during the fight. Based on this information, the U.S. Army declared him dead. On February 12th of 2016, almost 65 years later, the Republic of Korea unilaterally turned over remains believed to be unaccounted for Americans from the Korean War. The recovered remains were reported to have been found near Heartbreak Ridge. To identify Hunt's remains, scientists from DPAA and the Armed Forces DNA Identification Lab used mitochondrial Y chromosome short tandem repeat and autosomal DNA analysis, which matched 2 brothers, as well as anthropological analysis, which matched his records and circumstantial evidence. All right, for those of you just joining us who want some background information on what you're watching, the Department of Defense has accounted for Daniel Hunt, an 18-year-old who was killed in September of 1951 during the Korean War. He was unaccounted for, but after Korea turned over remains believed to be for unaccounted Americans earlier this year, those remains were tested, the DNA was analyzed, and it was determined that these were the remains of Daniel Hunt. His family is here in the Phoenix area now. Hunt himself was from Michigan. His remains being brought to Sky Harbor International Airport today. His burial will take place on December 2nd. Now, on September 28, 1951, Hunt was a member of Company A, 1st Battalion, 9th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Infantry Division in the vicinity of Hill 1030. They were conducting operations near an area referred to as Heartbreak Ridge. Now, the Chinese launched an attack, which the company repelled. They were then ordered to move east and attack the enemy on Hill 867 nearby. Now, prior to their attack, the enemy launched a barrage of mortar fire against the Americans, and survivors withdrew to friendly lines. After the withdrawal, Hunt was reported missing in action. Now, during an investigation by the U.S. Army Casualty Office, 3 members of Hunt's unit reported that he had been killed during the fight. Based on this information, the U.S. Army declared him dead. Now, on February 12, 2016, almost 65 years later, the Republic of Korea unilaterally turned over remains believed to be unaccounted for Americans from the Korean War. The recovered remains were reported to have been found near Heartbreak Ridge. Now, to identify Hunt's remains, scientists from DPAA and the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory used mitochondrial Y chromosome short tandem repeat and autosomal DNA analysis, which matched 2 brothers, as well as anthropological analysis, which matched his records and circumstantial evidence. I do see that many of our viewers tuning in are sharing their own stories about family members who also served in the Korean War. Cheryl G saying, I thank all and every single military person serving and past, alive or deceased, today and every day. Without them, I couldn't say this. Daniel Reyes saying, so sad. My dad fought in World War II, Normandy. All right, it looks like our feed has dropped momentarily. Stand by. I'm going to go ahead and show you a replay of our feed from earlier. This is a replay. You can see some video of family members, loved ones, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Again, right now you are looking at a replay of video that was shot of those waiting for the remains of Daniel Hunt, who died in the Korean War in 1951. We are waiting for our system to reboot so we can get you guys those live images, but in the meantime I did want to show you the video that was shot from earlier, just a few minutes ago. A quick look at the scene. We're going to get those live pictures up for you in just a second. Stand by. And we have that live feed up now for you. We're going to take you back to that live feed now.
Test.
All have the same beliefs that we really believe in our country. So
Can I get your name, sir?
Claire is my given name. Claire Kyle. K-I-L-E is the last name.
And Claire is C-L-A-I-R-E?
A-I-R-E.
A-I-R-E. And you served where, sir?
In Germany, in Frankfurt, out of Germany, in 3rd Armored Division, General Patton's old outfit. We was in headquarters and headquarters company. We took over where Hitler used to have his headquarters. And we was on guard to be support for the Korean group or for the northern group of Germany, because Russia was a bit frisky on trying to take over the world at the time.
They called Korea America's Forgotten War. Can you talk about that?
Well, other than, it must have been the world was tired of war. And when I come home, they didn't care. Nobody seemed to really care, you know. But now, in the current recent years, they've become to appreciate us. And it's really gratifying to know that. So.
Mr. Bell, we need to get you in.
Oh, thank you.
What do you think of the way that he was honored today, Daniel?
Oh, I think it's fabulous, just fabulous.
What about it did you really like?
Well, it was just a chance to show the world his dedication and the dedication of the family. So we got it. I got it.
Continue at the funeral home.
Okay.
You guys have the address and where
Can I get your name on the phone? Do we have it?
Claire Kyle, C-L-A-R-E-K-I-L-E is the last name.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay. Hey, Dave. I gotta do a stand-up and a tease right here. Yes. Over here. 3, 2, 1. A soldier who made the ultimate sacrifice for America, fighting in the Korean War so many years ago, finally returns to Sky Harbor Airport. I'm Steve Kraft. I'll have that story. 3, 2, no, I'm going to do several takes. 3, don't worry about the sound. 3, 2, 1. A soldier killed so many years ago in the Korean War, fighting for America, finally returns to our soil. I'm Steve Kraft. I'll have that story. Take 3, 3, 2, 1. A soldier who died some 65 years ago fighting for the United States in the Korean War finally returns to Sky Harbor Airport. I'm Steve Kraft. I'll have that story. Now we'll do a stand-up. They want to stand up. Hopefully this doesn't look terrible. Look shabby. All right. 3, 2, 1. Family members overcome by the show of appreciation from so many people in this very solemn ceremony here at Sky Harbor. Is our live stream working again?
Yes, I don't know.
right, guys, it looks like we have lost this feed now, so this wraps up our coverage of this Korean War soldier who was honored 65 years later. It looks like we have lost the feed entirely, so what we're going to do is take you live now to New York City, the lobby of Trump Tower. We've been doing Trump Tower Watch here on News Now over the course of the last few weeks, really because you just never know who is going to walk in that lobby. It could be the next person appointed on Trump's cabinet. It could be a Trump family member. Really, many media members staking out that lobby in New York City, hoping to get a glimpse, hoping to have a conversation with someone who was about to meet or just met with the president-elect. All right, guys, while we watch Trump Tower Watch, I want to go ahead and play the GOP weekly presser, members of the House, Republicans in the House holding their weekly press availability. Stand by.
Thank you. Testing.
You don't, no, keep it off.
Yeah, that's not one you want to press. I did it. Security coming down?
It's not.
I just turned it on.
It's the eject button.
Is that? Yeah. All right, we're gonna. I'm Fred Upton. Thank you all for being here. I am delighted to say thank you, leadership. Thank you, my partners, on really moving 21st century careers to the finish line with a big vote this afternoon. This has been bipartisan legislation, and yes, it will cure the common cold when we're done. It got me out of bed, that's for sure. We started 3 years ago. We listened to folks all over the country, from researchers to patient groups to the FDA, both current and former heads of the FDA, as to how can we work the process so that we can develop a faster way for safe and effective cures for the diseases that impact virtually every single family. Whether it be Alzheimer's, which will cost Medicare $1 trillion in the year 2050, whether it'll cure cancer, and I got to say Vice President Biden has been terrific with the cancer moonshot. All those provisions are included in the legislation that we'll have on the floor this afternoon, where we expect a pretty big bipartisan vote, which should prompt the Senate to take this up early next week. The clock is ticking. Patients don't have time. They want answers. They want cures. This bill, which expedites the approval of drugs and devices, includes literally billions of dollars in additional spending for health research so that we can find the cure and the answers to what patients are demanding today. And I just want to thank Speaker Ryan, Kevin McCarthy, Steve Scalise, Kathy McMorris Rogers, all the members of our committee. When we passed this legislation 51-0 last year, and we included on the floor today the health care or the mental health legislation that Dr. Tim Murphy was able to shepherd through our committee 53-0. Tim?
Thank you. Thank you, Fred. I'm Tim Murphy from Southwestern Pennsylvania, 18th Congressional District. This process I'm dealing with mental health reform really began immediately after the terrible tragedy in Newtown, Connecticut at Sandy Hook Elementary School. I have kept in my office since then the photographs of children who tragically died that day. But it reminds us not only things that happen in Connecticut, but really every state of the Union has seen more than their share of tragedies occur from untreated mental illness. 60 million Americans are affected by this. That means millions of families are suffering from this. 10 million Americans have serious mental illness, and about 4 million get no treatment at all. And as we investigated this in the Oversight Investigation Subcommittee, Energy and Commerce, which I chair, and under Fred Upton's chairmanship of the committee too, we really found with two GAO reports that the federal government was a mess. It wasn't even a patchwork quilt, but 112 federal agencies that just deal ineffectively with mental illness. This changes that whole trajectory for the millions of families suffering from this. This creates a new office of Assistant Secretary of Mental Health and Substance Abuse to coordinate those agencies. This puts more accountability, more evidence-based applied research, more care, but it's very comprehensive, one that passed the House 422-2. We worked on ways of working this out with the Senate. It's there. But let me tell you one of the things as this starts to change immediately. The body count of people who die from mental illness-related problems is staggering. More people die from that than breast cancer or several other diseases. It's 959 a day. 350,000, according to Tom Insel, the former head of NIMH. And that includes the 43,000 suicides, the 47,000 drug overdose deaths, the thousands of people who may commit a homicide, the 250 or so mentally ill people who attack someone in law enforcement or as first responders and are killed. But more so, the fact that so many people with mental illness tend to die 10 to 25 years sooner because of untreated complications with other physical ailments. That's 350,000 just in 2015. That is more deaths related to primarily and secondarily to mental illness than the total U.S. combat deaths from World War I, Korea, Vietnam, Bosnia, Desert Storm, Afghanistan, and Iraq in 1 year. This changes that trend because we have worked out a compassionate, evidence-based approach to changing how we deal with this in America. And I want to thank that when Speaker Paul Ryan took the helm as Speaker, one of his first comments was, we're going to pass this. Paul Ryan, Kevin McCarthy, Steve Scalise, and Catherine Morris Rogers.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this and listen in to Trump Tower Watch.
To be considered for anything. I was invited here to just sit down and discuss a number of issues that the President will be facing, and I gave him some of my years of experience in terms of what I thought they would be dealing with and made some suggestions. And
in what area? Can you talk at all about the carrier deal? What do you know
I will
about the
be.
details?
I'll be happy to let me answer.
What areas specifically in terms of your expertise?
Well, I've served on the Armed Services Committee. I've served on the Intelligence Committee. I've been involved in the Finance Committee. So there were a range of things. I was a Sherpa for Judge Alito, and we know that there are openings coming up on the court. In fact, there's one now, and there may be more. And that's a major issue that the President's going to have to deal with. So I share some of my experiences in terms of what it's like to go through the confirmation process in the Senate, what it takes to get someone from nomination to confirmation. So hopefully that was helpful in terms of whoever ends up helping out in that process. On the carrier issue, I think the great thing about that is it sent the message that someone who is not even yet President of the United States is able to negotiate something that was a major issue in the campaign. And I think thousands and maybe tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of workers woke up today and said, my gosh, he's not even president yet, and he's figured out how to save 1,000 jobs. And it symbolizes more to come. And I think there's a lot of people that are reassured that there's a president here who's going to look out for their well-being and their family's well-being. So it is hugely impactful, much beyond, I think, the 1,000, which we're very grateful for in Indiana. But that sends a message of accomplishment unprecedented.
Do you know anything about the details of the deal itself?
I don't know that any of the
Only
details.
800 of these jobs.
I don't know any of the details.
Realistic, the other companies will follow suit.
I think they'll pay attention, and I think the key is the cooperative effort on the part of the government, states, private sector, and working together to see how we can preserve and enhance American jobs. I think this is a terrific start.
Do you have any thoughts on who would make a good Secretary of State or Secretary of Defense?
Say that again.
Do you have any thoughts on who would make a good Secretary of State or Secretary of
I'm not going to comment on that. I don't know where they would. I told them I want to assist wherever I can, but I'm not seeking a specific position.
The president-elect is going to get this involved?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Are you concerned that this deal could set a precedent by which lots of companies might threaten to leave to try and get extra tax breaks or a better deal?
I'm sorry, you'd have to say that again.
Do you think this could set a precedent that lots of U.S. companies will now threaten to move jobs overseas in the hopes of getting a tax break?
Look, we're all Americans, and I think we all want to do what's right for America and what grows America. Obviously, the private sector has issues relative to staying competitive in the world, and they have to make those decisions. But I think what it will do is open the door to more thought and perhaps more creative ways of addressing questions like this. Thank you all.
All right, guys, now we're going to continue playing that GOP press conference. Members of the House, Republicans, speaking during their weekly press conference. We'll play that in the upper right-hand corner of your screen and continue with Trump Tower Watch.
Yes, from World War I, Korea, Vietnam, Bosnia, Desert Storm, Afghanistan, and Iraq in 1 year. This changes that trend because we have worked out a compassionate, evidence-based approach to changing how we deal with this in America. And I want to thank that when Speaker Paul Ryan took the helm as Speaker, one of his first comments was, we're going to pass this. Paul Ryan, Kevin McCarthy, Steve Scalise, and Catherine Morris Rogers, but particularly Fred Upton, they're all grabbing onto this because all of us know of tragic stories that have occurred to us. And we recognize now that this has changed and provided help for families in mental health crisis and changing the direction we have with mental health care in America. And I thank everybody for their leadership and their compassion in making this happen. Thank you.
Well, we are certainly very, very excited to bring a final bipartisan version of the 21st Century Cures Bill to the House floor today. This has been a long time coming. This is going to be a game changer. It's going to be a game changer for patients and for their families. It will fundamentally transform the way that we treat and cure diseases in this country. Cures provides needed funding, but it does so in a responsible way. I'm also pleased, as you just heard, that this includes Tim Murphy's mental health legislation, mental health reform. Again, something a long time in coming. Not only do we need to bring mental illness out of the shadows, we really have to improve how we address it. We need more coordination, more early intervention, and this bill takes a huge step in that right direction. I just want to thank Fred Upton and Tim Murphy. They have been pushing this for years, and this is the result of their hard work and the collaboration with other people. I want to thank the Republicans and the Democrats on the Energy and Commerce Committee for making this possible. These are ideas that we've been working on for years. They did not quit, they did not give up, and this is a result of their hard work. And it's really the driving principle of this legislation. We don't give up on anybody in this country. Nobody is alone. No matter how rare the disease, no matter how dire the situation, there can always be hope. There should always be hope. And with this legislation, there will be more hope for more families. We expect very good bipartisan support today, and then we hope that the Senate will act swiftly so that we can get this bill to the President's desk.
Each week, legislation is moved in this House. And it's a different part of legislation that usually gets done. This week will be different. This week, people in history will write about the Cures Act. Why? For numerous different reasons. One, what it achieves. You have more than 10,000 diseases and only 500 cures and treatments. It transforms what the future looks like. Mental health, an issue that so many people have talked about but were afraid to touch. But what I think they'll really write about is Fred Upton and Tim Murphy. It's an example of statesmen that, not just for Republican, Democrat, but for all Americans. They saw a problem that was not partisan. They saw a problem that affected every single household in America. They were touched in almost every district. So they went out to find a solution. But it's not as easy just to come up with a bill and try and then fail and give up. These were two men who never gave up. These were two men that watched roadblocks put before them time and time again. But the way they achieved this, by bringing both sides together, by solving a problem in the end, and to my personal belief, they had the passion and the willingness to fight for it. They fought for people that they've never even met. They fought for people that in the future don't even realize they may have these problems. So I want to take a moment today, not to talk partisanship, not to talk politics, but to talk about something that I'm very, very proud of, that I serve with these two men. That they are an example for anyone in public service that ran for the right reasons, fought for the right causes, and this week they're going to see it pass. So I want to congratulate them.
America should be the world leader in medical innovation. And with the 21st Century Cures Act, it sets the stage for us to reclaim that mantle. This bill has been 3 years in the making. When you look at the different components of it, obviously the ability to set priorities, and I mean this is a priorities bill, because it truly does shift money in Washington from areas that are much less important into areas that actually will lead to curing of diseases like cancer, in Parkinson's, in Alzheimer's. It's not often in any of these jobs where we have an opportunity to pass legislation that will directly lead to saving American lives. Millions of American lives will be saved by this bill getting signed into law. And it wasn't easy. As we've seen, the work that's gone into it, the time to build such a massive coalition doesn't happen overnight. In fact, it has been 3 years in the making. But it's the culmination of this work that's going to lead to such dramatic changes and improvements in the lives of everyday Americans. And so I'm really proud of the work that Fred has done and Tim has done. I'm proud to be able to serve on the Energy and Commerce Committee with them because I've seen that hard work on a daily basis. And we're going to see such a strong vote on the House floor because everybody knows what's at stake. When we have the ability to do something this big, to literally shift priorities in a fiscally responsible way, a bill that's fully paid for to set major priorities to go after and cure these horrible diseases. And then to also make reforms to the FDA that have been such a long time coming so that you'll actually be able to get drugs to market quicker. There's so many innovations that are being made that aren't able to benefit people because of the bureaucracy at the FDA. It's one of the reasons why you see innovations happening in other countries instead of here in America. We're going to be able to turn that tide with this bill by making those FDA reforms, and those were not easy to get included into this bill either. So, again, it's not often where you actually can look at legislation passing Congress that will directly lead to millions of lives being saved, but today is one of those historic days, and I'm proud to be a part of it, but especially proud of the work that's gone into it by Fred Upton, Tim Murphy, and so many others.
Max Schill is a 7-year-old who has a rare disease known as Noonan syndrome. And earlier this month, we were working with Max's mom about writing a blog post when Max said, you know what, I want to write on this blog. And here's what Max had to say, some of his story in his own words. There's over 7,000 rare diseases in the world. Treatments can take over 15 to 20 years and cost billions of dollars. Max says, I don't have that kind of money in my big blue piggy bank. I only have about $100. And I don't think that will get 21st Century Cures very far. He says we need to smack down and take down the horrible diseases. We all deserve treatments and cures. Max's story is personal to me, too. I know how it feels to be told that your child's life is going to be a little different than you dreamed. There's unknowns and there's challenges. But when the opportunity arises for a bold path forward, we need to seize it. And that's why I want to join. I'm so grateful for the leadership of Chairman Upton and Tim Murphy on 21st Century Cures. Because Max is just one face, one of millions. Gotta love the cameras. One of millions facing life with diseases or conditions that currently have no cure. There's Max. There's a mom with breast cancer. There's a grandparent losing precious memories to Alzheimer's. The teen with mental illness who struggles in silence. They're all the inspirations behind this bill and why we come together to cross the finish line today. We're hitting the ground running with a better way, a way that includes research and development, a way with longer lifetimes and more birthdays, a way of hope.
Questions? Morning, Chad.
This is for you and or the leader. I've seen that you just posted the schedule for next year. Obviously, you must have a sense of what you want to do in working with the Trump administration. I know you meet with Pence and Priebus this afternoon, but what can we expect in those first couple of weeks legislatively?
Oh, thank you. So we're finishing up lame duck right now. So we're working on the 114th Congress. At the appropriate time, we will give you an update on what's going on with the 115th Congress. We're in the middle of plotting out that transition right now. We meet every day, sometimes more than once a day, with the transition team. And so at the appropriate time, we'll lay out what our 115th game plan is. Yeah.
I realize that a lot of it is in flux right now, but do you personally want to see Obamacare repealed for reconciliation in the first 100 days, or should
Hey, look, we need to get Obamacare relief to families as fast as possible. This law, you have to remember, this law is hurting families in America. This law is canceling insurance plans that people wanted. This law is giving people repeated double-digit premium increases. This law is raising deductibles so high it doesn't even feel like you have insurance. So we have to bring Obamacare relief as fast as we possibly can in 2017, and that is our plan. Christina. Yeah, for the House, we don't have calendar issues. In the Senate, we're beginning to appreciate how much work they have to do to confirm and stand up the new Trump government. They've got to confirm cabinet officials, sub-cabinet officials. There might be a Supreme Court, nomination that's going to be occurring. So given the fact that the Senate is going to have a very, very crowded calendar with all of the confirmations they have to do, we're respecting that fact, and that's why we're discussing the timing of this. No. We're going to address Flint. We're hoping to get WRDA done. That WRDA discussion is underway. And that is our preference, but this will be addressed. That's one of the things we committed to addressing. We'll address it one way or the other. Again, we're trying to get the WRDA bill done. That's a water resources bill, and we think that's the appropriate place for it. We'll address it one way or the other. Thank you.
Oh, you guys are.
So you guys just heard from the Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, along with other GOP members of the House, holding their weekly press conference availability, discussing a bill to address mental health issues. They spent really most of that press conference talking about the importance of people getting the proper health care. You guys are looking at a live look at Trump Tower. Just minutes ago, we saw someone walking in with a Make America Great Again hat. The beauty of Trump Tower Watch is you really don't know who is going to walk in or walk out at any given moment. We could see a potential cabinet member. We could see a member of the Trump family. Who knows who will enter or exit those golden elevator doors? This is Trump Tower Watch here on News Now. We will also play something in the upper corner of your screen to keep you guys occupied and engaged while we continue with Trump Tower Watch. But before I do that, I do want to give you guys some updates, the latest Donald Trump headlines. Now, in case you missed it yesterday, everyone online sharing a photo of Donald Trump and Mitt Romney having dinner together yesterday.
The guy in the lobby, the older guy.
All right, guys, the photo that you've probably already seen, but in case you haven't,
We expect a pretty
it's in
big.
the upper corner of your screen. The Mitt Romney Donald Trump dinner photo. It's all over Twitter. Everyone is sharing it. Lots of people using this to share their own jokes about awkward humor. Again, the photo of Mitt Romney and Donald Trump. All you need to do is search Romney Trump on Twitter, and this photo will appear. A photo of them having dinner last night. Apparently, they ate frog legs together and other delicacies. Now, Romney did speak with the press at Trump Tower last night following dinner. In case you missed this clip, we aired it on News Now. I'm going to go ahead and play it for you in the corner. Romney speaking with the press outside of the restaurant that he and Trump ate at.
Like old times. I've had a wonderful evening with President-elect Trump. We had another discussion about affairs throughout the world, and these discussions I've had with him have been enlightening and interesting and engaging. I've enjoyed them very, very much. I was also very impressed by the remarks he made on his victory night. By the way, it's not easy winning. I know that myself. He did something I tried to do and was unsuccessful in accomplishing. He won the general election. And he continues with a message of inclusion and bringing people together. And his vision is something which obviously connected with the American people in a very powerful way. The last few weeks, he's been carrying out a transition effort. And I have to tell you, I've been impressed by what I've seen in the transition effort. The people he selected as members of his cabinet are solid, effective, capable people. Some of them I know very well. Nikki Haley and I go way back. She's an outspoken, strong, powerful leader. Tom Price is someone who actually came to my office before he'd run for Senate, and we spent time talking about health care. What an expert and solid thinker in that arena and others. Jeff Sessions was someone who I knew through my campaigns, helped me very early on. He has a distinguished record in the Senate, and of course many others, Betsy DeVos, and a long list of people. Very impressive individuals. I happen to think that America's best days are ahead of us. I think you're going to see America continue to lead the world in this century. And what I've seen through these discussions I've had with President-elect Trump, as well as what we've seen in his speech at the night of his victory, as well as the people he's selected as part of this transition, all of those things combined give me increasing hope that President-elect Trump is the very man who can lead us to that better future. Thank you.
Are you guys on the same page with Russia?
Do you still think he's dangerous? Secretary of State?
Do you still think he's a phony, Governor Romney? Governor, who paid for dinner?
Governor, did he offer?
All right, everyone, that was that clip from last night after the dinner with Mitt Romney and Donald Trump. Now, in other political news, Hillary Clinton making a surprise appearance last night only her second appearance publicly since losing the 2016 election. I'm going to go ahead and play this clip for you. Hillary Clinton at the UNICEF Snowflake Ball. The UNICEF Snowflake Ball honoring Katy Perry. She spoke before Katy Perry was honored.
Every single child deserves a chance to live up to his or her God-given potential. And for 70 years, UNICEF has protected children's rights, helped provide food, safety, medical care, education, and created opportunities for tens of millions of boys and girls around the world, not just to survive, but to thrive.
She told me how encouraged she was by children who took
Someone whose powerful voice and creative lyrics remind us when you get knocked down to get back up, and So, Katy Perry, congratulations and thank you so much.
I'm humbled to receive the Audrey Hepburn Humanitarian Award tonight and celebrate 70 years of UNICEF's life-saving work for the children of the world.
From extreme violence in Latin America.
Yeah, those were just some clips of Hillary Clinton's surprise appearance at the UNICEF Snowflake Ball honoring Katy Perry. As you know, Katy Perry was a serious supporter of Hillary Clinton, making a number of campaign appearances in support of the former Secretary of State. We now continue with Trump Tower Watch here on News Now. And while we continue watching Trump Tower Watch, I'm going to go ahead and play the UN Security Council special meeting that they held on North Korea this morning. I'll play that in the upper right-hand corner of your screen.
To the DPRK. On land, the resolution emphasizes that cargo heading into and out of the DPRK by road or rail must be inspected. At sea, the DPRK will no longer be allowed to mask its ships and evade scrutiny by flying the flags of other countries or controlling other vessels with their crews. And by air, member states should inspect the baggage of anyone flying into and out of the DPRK. In the next 15 days, this Council's DPRK Sanctions Committee will make another important determination, publishing for the first time a list of conventional arms dual-use items that will no longer be allowed to enter the DPRK. These are commercially available components that have civilian uses, like sophisticated electronic sensors, but that the DPRK can use to build advanced military equipment like radar systems, night vision, and stealth technology. I began by talking about the fact that DPRK made the choice to pursue nuclear weapons. But I want to, before closing, discuss another choice the DPRK regime has made, the choice to systematically violate the human rights of its people. As the UN Commission of Inquiry found in its 2014 report, the DPRK arbitrarily detains between 80 and 120,000 political prisoners in its gulags, where they are subjected to deliberate starvation, forced labor, executions, torture, and rape, among other abuses. The DPRK seeks nothing less than, as it was put in the report, total control of organized social life, through tactics ranging from summary executions to forced indoctrination to the methodical repression of freedom of expression. Even though we have heard it before, and many of us have repeated it, it is worth underscoring the Commission's finding that the, quote, gravity, scale, and nature of these human rights violations reveal a state that does not have any parallel in the contemporary world, end quote. The situation in the DPRK reaffirms what we have said elsewhere, that when governments flagrantly violate the human rights of their own people, they almost always show similar disdain for the international norms that help ensure our shared security. So this resolution enshrines for the first time that the DPRK must respect and ensure the welfare and inherent dignity of people in its territory. That includes the North Korean people, of course, but also those of other nationalities in its territory, including unjustly detained Americans and those abducted from countries like Japan and the Republic of Korea, whose families in some cases have endured decades of suffering from not knowing the fate of their loved ones. The defense of human dignity is a basic demand, and it is long overdue coming from this council. The same clique of leaders responsible for the DPRK's pursuit of nuclear weapons is the one responsible for systematically abusing their people at home. This resolution also recalls for the first time that in keeping with Article 5 of the UN Charter, if DPRK continues on its current path, systematically and flagrantly violating its charter obligations, it could see some or all of its rights and privileges here at the UN suspended. The United States is realistic about what this resolution will achieve. No resolution in New York will likely tomorrow persuade Pyongyang to cease its relentless pursuit of nuclear weapons. But this resolution imposes unprecedented costs on the DPRK regime for defying this council's demands. The door remains open for the DPRK to choose a different path, to choose the path of negotiations toward complete, verifiable, and irreversible denuclearization. When the DPRK makes this choice, the United States, and I know this council, will be ready to engage. And with sustained international pressure, it is possible to change the DPRK's calculus. To do that, the members of this council and all member states of the United Nations must fully implement the sanctions that we have adopted today. The strength of this resolution and our ability to change the DPRK's threatening, belligerent behavior depends on member states exercising maximum vigilance to enforce each and every one of the provisions in today's resolution. We call on all member states to remain united in imposing consequences on the DPRK for its many dangerous choices. Thank you.
Je remercie le représentant permanent
I thank the
des
permanent
États-Unis de sa
representative of the
déclaration
United
et je
States
donne
for
la
her
parole au
statement, and I
représentant
give the
permanent
floor
du Japon.
to the permanent representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, for your presence here and for the very strong statement that you made. Japan welcomes the unanimous adoption of Resolution 2321. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to the United States for taking the lead. Our appreciation also goes to all other members of the Security Council for their support. Japan is pleased to have contributed throughout the process. The fact that this robust resolution was passed unanimously deserves attention. We have attained a great number of co-sponsoring countries from outside the Security Council as well. Now, not only Council members, but all UN membership, all UN member states share a common responsibility to fully implement this resolution. Mr. President, Japan, together with the international community, once again strongly condemns the repeated violations of Security Council resolutions by North Korea. We urge North Korea to fully comply with relevant resolutions, including today's, and to abide by its other international commitments and obligations. This resolution does not impose sanctions for the sake of sanctions. It is a tool to correct North Korea's course of action. This is a sincere call from the international community to North Korea, urging it to abandon...
Someone speaking at Trump Tower, let's listen in.
What he committed to in the campaign. So it was a great experience for me, and we talked about how agriculture and the productivity and needing new trade deals to make sure that we can sell all the products we can grow around the world. And it was a very beneficial meeting. I found it to be very understanding of what the issues are. We didn't talk about any specific position. He asked me what my skill sets were, and I told him what they were, aside from having been governor, as a business person in primarily in agricultural commodities, trading domestically and internationally. And he lit up. He knew what it takes to make America great again by doing the things we do well, which is agriculture for one, and to free up farmers from the regulations that we see. He was spot on those issues. I'm sorry? I'm interested in helping the country. I told the President-elect Trump that I would be happy to serve from Georgia, where I am very happily living with my wife and 14 grandchildren, or I'd be happy to serve him if he thought I could be helpful to him here in D.C. We didn't discuss any particular offers. It was just a very genuine, honest, forthright meeting, and talking about the needs of America and how his plans and what he's talked about in the campaign. I spoke to those people across America that felt like they'd been disenfranchised and not really understood there. So we had a great meeting. The meeting was his in office, yes. He was at his desk, and I was there, one of his chairs, and it was a very informal, very friendly, and a great time. Any other what? You like my tie? This is a Porsche tie, actually. Porsche made red tractors in the World War II. So we didn't talk about my tie, but I should have pointed out to him. Well, he talked about really using the productivity of the American farmer all across the land to sell our products internationally with fair trade deals that will raise the boat of lives and quality of lives and economy here in the United States. Thanks, guys.
Okay, guys, we are going to continue with our UN Security Council meeting on North Korea. We're going to play that in the upper right-hand corner from where we left off last.
Always ready to resume dialogue if North Korea shows sincere commitment and concrete steps to denuclearization. And in order for North Korea to change its attitude, we have no other option but to continue to increase pressure. Resolution 2270, adopted in March, was already very robust and comprehensive. However, some livelihood exemptions for the people of North Korea in the resolution have been misused. The resolution adopted today closes these gaps and introduces new additional measures. Drastic coal import limitations, additional sectoral bans to cut revenues, and other measures should all have significant impact on North Korean nuclear and missile development programs. At the same time, I emphasize that these sanctions are not meant to target ordinary North Korean citizens. It should not be forgotten that North Korea's nuclear and missile development continues at the expense of the welfare of the people in North Korea. It is significant that heightened attention has been paid in this resolution to this nexus between people's unmet needs and the continuation of nuclear and missile development. We welcome stronger emphasis on the deplorable humanitarian conditions in North Korea, including the abduction issue, to which Japan attaches utmost importance. Mr. President, we unfortunately have heard some skeptical voices in the process of implementing Resolution 2270, suggesting that nuclear and missile development has not stopped even after the adoption of 2270, and that Resolution 2270 is not as effective as it should be. I believe that this entails confusing cause and effect. To the extent that 2270 measures were unsuccessful, it was precisely because of these skeptical voices. In other words, international efforts have not kept pace with North Korea's capacity to evade sanctions for its determination to continue nuclear development. Now is precisely the time for the international community to rigorously implement the resolution that is now adopted and send a strong, unified message that North Korea cannot afford to continue its current policy. Japan will continue to work very closely with the members of the Council and all UN member states to reach a comprehensive solution to the problems related to North Korea. I thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie le représentant permanent du
I
Japon
thank
pour
the
sa
current representative
déclaration.
of Japan for
Je
his
donne la
statement.
parole
Now
au
give the
représentant
floor
permanent
to
de l'Espagne.
representative of Spain.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président,
Thank you very much, Mr.
y
President.
muchas gracias, señor Secretario General, por la firmeza de su intervención. Y muchas gracias también a todos los miembros del Consejo por su colaboración y especialmente a la delegación de los Estados Unidos y China, que nos ha permitido adoptar la resolución 2321, que establece un régimen de sanciones sin precedentes en la República Popular de Corea del Norte. Y España ha copatrocinado esta resolución por dos razones fundamentales. Primero, por coherencia y después por responsabilidad. Por coherencia, copatrocinamos también la resolución 2270, que fue la respuesta a repetidas violaciones de la República Popular de Corea del Norte, pero desgraciadamente esas violaciones continuaron y el pasado 9 de septiembre se produjo un nuevo ensayo nuclear y también se han producido diversos lanzamientos de misiles balísticos. Y la resolución 2270 era bien clara, establecía su determinación de adoptar medidas adicionales significativas en el caso de que la República Popular de Corea del Norte realizara un nuevo lanzamiento o ensayo nuclear. Y ese ha sido el caso y por ello nos hemos visto obligados a adoptar la resolución 2321. Y la segunda razón de nuestro copatrocinio es la responsabilidad. Una responsabilidad especial porque, como bien saben ustedes, España ostenta la presidencia del Comité 17-18 y desde esa perspectiva estamos especialmente obligados a asegurar la eficacia, transparencia y rigor en la aplicación de las resoluciones que afectan a la República Popular de Corea del Norte. Y desde marzo pasado el Comité ha trabajado incansablemente en la aplicación de las sanciones específicas, buscando además, y lo subrayo, no deteriorar la situación humanitaria en la República Popular de Corea del Norte, sino hacer desistir a los responsables de los programas nucleares y de misiles balísticos. Confío en que esta nueva resolución 2321, que la embajadora de los Estados Unidos ha explicado a la perfección, cumpla con su finalidad. En suma, quiero resaltar algo que España y este Consejo siempre han defendido. Las sanciones no son un objetivo, sino un medio para lograr una paz y estabilidad duraderas. Lo ha dicho bien claro el embajador de Japón. Está en manos de Corea del Norte respetar la legalidad internacional y apostar por la prosperidad de su población, y eso es lo que esta resolución busca en última instancia. Y créanme que a pocas semanas de terminar mi mandato como presidente del Comité 17-18, nada me va a dar más satisfacción, espero, en un futuro próximo, que sencillamente este comité desaparezca porque la República Popular de Corea del Norte ha comenzado a cumplir con sus obligaciones de acuerdo con el derecho internacional. Muchas gracias.
Je remercie le représentant permanent de l'Espagne de sa déclaration. Je donne la parole au représentant permanent adjoint de la Fédération de Russie.
Господин председатель, Российская Федерация поддержала принятие санкционной резолюции Совета Безопасности ООН в отношении КНДР в ответ на проведение Северной Кореей пятого ядерного испытания. Отмечаем, что хотя поведение Пхеньяна, игнорирование им законных требований международного сообщества и потребовало принятия жестких мер в виде очередной резолюции Совета Безопасности, этот документ отнюдь не нацелен на закрытие возможностей для возобновления переговорного процесса по ядерной проблеме Корейского полуострова и поиска путей политического решения остающихся проблем в регионе Северо-Восточной Азии. Особо подчеркиваем, новая резолюция ни в коем случае не может использоваться для удушения северокорейской экономики и ухудшения гуманитарной ситуации и положения населения страны. Ситуация на Корейском полуострове не должна служить предлогом для увеличения в регионе иностранных военных потенциалов. Мы решительно осуждаем наращивание вблизи границ соседних с КНДР государств наступательного вооружения, включая размещение систем противоракетной обороны ТХААД. Безопасность страны не может быть прочной и долговременной, если ее пытаются выстраивать за счет ущемления безопасности других государств. Призываем все стороны проявлять сдержанность, избегать провокационной риторики, не идти на обострение и незамедлительно заняться поиском путей выхода из кризиса. На такой основе Российская Федерация готова к взаимодействию с региональными и международными партнерами.
Je remercie le représentant permanent adjoint de la Fédération de Russie de sa déclaration. Je donne la parole au représentant permanent de la Chine.
主席先生，今年9月9日，朝鲜民主主义人民共和国不顾国际社会普遍反对，再次进行核试验。中国政府对此表示坚决反对。今天安理会通过的决议，表明了国际社会反对朝鲜发展核导计划，维护国际核不扩散体系的一致立场。决议重申维护半岛和东北亚和平与稳定，承诺以和平、外交和政治方式解决问题，支持恢复六方会谈和919声明承诺，强调有关各方降低半岛紧张局势的重要性。决议指出，有关措施无意对朝人道、民生造成不利后果，无意对正常经贸活动产生负面影响。中方敦促有关各方切实全面执行安理会决议的有关规定。今年初以来，朝鲜2次进行核试验，并多次进行弹道导弹试射。另一方面，有关方面不断加强军事部署，强化军事存在，扩大军演规模。半岛双方对峙加剧，半岛局势陷入恶性循环。这种局面必须尽快改变。中国是朝鲜半岛近邻，始终坚持实现朝鲜半岛无核化， 坚持维护半岛和平稳定，坚持通过对话协商解决问题，反对半岛生乱生战。中国反对在半岛部署萨德半岛系统，这种做法严重损害中国和本地区其他国家的战略安全利益，破坏地区战略平衡，无助于实现半岛无核化目标，也不利于维护半岛和平稳定。中方强烈敦促有关方面立即停止有关部署进程。当前半岛局势敏感、复杂、严峻，有关各方都要着眼大局，相向而行，避免采取任何加剧局势紧张的言论和行动。当务之急是有关各方尽快恢复对话谈判，尽快重启六方会谈，共同为推动半岛无核化进程、实现半岛和平稳定做出真正的努力。中方敦促有关各方并行推进实现半岛无核化谈判和半岛停核机制转换谈判。中方将坚持推动对话协商，在六方会谈框架下解决半岛有关问题，为早日实现半岛长治久安继续发挥积极和建设性作用。
All right, guys, so it looks like they're speaking Chinese right now at the UN, so we are going to shift and play part of another clip. Someone many of you are familiar with now, Kellyanne Conway, speaking at UVA this morning.
Were conclusions in search of evidence. She absolutely was going to win. He never could. And I've been coming here for many, many years talking about the same theme, which is the one thing I've, in addition to what I call staff infection, the same people running the same campaigns all the time and then blaming the candidates. When the candidates lose, it's their fault. In addition to that, I've been a loud voice for years talking about, particularly within the Republican Party, the danger of these three words, he can win, he can't win. This fiction of electability. And in the past, it has helped Republican candidates become the presidential nominee in the GOP. Because what happens early in the process is people say, so-and-so's electable, he can win. And you very patiently should ask, okay, great, how do you know that? Well, 100 other people just said it on TV, it must be true. Okay, well, let me just tell you something that you should know from the beginning. Nobody on TV is ever under oath. Remember that when you hear what is said and done there many times. But in addition to that, this he can win. Electability is a fiction because you can't prove somebody is or is not electable until he or she is elected or not elected. And so just saying it, as anybody who's tried to win the Powerball or lose those last 10 pounds knows, just saying it doesn't make it true. And the more people said it, the more resistant the electorate became about being told what to think, who can win, who can't win, how to vote, for whom to clear the field this time. And it's had a negative deleterious effect on Republican presidential nominees in the past for a very simple reason. Then you get a little soft. Then if you're the person who can win, you're not gritty. You're not becoming inventive and ingenious and scrappy and entrepreneurial about how to defy the naysayers and the critics who say you can't win, because everybody just said you can win. And unfortunately, these people have not won in the last couple election cycles, and even in 2000, won very narrowly after being told you can win for over 2 years. So this was the year from the very beginning on the Republican side that voters said, you know what, I've got a lot of time and I have many choices. I'm going to wait it out. I'm going to do a look-see. I'm going to poke the fruit a little bit longer and see what happens. And it became much more a meritocracy, which is a very healthy sign of democracy, in my view, and it allowed the people who could win, fine men and women all, allowed the people who could win to really fade relatively quickly early in the process. So in this way, electability was replaced by electricity. And even though Donald Trump was seen as improbable from the beginning and had low, was down in the back of the pack or the middle of the pack when he first announced, within less than 2 months, he had earned the center of the stage at that first debate in Cleveland, August 6th, 2015, and he never lost it. In 2012, the Republican presidential nominating contest changed hands, I think, 6 or 7 times. People had been the front runners at some point, particularly if you looked at the polls in Iowa and you looked at the polls nationally. This time, he got there, and he never lost that position. The other thing to talk about in this particular election is that I think some conventional wisdom was upended also, just saying these rallies didn't matter. Crowd sizes didn't matter. They really mattered, and I can tell you, if you go to one and you see it up close, you realize the intensity and the momentum, the enthusiasm and the intensity alone was owned by Donald Trump in this election. When pollsters would ask that question, we asked it routinely, but if I'd see public polls asking that question, Donald Trump really had a huge advantage over Hillary Clinton on enthusiasm and intensity of excitement. And you'd see these people, we'd go live with an event 3 days before, and the next day there'd be overflow capacity. I'd have to order a Jumbotron for the people who were happy to be outside watching on a Jumbotron and not even in the hall. And there would just be thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of people there, just to say that they were there when he was there, and they felt like they were part of a movement, not a typical campaign. That was very true, and he could get away with that. It was symbolic of his entire candidacy.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this and take you live to this press conference in full about a missing mom abducted in California.
That we will not disclose everything about the case or what Sherry provided us for the integrity of the investigation as it is active and ongoing. Sherry described her assailants as 2 Hispanic female adults. She related that both of the subjects spoke in Spanish the majority of the time of her captivity. Further, the suspects concealed their faces in an attempt to hide their identities from her. She provided the following information regarding the suspects. Suspect number 1 was the younger of the 2 suspects. She had long, curly hair. She had a thick accent. She had pierced ears. She had thin eyebrows. Suspect number 2 was the older of the 2 suspects. She had straight black hair with some graying color. She had thick eyebrows. Sherry did her best that she could in providing the descriptions, but was not able to provide a detailed description due to the suspects covering their faces, and at times, Sherry's head was covered. Detectives showed Sherry surveillance video, which was recovered on November 2nd, of several SUV-style vehicles that had been seen in the area at the time of her abduction. According to Sherry, none of the vehicles shown to her in the video were a match. Sherry did receive injuries over this 3-week period in which she was abducted and held captive. I will confirm that the suspects did brand her. I will not get into the details of where the brand is located on her body, nor what was branded on her, for again, the integrity of the investigation. The Major Crime Unit continues to dedicate all available resources towards this investigation. Evidence item recovered at the Yolo County scene will be submitted to the California Department of Justice for physical examination and processing. Detectives have written additional search warrants for cell phone information and are receiving data as it becomes available. I'm very thankful for the many tips and the community's support to both the Papini family and to the Shasta County Sheriff's Office. I'd like to thank the following agencies for their continued assistance throughout this investigation: the Shasta County Probation Department, Shasta County District Attorney's Office, the Reading Police Department, California Highway Patrol, Yolo County Sheriff's Office, California Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, AMR Ambulance, and the Shasta County Search and Rescue Team. Until we identify the suspects, the public should remain cautious. As always, we continue to ask for the public's help. Our call to action is for anyone with information related to Sherry's abduction, her subsequent release, or the identity of the suspects to call their local law enforcement authority. The Shasta County Sheriff's Office has a tip line. That number is active 24 hours a day, and that number is 530-245-6135. Callers can also call tips into Shasta County Secret Witness, and that number is 530-243-2319. We are thankful that Sherry has been reunited with her family, and ask that you keep the Papini family in your thoughts and prayers throughout this holiday season. I also want to thank Keith Papini, her husband, for his cooperation and information in this case throughout the investigation. Again, this is an active investigation, and there is sensitive information that is not being disclosed for the integrity of the investigation. The Sheriff's Office will continue to update the media when information is developed. As of today, there's not going to be further one-on-one interviews, press conferences, or news releases unless new information or developments in the case take place. At this time, that concludes my prepared statement. I am available for a few questions. If you have a question, I'll call on you. Please identify yourself, your media company, and then state your question. And please try and state it loud enough so everyone can hear. We do have passing traffic. Sir.
Stephen Week, NBC Network News. Were there only these two captors, these two women? Were there ever male captors involved?
All the information that we have at this time are the two Hispanic females. They were armed with a handgun, and that's all we have at this time. Of course, if other information develops, we'll let you know. Ma'am.
Hannah Whitworth with ABC Network News. Can you tell us a little bit about this evidence item that was recovered in Yolo County and the crime that was committed?
Well, there are a number of items that were retrieved as evidence in Yolo County. Again, I'm not going to get into the specific details of all the evidence. We have received the evidence back from Yolo County, and then we'll be turning it over to the California Department of Justice for processing. Sir.
Mike Mangus, KRCR News Channel 7. Why was she taken?
We still do not have a motive as to the reason why Miss Papini was taken. We do not know if she was a specific target or if this was a random abduction. Yes, ma'am.
Allie Wolf, Fox 3 News Sacramento. Did Sherry talk about if she was on the move or where she was taken, if it was one spot? Does she remember being moved around?
Did everybody hear the question? We're not providing the information on the specifics of where she may have been taken after the abduction at this time, but valid question.
So you do know, though?
Sir.
Robert Dean, NBC Dateline. Do you have enough information to do a sketch and will you release a sketch anytime soon?
We are discussing that with a sketch artist. Again, as you heard from the description that I provided, very minimal, and the subjects had their faces covered to hide their identities. But we're going to discuss that with the sketch artist to see if there's enough maybe to get at least the eye area of the suspects out. Sir.
Chris Stevens, U.S. Press Corps. We have been sharing reports of a purported blog that was written of her before she was married to her husband, Keith. Have you guys been getting any tips on that as if it was actually written from her? There was things such as skinheads and such like that. Have they investigated like an IP address from her?
We are familiar with that blog that you were referring to. It was written at least posted in 2003, roughly 13 years ago. She would have been about age 20 or 21. We do not know that it has any relevance to this case or not. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Information about his wife and how she was found. He talked about her injuries as well as being underweight. Has she given any explanation about what happened when she was held captive? Did they feed her at all? Did they give her any sort of attention, or was it just a constant beating?
We're not providing details of that information there. Mario?
Yeah, do you think the chief was going to release his statement, and if so, did it hurt you guys' investigation at all?
I did not know that he was going to release this until a short time before I did a media interview. And yes, I do think that with some of the details that he has provided, it could affect the integrity of the investigation. Sir.
Scotty Schwartz of NBC News. Is there any indication that this is cartel related or possibly sex trafficking?
Thank you. A very good question. We don't have specific information if it was related to any cartel info or to human trafficking.
Steve Gibson, KQMS. Have you heard of any other case anywhere with a similar MO?
We have been in touch with other agencies with this investigation and are looking into those aspects of it. Yes, ma'am. Yes, our investigators have looked into her past, and that is part of the ongoing investigation. I do have time for one more question, and that'll conclude the interview. Sir.
Can you tell us if they stayed in this area, where they were, where she went in those 3 weeks?
I don't have specific information as location or locations where she may have been taken, other than she was located near County Road 17 in Yolo County along I-5, which is approximately 150 miles from Reading here. I would like to thank you all very much for your attention and for attending today, and that concludes this press conference. Sure. Have a good day.
Hey, can we get the statement, Sheriff?
Yeah, coming out with the statement.
Okay, thank you.
Shasta County Sheriff's officials speaking out on the missing mom, Sherry Papini. She was found on Thanksgiving after missing for weeks. There was a Facebook page, Find Sherry. A story that many people followed. It seemed somewhat odd. The 34-year-old mother of 2, abducted. She had a message branded on her, found 3 weeks after her abduction. Mrs. Looks like we lost our feed, guys. Stand by. I'm going to go ahead and play for you this press conference now. Keith Lamont Scott's family responding after it was announced charges wouldn't be filed against the cop who killed him in Charlotte.
So at this time, we'll take any questions that you all may have.
Very early on, there were competing narratives between the family and the police, a competing set of facts, really, about whether or not there was a gun
Yes, sir.
present. We saw what the district attorney laid out in detail from the police side.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing what he said, knowing what was said at this meeting today, do you guys, the family, still maintain that there was no gun, or what is your interpretation of the set of facts by the DA?
I will lead by saying that those who were there and saw what they saw remain steadfast in the facts as they remember seeing them. Miss Scott was not aware of her husband having a gun. She didn't see one that day. We all remember the Facebook video that the daughter put up, and she said that Mr. Scott had a book. Okay, we know that she was not there that day. We don't know where she got that information. At this point in time, based on the facts that we are aware of and evidence that has come to light in part through the SBI's investigation, I think it's safe to say that there was a firearm on the scene. But what is not clear, and you have heard confirmation today from the DA's press conference, is that there's no definitive proof that Keith had a firearm in his hand at the time that this occurred. There's testimony and there's statements from the officers that say that he did, okay? But we don't just go off of witness testimony in and of itself. So yes, I think it is safe to say that yes, he did have a gun on his person during the course of this. It's a matter of where that firearm was. And at the end of the day, whether he had a firearm in his hand or not, that's not the key question in terms of determining whether or not Keith Scott should have lost his life. It's whether or not that officer should have pulled the trigger and extinguished his life based on everything as a whole that occurred during those moments.
To listen to you talk about the lack of investigative files, for me that's striking that you don't have the full set of files. Is that common? Can we get your reaction to not having what the DA has to make your own determination?
Well, I really think and want to applaud Andrew Murray and the District Attorney's Office for making the information available that they're making available, not only to us and to the public today. It is rare for the family to have access to investigative files, certainly before an investigation is complete. So we're always operating at a disadvantage in that they have more information than we do early on in these cases. But you know, I hope that one thing that's come out of this case is a new era of transparency and an earlier release of information as it's acquired.
Mr. Monette, what steps now lie ahead for you? You mentioned the files that have to be reviewed that you're going to get to take an extensive look at. Are there other avenues that you're going to pursue because this one avenue for now has been shut to you?
Sure. First thing we're going to do is carefully analyze all the information that's been gathered. One thing you haven't heard from anyone so far is that our investigation showed that no departmental rules, policies, or procedures were violated. So there's parts of their investigation that did not address those issues. And that will be the focus of our investigation. Were these officers properly trained? Were they following their own departmental policies? Were the procedures that were in effect reasonable? And should they have been applied to this situation? And we firmly believe this situation could have ended with everyone remaining alive.
And what about civil action? Is that possible in the...
Sure, certainly a civil action is still possible, and if the facts warrant it, we fully intend to pursue it.
And when you talk about training, the DA said that Scott was like in a trance as the effects of the medicine that he was on. Do you think that more training needs to take place when people under, medication and things like that? Is that the type of training you're talking about?
Clearly. I mean, we live in a state that has a large veteran population. We have thousands of people in our state, if not tens of thousands, who have traumatic brain injuries just like Keith Scott. Those individuals take medications that affect their ability to process information quickly, to make quick judgments, and to react in a timely fashion. So yes, we think they need additional training, that when someone at the scene says he has a TBI, they need to know what that means. That means that they need to step back, de-escalate, reduce the amount of information that is being directed at the person. Instead of having 5 officers yell at Keith at one time, one officer takes the lead and clearly, calmly gives commands because of the attention issues that people with brain injuries have. So we certainly believe there's room for improvement.
When did you and your family find out that the DA would not press charges?
This morning.
You just found out this morning?
Yes, right.
does Ms. Scott or any family members have anything they would like to say to the community?
Now, investigators met with Sherry for a third time yesterday. So we're hoping to hear today what they
You know, this is a really difficult time for her. And, from my conversations with her earlier, I know that she once again would like to express the family's appreciation for all the love that they've been shown and the support that the community has shown to her and the family. It's a terrible tragedy for everyone. And it has brought some issues to the forefront of Charlotte that perhaps didn't get the attention that they deserved in the past. And she's happy that at least it looks like some good things are going to come out of this, and that the City Council is preparing to address some of these social issues that have led to these types of situations developing.
I know you would have wanted a different outcome. I guess the DA said that 15 prosecutors looked at the evidence and it was a unanimous decision. Do you think that one of those 15 missed something or didn't see something that you...
I'll give you a check. One thing I'd like to remind people is that in Jonathan Farrell's case, the entire chain of command at the CMPD looked at the facts and decided that shooting was not justified. And yet we ended up with a result that certainly didn't agree with their analysis. So ultimately it's going to be up to a jury and the citizens of this community to decide what's right and what's wrong, and whether this killing was in fact lawful and justified.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to piggyback off that, you know, one thing that you have to keep in mind is the lens through which investigators such as in the DA's office look at these situations, and then you have the civil realm, and there are two completely different lenses. You know, in these situations where an officer takes the life of a citizen, you know, I don't think it's appropriate to coin it like you absolutely must have or want some type of criminal indictment. There are people who feel that way. But what we have said from the beginning is we want facts. And part of the problem, part of the unrest that you saw here was because very little information was being put out to the public, to the family. You know, based on the facts as discussed by the DA, I can understand their decision not to pursue charges. But that does not mean that this officer's killing of Keith Scott was right. All that means is that under the view of the DA's office, it wasn't criminal. And those are two completely different things.
Mr. Bamberg, the critique from of the police and of the mayor is that they sort of stumbled through their investigation, they evolved through it in real time in front of the cameras. Mm-hmm. Do you think if perhaps they handled it differently, there would have been a different outcome? Or what's your reaction to how they handled it up to this point?
When we look at, and again, you know, we talk about this specific situation, but there are similarities between this and many others. One of the problems is that from the moment the shooting happened, right, CMPD was essentially tasked with investigating itself. They were the ones that secured the crime scene. They're the ones that have access to everything else. If you recall, the SBI didn't get involved until the family and the community asked that they be allowed to take over the investigation. I think there needs to be an independent investigation of every officer-involved shooting. It removes the concern from the public in terms of can police themselves and police their own. You know, I think that things will go a lot differently should that become not just common practice, but state law. And that is the key, because we know that there are departments here in North Carolina that do not investigate their own shootings in the beginning. CMPD is one that always does until they are made to do otherwise. You know, but I think that these things are learning lessons for everybody. You know, family, of course, the public, of course, and even elected officials. But to the elected officials and those tasked with being the leaders during trying times like this, you have to be willing, and I say this as an elected official myself in South Carolina, you have to be willing to put self aside and stand up for the greater good, which means you have to make decisions that are difficult. And you have to make decisions that may not be politically safe, and be willing to take those risks. and make calls that are difficult and could jeopardize your political career. And I relate that to South Carolina when we were going through the whole Confederate flag debate. It was very risky for many of the elected officials in our state to take the stance they did, but they put self aside, and what you see is a greater good come out at the end of the day.
Focusing back on the investigation.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this press conference, take you live to the Senate floor. Ted Cruz speaking about the death of Fidel Castro live.
Cuban people, and blandly suggested that history will record and judge the enormous impact of this singular figure. Now, he added, we can, quote, look to the future. What is it about young leftists? What is it about young socialists that they idolize communist dictators who torture and murder people? Fidel Castro and Che Guevara and all of their goons are not these sexy, unshaven revolutionaries in college dorm rooms on posters that make leftists go all tingly inside. They were brutal monsters. And we should always remember their victims. Earlier this week, I publicly called that no United States government official should attend Castro's funeral unless and until his brother Raul releases the political prisoners. First and foremost, those who have been detained just since Fidel's death. Unfortunately, in this administration, my call went unheeded. 2 high-level U.S. government officials attended Fidel's memorial service yesterday. This unofficial delegation included Ben Rhodes, Assistant to the President, Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategic Communications, and Jeffrey de Laurentiis, a top U.S. diplomat, the top U.S. diplomat in Cuba. Yesterday, when asked about a U.S. presence for the memorial service, White House Press Secretary Josh Earnest said, quote, we believe that this was an appropriate way for the United States to show our commitment to the ongoing future-oriented relationship with the Cuban people. And, quote, this is an appropriate way to show respect, to participate in the events that are planned for this evening, while also acknowledging some of the differences that remain between our two countries. I'm afraid I must ask Mr. Earnest, were any of these, quote, differences publicly acknowledged while Rhodes and De Laurentiis were commemorating the legacy of Fidel Castro? How exactly do you commemorate it? Cheers to the tyrant? I suspect those, quote, differences were not mentioned in the funeral pamphlet. Mr. Earnest also claimed last night that, quote, certainly no one from the White House and no other delegations will be sent to Cuba to participate in any of the other events. Well, that's comforting. Mr. President, let's hold him to those words. My hope and prayer is that these officials do not attend the funeral. Although I must say, it's quite convenient that Rhodes had a pre-planned trip to Cuba this week. Earnest remarked that, quote, Mr. Rhodes has played a leading role in crafting the normalization policy that President Obama announced about 2 years ago, and that he has been the principal interlocutor with the Cuban government from the White House in crafting this policy and implementing it successfully. Well, I suppose it is appropriate that the federal government official who played an integral role in allowing billions of dollars to flow to Cuba, to flow directly to Raul Castro, be there to commemorate Fidel's death. Billions of dollars that have gone to strengthen the repressive machinery, to strengthen the regime. You know, if a United States company or European company wants to hire a Cuban worker, they can't do it. It's against the law. It's unlike many other countries, unlike China, other places where you can hire a local worker. Instead, you must hire the government. There is one and only one person you can hire, is the foreign companies pay the Cuban government. And the Cuban government, in its benevolence, keeps 93 cents of every dollar and pays the Cuban workers 7 cents out of every dollar. 93 cents of every dollar of the billions that Barack Obama has funneled to Castro have gone to the government of Raul Castro and Fidel Castro to fund the secret police, to fund the prisons, to fund the torture. Or our diplomatic brigade pats themselves on the back as to what enlightened diplomats they are. The life and legacy of Fidel Castro is no cause for celebration or commemoration. His contributions consist of a ruined country and a broken people. You know, Cuba is almost like the land that time forgot. You can go and see cars from the 1950s, meticulously maintained, held together almost with rubber bands and chewing gum. Now, it's not that the citizens there have a fondness for antiquities. It's that the repressive communist economy has trapped them, has mired them in poverty, where 1950s cars are all they've got. Where the last 60 years didn't happen other than the jackboot of the oppressive police state. And I'll point out, and then my aunt, my tia Sonia, younger than my father, stayed and was there after the revolution occurred and suddenly discovered the revolution was based on a lie. The kids who thought they were fighting for freedom discovered instead an even worse tyrant than that who preceded him, a communist dictator who would line up dissidents and shoot them. My tia Sonia participated in the counter-revolution. She fought against the Castro tyranny. And I'll tell you, when she was a high school girl, she and her two best friends were arrested, were thrown in prison by the Castro regime. And like her brother, she faced terrible treatment in a Cuban prison. What they did in Cuban jails to teenage girls should not happen to anyone. This is the legendary figure that Trudeau and Obama celebrate. The night that the news broke that Castro had died, I received a text from my cousin Bibi, my tia Sonia's daughter, and someone who I grew up with like a sister. And Bibi texted me, she said, "Fidel Castro is dead. I am glad that I was able to make that call to let my mother know." I imagine when Bibi called my tia Sonia, it was an extraordinary moment. My aunt was asleep at the time. And Bibi sent me a second text. I couldn't help to think about all the conversations at the dinner table with abuelo and abuela, my grandparents, about the day that Castro dies. You know, texts just like that, millions of people sent all over the world, especially in the Cuban-American community. People have dreamed for years, for decades, about the day this tyrant would die and face eternal judgment. The betrayal, brutality, the violence experienced by my father, by my aunt, were all too typical of the millions of Cubans who have suffered under the Castro regime over the last 6 decades. This is not the stuff of Cold War history that can be swept under the rug simply because Fidel is dead. Consider, for example, the dissidents Guillermo Fariñas and Elizardo Sanchez, who came to the United States. I had the opportunity to sit down and visit with them both, to interview them both. And they warned me in the summer of 2013 that the Castros, then on the ropes because of the reduction of Venezuelan patronage, were plotting to cement their hold on power by pretending to liberalize in order to get the American economic embargo lifted. Their model was Vladimir Putin's model, his consolidation of power in Russia. Indeed, Sanchez called it Putinismo. And their plan was to get the United States to pay for it. Well, sadly, it worked. The year after I met with Fariñas and Sanchez, Mr. Obama announced his famous, quote, thaw with the Castros. And the American dollar started flowing. As we now know, there was no corresponding political liberalization. simply American dollars funding a brutal dictatorship. Last September, Mr. Fariñas concluded his 25th hunger strike against the Castro's oppression. Then there is the case of prominent dissident Oswaldo Payá, who died in 2012 in a car crash that is widely believed to have been orchestrated by the Castro regime. His daughter, Rosa Maria, has pressed relentlessly for answers on her father's apparent murder, and thus she's become a target herself. Just 3 years after her father's death, the Obama administration honored the Castros with a new embassy in Washington, D.C. And at the launch of that embassy, Rosa Maria tried to attend the State Department press conference as an accredited journalist. But she was spotted by the Cuban delegation, who demanded that she be removed if she dared to ask any questions. The Americans complied in an act of thuggery more typical with Havana than Washington. What does it say of John Kerry and the State Department? What does it say of the Obama administration that when a communist tyrant, when their police force says there is a dissident, a journalist who might ask inconvenient questions, will you silence her and muzzle her? The response from the Obama administration is only too happy to comply. No inconvenient questions about the apparent murder of your father. We've got different priorities. Last summer, I had the honor to meet with Dr. Oscar Bisset, an early truth teller, about the disgusting practice of post-birth abortions. I want you to think about that concept for a second. Post-birth abortions, otherwise known as the murder of infants. That are far too widespread in Cuba. Dr. Bisset has been repeatedly jailed and tortured for his fearless opposition to the Castros. I asked him, as I had Mr. Fariñas and Mr. Sanchez, whether his ability to travel, did it signal a growing freedom on the island? He answered just as they had 3 years earlier, no. In fact, he said, the repression had grown worse since the so-called thaw. Didn't we realize, he asked me, that all those American dollars were flowing to the Castro's pockets and funding the next generation of their police state? That's the true legacy of Fidel Castro, that he was able to institutionalize his dictatorship so that it would survive him. Fidel Castro's death cannot bring back the thousands of victims, nor can it bring lasting comfort to their families. For 60 years, Fidel Castro systematically exploited and oppressed the people of Cuba. And now that tyrannical reign has fallen to his brother Raúl, every bit as vicious as Fidel was. I was with my father shortly after he found out the news that Fidel Castro was dead. I asked my dad, what do you think happens now? And my father shrugged and said sadly, not much of anything. Raúl has been in power for years now. The system's only gotten stronger. What Obama has done in funneling billions of dollars to the Castro is strengthened tyranny just 90 miles from our shores. And those billions, those American dollars, are being used to oppress dissidents. In 2016, roughly 10,000 political arrests occurred in Cuba. That's 5 times as many as occurred in 2010. What does it say about President Obama's foreign policy that under him political arrests have increased to 500% where they were just 5 years ago? This tyrannical regime has gotten stronger because of a weak president and a weak foreign policy. And there's a real danger that will now fall into a trap of thinking that Fidel's death represents material change in Cuba. It does not. The moment to exert maximum pressure would have been 8 years ago, when Fidel's failing health forced him to pass control to his brother Raul. But rather than leverage the transition in our favor, the Obama administration decided to start negotiations with Raul in the mistaken belief that he would prove more reasonable than his brother. An unfortunate pattern this administration has repeated with Kim Jong-un, with Hassan Rouhani, and Nicolas Maduro. They don't seem to learn the lesson about the brutality of tyrants. The administration lifted the embargo that had been exerting economic pressure and having real meaningful effect. Efforts to be diplomatically polite about Fidel's death suggest the administration still hopes that Raul can be brought around. All historical evidence points to the opposite conclusion. Raul is not a different Castro. He is his brother's chosen successor who has spent the last 8 years implementing his dynastic plan. Unlike Cuba, however, the United States has an actual democracy. And our recent elections suggest there is significant resistance among the American people to the Obama administration's pattern of appeasement and weakness towards hostile dictators. We can, we should, and we are sending clear signals that that policy of weakness and appeasement is at an end. Among other things, we should halt the dangerous, quote, security cooperation we have begun with the Castro regime, which extends to military exercises, counter-narcotics efforts, communications, and navigation, all of which places our sensitive information in the hands of a hostile government that would not hesitate to share it with other enemies from Iran to North Korea. I hope all my colleagues will join me in calling for these alterations. The communist dictator Raul Castro is not our friend, and we should not be sharing military secrets in military cooperation with his military only to have those used against us. A dictator is dead, but his dark, repressive legacy will not automatically follow him to the grave. Change can come to Cuba, but only if America learns from history and prevents Fidel's successor from playing the same old tricks. It is very much my hope and belief that with a new president coming into office in January, President Trump and a new administration, that U.S. foreign policy, not just to Cuba, but towards our enemies, whether they be Iran or ISIS or North Korea, will no longer be a policy of weakness and appeasement, but instead using U.S. strength to defend this nation and to press for change. This ought to be a moment where Cubans are dancing in the street because they are being liberated. But instead, if you dance in the street right now, you're going to be thrown in jail. Obama is sending his condolences to the Cuban people on the passing of a dictator who's imprisoned and tortured and oppressed them for 60 years. You know, those are condolences they can do without. Cuba is not a free society. You aren't allowed to speak or worship freely. They tear down churches. They repress the most basic liberty to worship God. We need leadership. to prompt real and meaningful change in Cuba. Valladares wrote in his memoir, the mass execution was ordered by Raul Castro and attended by him personally. Nor was it an isolated instance. Other officers in Castro's guerrilla forces shot ex-soldiers en masse without a trial, without any charges of any kind lodged against them, simply as an act of reprisal against the defeated army. Mr. President, I've never been to my father's homeland. I've never been to Cuba. My father has not returned to Cuba in 60 years, over 60 years. I look forward to one day visiting Cuba, hopefully with my dad, my tia Sonia, my cousin Bibi, and seeing a free Cuba where people can live according to their beliefs without fear of imprisonment, violence, or oppression. But, Mr. President, under the dictator Raul Castro, today is not that day. The people of Cuba need to know that there are still those in America who understand that and who stand with them, not the corrupt and vicious crime family that has oppressed them for so long, that has enriched themselves, accumulating millions and millions of dollars in personal wealth, living like emperors and kings while they've oppressed the people of Cuba. You know, those in Hollywood, those in the academy, those in the Obama administration, they think that communism is about equality. There is nothing equal about Cuban communism other than equality of suffering, other than equality of misery, other than equality of hopelessness. The Cuban communist regime, the army acts as the enforcers for the dictators who live opulent lifestyles while oppressing the masses. There's a word for that. It's called evil. It's not simply an interesting way to govern a society. It is the face of oppression, the face of dictatorship, the face of evil. Let there be no mistake. Fidel Castro was evil. Anyone who systematically murders and tortures and oppresses people for over 6 decades embodies evil. And I have no doubt that right now, today, Fidel Castro is facing the ultimate judgment. That is cause for celebration. But I look forward to celebrating the end of his dictatorship and his repressive regime and the return of freedom to Cuba. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
All right, everybody. Well, that was Ted Cruz speaking on the death of Fidel Castro. And Right now, what you're seeing is a rally for Cuba in Miami, Florida. Organizers expected more than 4,000 people to gather there to call for democracy in Cuba following the death of Fidel Castro. Cuban exiles in South Florida have been envisioning Castro's death for years and now have been celebrating since his death was announced over the weekend. This gathering started at 5 o'clock with the crowd descending on the Bay of Pigs Memorial on 8th Street and 13th Avenue in Little Havana. An attendee there said, "The message is clear. We want freedom for Cuba. We are not happy about the death per se, but we are happy that the symbol in Cuba of Fidel Castro, dictator, assassin, is now over." Coming up in just a few moments, we have another live event for you guys. There's going to be a live press conference for the shooting of Walter Scott. That's coming up in just a few moments, but right now this is a rally for Cuba that you guys are seeing in Miami, Florida. People there are celebrating and asking for democracy in Cuba. They're calling for a change on the island, and they don't want any violence. They just want to get their message across and join together. The organizer of this rally said, "That is why it is so important that the young people are there, because we are able to be lucky enough to have that freedom and grow up with it. And it's important, especially to me and the same young people in Cuba." Again, if you guys are just joining us, this is a peaceful rally in Miami, Florida. A rally for Cuba. Now, just moments ago, we did see Ted Cruz on the Senate floor speaking on the death of Fidel Castro. And happening at the same time was this rally. You guys are watching this live from a news chopper there in Miami, Florida. Organizers there expected more than 4,000 people to gather to call for democracy in Cuba following the death of Fidel Castro. Now, we are going to cut out of this in just a few moments to take you to another live event where they're going to have a live press conference on the death of Walter Scott. We're going to take you now to that live press conference. The officer is about to speak any moment for the shooting of Walter Scott.
Chuck's still upstairs, should be down in a second. All right. Okay.
Well, in just a few moments, we're going to hear from officers there. This is the press conference for Walter Scott, who was shot and killed by a South Carolina police officer in April of 2015. Now, he just testified in his murder trial on Tuesday, saying that he felt fear before fatally shooting an unarmed black man last year in an incident that intensified debate about racial bias in law enforcement. So we're going to hear more about this shooting that happened last April, April 2015. Now, there was cell phone video that appeared to show the officer firing 8 times at Scott's back as he fled after a traffic stop in North Charleston. That recording was shown several times on television and social media. Now, the police officer is saying that Scott ran from him, resisting his orders to stop. He also testified that when he attempted to use a taser to subdue Scott, they ended up in a scuffle. That's when he said Scott grabbed his gun. He also said he felt, quote, in total fear as Scott came toward him. That's when the officer pulled out his gun and opened fire. He said, quote, I fired my firearm until the threat was stopped.
That's true.
Now, prosecutors contend that the officer did not appear to be in danger when he hit Scott with 5 gunshots. They said that Scott fled because he was behind on child support payments and feared arrest. Now, under cross-examination, a prosecutor accused the officer of changing his story several times. The officer acknowledged that some things clear on the video were not known to him as the incident unfolded. The officer said, quote, my mind was like spaghetti, referring to that he was tired after running and fighting Scott on the ground. Now the officer is saying that looking back with the facts he has since learned about everything, including the footage, he's saying now that he would not have left his vehicle to chase Walter Scott. And coming up in just a few moments, we'll be hearing the latest information on this case. Walter Scott was shot and killed by a police officer last year, April 2015. Now, again, that officer just had his testimony yesterday. He said in his testimony, quote, things could have been different.
Yeah, why do you do that? You're right in your body. Think about it. I was like, it's got to change. The next morning I woke up and I could see my breath outside. I was like, this is terrible.
Now, there was video footage, as I just said, of the officer chasing Walter Scott down the street. They did play that several times for the officer during his trial. He said during trial that he didn't realize some of those things at the time. He knew only that he was scared of Walter Scott and that he fired and fired 8 times until Walter Scott was down. He said, quote, "Going back 18 months later and looking at everything, things could have been different," end quote. But he stood by his decision in that moment to shoot Walter Scott, offering the 12 jurors who deliberate his fate as soon as Wednesday the most exhaustive accounting yet of a police killing that sent waves through a national discussion over officers' uses of force against African Americans. Now, to take you guys back to what happened, the officer testified that it was a normal day. He saw Walter Scott's car on the road. Its middle brake light was out. The officer intended to give Walter Scott a warning, but Walter Scott also did not have insurance documents. From his cruiser, the officer prepared to run Scott's identity through an FBI background check, but he didn't have time. He learned later, he said this in his testimony, that what the result would have said, a wanted person, caution, armed and dangerous, violent tendencies. That's what would have said if he had time to look up Walter Scott's identity. But it wasn't clear why Walter Scott was labeled that way. He had decades-old arrests on assault and weapon charges, but his arrest warrant was for falling behind on child support payments. That's what we know now. So during that day, Walter Scott got out of his car and ran. That's when the officer began chasing him. The officer says that if he would have known his background, he would have gotten out of his car and chased him. He would have called for backup right away. But instead, he did chase Walter Scott down the road. That's when Scott turned right and briefly disappeared. The officer said, "I don't know why he was running for a brake light. In the back of my mind, there's other factors, other things going on." The officer then fired his taser, but it didn't work. He reloaded and fired again. Walter Scott went down and hit the road. That's when Walter Scott started to get up again. The officer said he pulled the taser trigger again, but he couldn't hold Walter Scott down, he said. He said, quote, "I knew Mr. Scott was a lot stronger than me. I think we were rolling around on the ground. That's really fuzzy in my mind." He couldn't remember every movement. He said it happened very fast.
Hey, good, how are you?
So he indicates that there was a fight. They were both grabbing for the taser. He said, "I was just doing my job. I'm not angry." Again, I'm giving you guys background on the case of Walter Scott, who was shot and killed by a police officer in South Carolina in April of 2015. We're just waiting for the live press conference that's set to happen here any moment. After they fought over the taser, the officer said, "I pulled my firearm and I pulled the trigger." He was then asked how many times he fired. And then he said, quote, "I don't know. I fired until the threat was stopped like I'm trained to do," end quote. Now, the 35-year-old ex-police officer is being charged in the death of the unarmed man, Walter Scott, who he followed and gunned down after the two met at a routine traffic stop. He could face life imprisonment if convicted. Now, the shooting occurred on April 4th, 2015, and was captured on a cell phone video that was reviewed during the officer's trial. Now, the victim's parents said that their son might have been concerned about the back child support payments that he owed, and that's might have been a reason why he was running away from the officer during that routine traffic stop. Now, a civil rights attorney said that the officer could have called for backup, but instead continued to go after Walter Scott as if he were a dangerous man. The officer testified that he fired his taser at Walter Scott 3 times, and when he was trying to subdue him, Scott wrestled the officer to the ground. The officer said, quote, "I knew I was in trouble at that time. I pulled my firearm and I pulled the trigger." However, they're now saying that there's no evidence in the video that the taser was ever in the victim's hands. Retired New Jersey Police Lieutenant Stephen Rogers said, quote, "I viewed that tape over and over again. In my view, there's absolutely no justification for that officer shooting this individual, none whatsoever." He also said, quote, "What if the man was just fearful of the police? You don't go shooting people unless they're armed or a threat to the officer or someone else," end quote. Again, if you remember this shooting that happened in South Carolina in April of 2015, this created a very large debate over race and the way police officers handle their firearms when stopping people. So that has been a debate since the shooting has happened of Walter Scott. And again, we are just waiting for the press conference to start here in just a few moments. You guys are watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. Now, they did hold a press conference earlier in May when they were still investigating the police officer. I'm going to put that in the upper right-hand corner for you guys to listen to until this live press conference starts.
And we've heard what the community has had to say. Secondly, it's also important to point out that the mayor and the chief have asked for this investigation. So the community, the mayor, and the chief have all asked for the investigation by the Department of Justice COPS program. And that review will begin immediately. The important thing to know about this review is this. At the conclusion of the review, well, let's talk about the process. During the review, the members of the COPS program from the Department of Justice will look at the policies and procedures of the North Charleston Police Department. And very importantly, too, they will spend a lot of time speaking to the community. There'll be plenty of opportunity for the community to provide input. There will be review of the process that has gone on here. And the other thing I want to point out that's very important is at the conclusion of the review, there will be a report. And that report will be made public. And that's important for two reasons. Number one, the community will have an opportunity to review and look at the report and see what has been found during the review. The second thing is the community will have an opportunity to take note of the extent to which the government, the leaders of North Charleston, adhere to the report. So it's my hope that this type of review will allow the community to have a lot of input. There will be a thorough review of the policies and procedures of North Charleston. The report will be able to be reviewed by the community, and then the community will be able to have the opportunity to assess the degree to which the leadership of North Charleston adheres to the recommendations made in the report. My understanding is that we'll take questions at the conclusion of all of us speaking. At this time, I'd like to turn the podium over to Chief Noble Ray, who is from Madison, Wisconsin, but works with the DOJ COPS program, and he is the Chief of Police Procedures and Policy Review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, U.S. Attorney Nettles. I've got some prepared comments, and again, I will also be available for some questions later on, but I'd like to go through these because there are a number of questions that you have, and I want to make sure that I hit all of them. But before I do that, let me thank you all for being here. Just a reflection of the response of the media that this is an important issue for North Charleston. So let me start by saying today we're here to formally announce the launch of the collaborative reform process with the North Charleston Police Department. As most of you are probably aware, we received a request in April from the chief and the mayor to begin this process here. In our review, in the continuum of services the Department of Justice has to offer, it was determined that the collaborative reform process was the best course of action to assist the North Charleston Police Department. A little bit about the process itself. Since we began the Collaborative Reform Initiative for Technical Assistance, it's about 4 years ago in the city of Las Vegas, as a result of a number of officer-involved shootings, the COPS Office collaborative reform efforts have developed into a valuable resource nationwide for law enforcement agencies nationwide and communities that they serve. We currently have, at this point, collaborative reform processes in Spokane, Washington, Philadelphia, St. Louis, Salinas, California, Fayetteville, North Carolina, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, San Francisco, Calexico, California. And the process is really picking up. We're getting requests on a weekly basis, and I think we'll have a number of other sites and locations on board before this year is out. Many of the reports also that we have, and I want to mention this, many of the reports, if you want to learn more, are available on the COPS website of these other cities. The Collaborative Reform Initiative that we will embark here today is indeed that. It is a collaboration. It is important to note that this is independent. It is an objective assessment,
that the police department has entered into willingly, and with their cooperation, it is critical for this particular process to be successful. The purpose of the collaborative reform process is to improve trust between the agencies and the communities that they serve, and by providing an organization on key issues the opportunity to transform. Let me talk a little bit about that. I have been in conversation with both the U.S. Attorney and the Chief for the last several months. And what was fascinating about my conversations with them, every time I spoke to them, they would always bring up the issue of community policing. And I'll say this, community policing is three things, and most of you will probably be aware of this. It's partnerships, it is proactive problem solving, but more importantly, it is transformation. And that's why we're here today. We're here about the transformational process. And every law enforcement agency in the United States should be about transformation. That is how we improve. We know that the communities change. We know internally things change. And so that's why we are here. It is not a short-term solution for serious deficiencies, but rather a long-term strategy that first identifies issues with an agency that may affect public trust, and then offer specific recommendations based upon a comprehensive assessment for how to resolve those issues and enhance relationships between the department and the communities they serve. Agency participation in this collaborative process is voluntary. I repeat, is voluntary. However, agencies selected to participate must demonstrate a commitment to address the recommendations that we will be submitting forward. I am confident, based upon my conversations with the mayor and the chief and the U.S. attorney and the conversations that we have here, that we'll have good, full partnership in this collaborative process. Following the assessment, the COPS office will issue a public report detailing the findings with specific recommendations. So the U.S. attorney talked about that. So the first thing is that there will be an assessment, there will be findings and recommendations based upon gaps or deficiencies within the department, and we will have recommendations as to how to resolve those. And that will be released in a very transparent manner. We will assess the progress made towards implementing the findings and recommendations at 6-month and at a 12-month. So the entire process takes a little over 2 years. I know it was reported in the paper this morning, it's about 3 years, but it's more closer to a little over 2 years. And there are a series of 3 reports in total that will be released. The assessment report, the progress report of the findings and recommendations, and then a final report. All made public, all open for scrutiny to the public so that they can watch this process and ensure that accountability is taking place at the local level. To conduct our work, let's talk a bit about how this will happen. To conduct our work, the COPS office will be enlisting subject matter experts that are among the best and brightest in the field of policing today. They will be conducting interviews with police officers, union officials, command staff, and interested citizens, as well as community leaders and advocates. This is a very inclusive process because our assessment must be informed by both people inside the agency and outside of the agency. The COPS office will also bring in a technical assistance provider to coordinate the review. So there'll be a contractor that will coordinate this review. They will conduct interviews, compile information, and prepare and deliver recommendations for change. Keep in mind, the city will not be asked to contribute any of their own funds to this assessment. We consider this a valuable resource not only for Charleston, but for law enforcement agencies all across the United States. The collaborative reform is an opportunity for agencies that are looking to be progressive, proactive, to step up and acknowledge that there are challenges and concerns that every law enforcement agency faces in the United States. And in the end, they have an opportunity to take part in a transparent process that should improve their practices, strengthen their policies, and improve the relationships between their community. So I will end my comments there. I believe it is Mayor Somi that is next. And again, willing to take comments later on. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. We feel very privileged to have someone of the caliber of Chief Noble that will be leading this program for us. In our conversations, we have acknowledged that we think we have a good police department. But I don't think anytime you're able to get a review of what you do, to look if you need to do changes from someone that is sitting at a different level than you are, it helps you then to make the changes that you need to be a great police department. And that's our ultimate goal, is to enhance the quality of life of all of our citizens, develop a better relationship within the community, and we're more than willing to take recommendations from DOJ to help us accomplish that. You know, we have been on a long ride. I've been here 21 years now as mayor. I've got 3.5 left in this term. And my goal is to get these ideas and concepts in place before I decide whether I'm going to run again or retire. But it's an opportunity for us to look at ourselves by having other people look at us. And if there's ways that we can enhance and improve community relationships, there's ways that we can enhance and improve law enforcement in general, we will be more than happy to implement those changes. We're just very proud that our offer and asking has been accepted by DOJ to come in and work with us to try to make us better. And we know that there will be costs at the end, not in the planning stage, but at the end there will be costs to implement a lot of this. We're willing to sit down and work those things so that it becomes a reality once we get the concepts and ideas. And thank y'all for being here today.
And I won't be long. I think it's important for us to realize where we are today and where we need to be in our future for our kids. And it's about the future. It is what we do today that will impact tomorrow. And we are honored to be part of this collaborative reform initiative and look forward to what the report and reviews will be. And I have been informed by the mayor from the beginning that the city and the council, the mayor is behind this 100%. And like Noble said, it is a voluntary process, and we are standing and that we volunteer today and are moving forward to the future of the citizens in North Charleston. Thank you.
So we're going to open up for Q&A now. Please direct your question to one of the four gentlemen here. Also, don't forget to identify your name and your outlet so we can make sure to follow up. Thanks.
I'm Bruce Smith from the Associated Press. What happens, sir, what happens, I mean, it says the department is, you want people willing to implement the recommendations. What happens if there's recommendations there that they say we just can't do? I mean, have you run into that?
We have not run into that, at least as of yet. This is the 11th collaborative reform site in the United States. We have not run into that. We think, we've been out here, we do an assessment, and the assessment is this. One is we look at the police leadership. Do they have the capacity? Two, we look at local governmental support, because some of these recommendations will require resources and funding, et cetera. The third thing that we look at is kind of the internal, making sure that the rank and file officers know and understand. But probably the fourth thing, which is so vitally important in this process, and that is the level of community involvement, the community engagement, the community concern. Because although this is a voluntary process, it is the eyes of the community that keeps this an accountable process. And that's why that is so important. And that was part of our assessment, and we think they'll be successful in moving these forward.
Can you explain how you guys, if you're more facilitators or if you're going to be initiating some of the change, like how these changes actually get put into practice?
No, good question. First of all, we do the assessment, and that's the team.
Is that the 1 year?
That's the 6 to 8 months. We'll have an assessment that we'll provide to the community, and that will be a set of findings and recommendations. Those findings and recommendations in other communities have been anything from use of force, internal investigations, training, implicit bias training. It could be a whole host of things from recruitment to hiring. So we will do that. But once we do that, we don't walk away. What we do is we provide experts and technical assistance and support to help that agency move through those findings and recommendations. We also monitor their progress as they're moving forward, so that after that 6 to 8 months, there's another report that will be released in 6 months, so the community and the department can see how they're progressing with this. We just had a 6-month report released in Philadelphia back in December, and if you go online, you can see how The Philadelphia Police Department, who was going through a similar process, was able to move through many of their findings and recommendations at a fast pace. The last part of that, and that's roughly at that 2-year mark, 1 or 2 months after 2 years, we issue a final report, again, in full public disclosure so the community can see what exactly is going on.
I'm hearing from a crowd of employees.
Yes.
You mentioned the rank and file.
Yes.
You talked to every member of the rank and file. And my second question is, do your recommendations have a lot to do with training?
First of all, we generally don't talk to every member of the rank and file. We talk to enough members so we feel comfortable enough that we can make some sound and comprehensive and detailed and objective findings of recommendations. I mean, I think this is a department the size of over 350. But we go on ride-alongs, we talk to them, we interview them, and the information is shared with us in a confidential manner. I apologize. What was the second question again?
The second question was
training. Oh, yes, training.
Recommendations have to do with training, or do they have to do with?
All right, everybody. Well, it looks like we did lose the feed on that live press conference. What I was just showing you was an old one to give you guys some background, but it looks like we did lose the feed on that live press conference. If we get it back, we'll take you there immediately. This is a live look of New York City right now. Coming up in just a few moments, I'm going to show you the footage of Donald Trump's campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, who spoke at a University of Virginia event. Just to give you guys a little bit of background on this event before I take you there, Kellyanne Conway was speaking at this event today, and she was asked a very personal question. How, as a woman, has she rationalized managing Donald Trump after he made those sexist remarks? They even brought up the audio tape that was released from Access Hollywood. And she took questions from the audience members. So someone does ask her that question during this event, how she is able to be a campaign manager for someone who had made some of those comments about women in the past. So during this event that I'm about to pull up for you guys here, where she's speaking at the University of Virginia to high school students, they do ask her live questions during the audience, and one of those questions was about how she's able to manage somebody that's made some remarks about women that people don't necessarily agree with. So let me pull up this event for you guys. Let me get it ready for you. Again, this is Donald Trump's campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, speaking earlier today.
In search of evidence. She absolutely was going to win. He never could. And I've been coming here for many, many years talking about the same theme, which is the one thing I've, in addition to what I call staff infection, the same people running the same campaigns all the time and then blaming the candidates. When the candidates lose, it's their fault. In addition to that, I've been a loud voice for years talking about, particularly within the Republican Party, the danger of these 3 words: he can win, he can't win. This fiction of electability. And in the past, it has helped Republican candidates become the presidential nominee in the GOP. Because what happens early in the process is people say, So-and-so's electable. He can win. And you very patiently should ask, okay, great, how do you know that? Well, 100 other people just said it on TV. It must be true. Okay, well, let me just tell you something that you should know from the beginning. Nobody on TV is ever under oath. Remember that when you hear what is said and done there many times. But in addition to that, this he can win. Electability is a fiction because you can't prove somebody is or is not electable until he or she is elected or not elected. And so just saying it, as anybody who's tried to win the Powerball or lose those last 10 pounds knows, just saying it doesn't make it true. And the more people said it, the more resistant the electorate became about being told what to think, who can win, who can't win, how to vote, for whom to clear the field this time. And it's had a negative deleterious effect on Republican presidential nominees in the past for a very simple reason. Then you get a little soft. Then if you're the person who can win, you're not gritty. You're not becoming inventive and ingenious and scrappy and entrepreneurial about how to defy the naysayers and the critics who say you can't win, because everybody just said you can win. And unfortunately, these people have not won in the last couple election cycles. And even in 2000, won very narrowly after being told you can win for over 2 years. So this was the year from the very beginning on the Republican side that voters said, you know what, I've got a lot of time and I have many choices. I'm going to wait it out. I'm going to do a look-see. I'm going to poke the fruit a little bit longer and see what happens. And it became much more a meritocracy, which is a very healthy sign of democracy, in my view. And it allowed the people who could win, fine men and women all, allowed the people who could win to really fade relatively quickly early in the process. So in this way, electability was replaced by electricity. And even though Donald Trump was seen as improbable from the beginning and had low, was down in the back of the pack or the middle of the pack when he first announced, within less than 2 months, he had earned the center of the stage at that first debate in Cleveland, August 6th, 2015, and he never lost it. In 2012, the Republican presidential nominating contest changed hands, I think 6 or 7 times. People had been the front runners at some point, particularly if you looked at the polls in Iowa and you looked at the polls nationally. This time, he got there, and he never lost that position. The other thing to talk about in this particular election is that I think some conventional wisdom was upended also, just saying these rallies didn't matter. Crowd sizes didn't matter. They really mattered, and I can tell you, if you go to one and you see it up close, you realize the intensity and the momentum, the enthusiasm and the intensity alone was owned by Donald Trump in this election. When pollsters would ask that question, we asked it routinely, but if I'd see public polls asking that question, Donald Trump really had a huge advantage over Hillary Clinton on enthusiasm and intensity of excitement. And you'd see these people, we'd go live with an event 3 days before, and the next day there'd be overflow capacity. I'd have to order a Jumbotron for the people who were happy to be outside watching on a Jumbotron and not even in the hall. And there would just be thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of people there, just to say that they were there when he was there, and they felt like they were part of a movement, not a typical campaign. That was very true, and he could get away with that. It was symbolic of his entire candidacy because he's not a typical politician, so it wasn't a typical campaign. It was a movement, and people felt like they were a part of it. And I know once in a while, after this 20,000 person rally inside and out, there would be some reports that would say, we saw a lot of people there, but will they vote? It's like, no, they just stood in the rain for 4 hours to get inside, but they're not going to show up on November 8th. So I think that was sort of a more obvious cue that was ignored. The crowd sizes did matter, and conversely, the lack of enthusiasm late in the game for the Democratic ticket also mattered. Hillary Clinton, who's a very smart woman and should be credited with the courage to run for president twice as the first female, series female candidate for her party to run for president. But if you looked at some of the news accounts late in the game in Florida, in Arizona, if you took away the staff and the state party folks and the advance team, there were not big crowds there. People were not there. excitedly necessarily to see Secretary Clinton or Senator Kaine. And I'll just leave it at that. You can look up the stories. But, I mean, and some of these crowds are like a second small wedding where I come from. They weren't big political rallies. And that did matter. People were ignoring that. Also, the idea that we, quote, had no campaign, had no ground game. So, unfortunately, I was so busy for months, I couldn't read most of the praise and I couldn't read most of the criticism. It's very liberating. Take it for the rest of your lives, believe me. Don't allow yourself to be reduced or overly inflated by 140 characters. Trust me. And on that score, when people say they have no ground game, literally people on TV, friends of mine, would say they have no ground game, they have no campaign. I'm like, God, then I should go home and see my 4 kids because I thought I was here till midnight managing the campaign and talking to our state directors and going over the digital and data program. It really didn't matter what people said. What mattered is that we did have a ground game, and you simply can't become the President of the United States without one in this day and age. We can argue some other time, or we can discuss some other time, and maybe some panelists will, the relative value of ground game versus paid advertising. But clearly, we were outspent in money and in personnel and in paid TV advertisements and radio advertisements and direct mail and the whole bit by 2 to 1, by some estimates closer to 3 to 1. And in some states, absolutely that margin, 2 or 3 to 1. And yes, money matters in politics, but moxie matters a lot more in some of these races. And there's no question that to run for office, you need money, but we were outspent and won. So I think it's a great lesson for all of us that if you're told you can't win, you're the underdog, you're not the front runner, the opponent has it sewed up, don't even bother, you can't raise the money. It matters a little, but it matters more if you let it get to you and define the way you're going to approach a particular situation or, in fact, a political race. The other thing and our ground game, was more sophisticated, I think, than it's been given credit for. We had amazing digital and data operation. The RNC did a great job supplementing that for us because I got there in August, and we certainly needed that help. But we also were able to build it organically. Jared Kushner, Brad Parscale, our digital director, did an amazing job helping with that for a number of months. And we were very focused. One of my models, I'm a student of politics, and one of my models was the Senator Obama's election in 2008, the way they ran their campaign in 2008. And 8 years later, obviously technology and Twitter and reaching people where they live, quote unquote, had become that much more sophisticated and that much more imperative. So I studied that campaign, and then I studied President Obama's re-election in 2012, and I tried to take from the best of both. And in 2012, I have to really credit my colleagues from across the aisle for staying so focused and so disciplined. He never went outside the swing states, the battleground states, very much physically, but also monetarily, and the investments of his campaign into ground game and TV advertising and all. And that's smart, because you keep returning there and you get the local media coverage and people see you're serious about winning their state and they get excited. You could sort of bounce around a little bit. And one of my challenges was to resist chasing every new positive public poll in a particular state where we're down 2 or 3, and it's like, well, let's go here, let's go there. And we were criticized, obviously, in those last couple of weeks for going to Minnesota, going back to Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, New Mexico. But you also have to take into account, in a state like Colorado, you're going to have 100% compulsory early voting. You can bring the ballot on Election Day, but we had to invest there early, as opposed to New Hampshire or Pennsylvania, where you have day of voting, by and large. So you have to think about things like that, too, when you deploy your best assets, Donald Trump and Mike Pence, and also when you decide in the end where to put the paid advertisement, where to invest more in the ground game, the walkers, et cetera. The other thing is that candidates matter. They really matter. I mean, Donald Trump is brilliant, but he's also a master connector, and he's also a master communicator. People loved listening to him. They loved his message. And I think that all the media coverage he got in the primary was subsumed by all the media coverage he got in the general, where clearly he was much better for clicks and he was much better for ratings. I can't imagine anybody can dispute that. But in the end, trying to make the election a referendum about him failed. And our goal to keep the election a referendum on her succeeded. And it wasn't easy to do, because many times the election was a referendum on Donald Trump, and it certainly was cast that way, I think, to larger swaths of the electorate. But if you can keep it about change, and you can keep it about fresh ideas and new blood and draining the swamp in Washington, D.C., and people really feeling like you have an outsider's perspective, it could be successful. Candidates matter also because Donald Trump was literally willing to do 7, 8, 5 rallies a day in 5 different states. It is a mystery to all of us, so don't bother asking when he sleeps. I have no idea. But he is, that energy, that stamina, that drive, it really mattered to people. And it mattered also that he didn't take time off. We were criticized again. When is he preparing for the debate? Why is he doing rallies? You have to know your candidate, and you have to know how he or she is really connecting with people. Is it on the ground? Is it through the air? Is it personal contacts? Is it text messaging with their, is it a phone call with their voice, or is it just showing up? And I think also the ability to cut through the noise or the silence of whatever the coverage is. A lot of what I'm saying today, I said on TV and in public many times, so it's not a huge mystery. It just didn't get covered necessarily, and many times got mocked, but that's okay. But there were some things that I think are very obvious now, looking back to many people. One is the undercover Trump voter was very real. Talked about it first on the British equivalent of NBC, I think, or a British equivalent of a network, but it was real. That people who don't seem like a Trump voter, who on paper had voted for President Obama twice, or had voted for Democrats in Congress and the governorships and state legislatures more recently, it was real. And it's not because they were shy or they were embarrassed to say they were voting for Donald Trump. It's because they really don't want to lose friendships and family members and collegiality in the workplace by admitting it. People do feel like they lost friendships over this election, by and large, which is really a shame. Maybe that'll heal over time. But the undercover Trump voter are the people who come up to me now, and I'm just the consultant, certainly not the candidate, come up to me now all over the country. I voted for Mr. Trump, and I'll say, did
officers that have contacted me to let the family know. For instance, I'll briefly let you know what a veteran officer from another state had to say. The opportunity to bridge a rift between the community and law enforcement exists in this case. The black eye caused by incidents such as this lasts a long time. The threat to officers' safety or fear of bodily harm does not exist when all you can see is a man's back and elbows. In football, it's called clipping. In this case, it's called murder. I pray for God's guidance as you proceed with this case. From a veteran officer in another state, whose name I won't use. So I disagree with Mr. Slager's defense team that telling the jury a message of guilty for murder will send a bad message to law enforcement. No. Everybody knows that 90% of the officers out there are brave and doing their job bravely in the community every day. But until we get guilty verdicts when we all know it's murder, the community is upset and feels like they don't get justice. So I disagree with that statement. And I think all of the great policemen out there would do the same.
With the Scott family, first of all, we would like to thank God for bringing us to this point. And we feel good about what has been presented to the jury, and we feel confident. We came this far by prayer, and that's what we're going to continue to believe and trust. And it has been successful all the way through, and up to this point, it's been long, hard, and trying. It's been a long, hard 5 weeks, and we just continuously believe in God and ask for the continuous prayer of the city, the state, and the country. And we do believe that we will get the guilty verdict and that we will receive justice for my brother. And we've only looked for justice from the beginning, and we continue to look for justice here. And it's up to the jury now We had a very good case. The solicitor did an excellent job, and we believe that we will have the end results that we want and desire for the family.
What was the most difficult part about being in the courtroom?
It was just long days, but not only that, but when the defense get up to do their deliberation, it's always so long and so drawn out. But other than that, it was just the long days.
What was your reaction to hearing the defense's assertion about your brother using the term thug and suggesting that he may have been considering criminal activity as he ran away from Officer Slater?
Well, he can assume anything that he wanted to assume, but we know that that wasn't his intention or his character. So we didn't feel any way bad about that because we know he's a good defense attorney, and we know that he's going to try every angle. So we were expecting everything that he threw and even more. So we were ready for that, prepared for that.
If the voluntary manslaughter is the only guilty charge, how would you deal with that?
If it's maxed out, we'll live with that.
Though we've seen this video play out, the cell phone video play out many times, I noticed that it appeared to be very difficult for you to watch even 18 months later.
Yes, what was the hardest part for me today? I've never heard the video played and my brother's voice sound so clear. And hearing my brother's voice again really just did something to me. It wasn't so much what was being played or seeing it again. It was just hearing the clarity in my brother's voice and knowing that I'll never be able to hear that again. That was very hurtful, and really, I miss him, and I know he didn't deserve that. No human being deserves to be gunned down from the back. This could have been something that could have been stopped, and it was up to that officer to stop and bring it down, and we would not even be here today. But he chose to do something different.
How's your mom holding up?
Well, Mom and Dad are upstairs, and they're praying, that we get a positive verdict, a positive outcome. And that's what we're waiting on now.
All right. When you hear Andy Savage say that this was a matter of seconds and not distance but time, what's going through your head when you hear that?
Well, really, distance did matter a lot, in this case. But the one that sticks out the most is the 17 feet. That was the first shot. When he shot my brother for the first time, was within 17 feet, and that's not far at all. So he had time to think before he did what he did. And just like my brother just said, no human being should be gunned down like that. He didn't even give him a chance. He just made a sporadic decision and did what he did.
And when they play the video over and over and over again, and you hear that first pop and then the next pop of the gun, do you have a gut-wrenching feeling?
Yes, absolutely.
What's that like?
Excruciating. It's like this is so surreal that it's happening.
It was his last run.
Yeah.
And we used to run all the time. We grew up together. I mean, he was always faster than us two, but it was his last run, and it had to end up by death.
Yeah.
It's a horrible thing.
He started off trying to get away, and he ended up, the end. He was still trying to get away, and it was gunned down. And that's what our fight was for the whole time. Our story, him trying to get away.
And why do you think he ran?
We honestly, I really don't know why my brother ran. I wish he hadn't ran, but we really don't know. We speculated at the beginning, but we really don't know what was on his mind at that time. Because one thing I do know, he didn't have to run, but he chose to run, and why he ran, we really don't know.
And are you thankful for the video that Santana?
Oh, absolutely,
yes.
absolutely.
Oh,
absolutely.
yes, absolutely. If it wasn't for the video, we wouldn't even be to this point right now.
Right.
I mean, that was one thing that stuck out, is him attacking Santana in his closing argument. But you need more people like testified in Santana to step forward when you film something, whether good or bad, whether it exonerates the officer or holds him accountable. People have to step forward, even when it doesn't involve a cop. If you see a crime happening, film it. Stop the no snitching policy or whatever that silliness is. Come forward and help out the police if you film a crime, and step forward. That man is a hero for coming forward, having just watched the officer shoot someone, getting the video to us, and us turning over to the cops. You know, you can attack him this time because he caught you, but we need more people like that. And that's all we have. We'll just pray on the verdict.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, that was the live press conference for Walter Scott's death in April of 2015. Now, that officer from South Carolina testified yesterday, still defending that he was in complete fear when he shot Walter Scott 8 times in April of 2015. Give you a live look of New York City right now. In just a few moments, we're going to take you back to Donald Trump's campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, who spoke at the University of Virginia earlier today and answered questions from high school students. One student asked how she was able to work with a man who made such comments about women. You'll be able to hear what she says in this video coming up in just a few seconds.
Because they really don't want to lose friendships and family members and collegiality in the workplace by admitting it. People do feel like they lost friendships over this election, by and large, which is really a shame. Maybe that'll heal over time. But the undercover Trump voter are the people who come up to me now, and I'm just the consultant, certainly not the candidate, come up to me now all over the country. I voted for Mr. Trump, and I'll say, do you mind if I ask, is that a typical vote for you? Had you voted for Governor Romney and Senator McCain? Had you? And to a person, by and large, you really meet people who say, I just wanted to try something different. The union members, the Hispanic voters, the single moms, women generally, who were supposed to be voting for Hillary Clinton would never vote for Donald Trump. And he ended up with 53%, he ended up with 55% of white women. He ended up with 81% of white evangelicals. He ended up with 53% or so of suburban voters. So all these things that weren't supposed to happen did happen. And it's owing in part to this undercover Trump voter. Hillary Clinton also had a 47% problem of her own. Mitt Romney famously had the 47% problem of saying 47% of the country, won't vote for me, and et cetera. But you can look it up. But she had a 47% problem of her own that I did talk about publicly daily, which is she just never was able to get above 46, 47% or so in anybody's statewide polling. We saw it internally, but there were plenty of public polls that you can see, statewide polls. And the question was, in states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Iowa, Ohio, Michigan, North Carolina, well, not North Carolina, Florida, Virginia, for example, in these states where President Obama received over 50% of the vote, and in some cases well over 50% of the vote twice, she couldn't get there. She was well under 50%. Believe me, when it's a struggle to win, 46% is well under 50%, I promise you. And the idea, we just saw that the undecided voters were not going to break for her. The undecided voters were decided about one big thing, which is they were reluctant to go with her for whatever reason. I think that the themes of this election, security, affordability, fairness, and ethics, definitely were an advantage to Donald Trump on many levels. But additionally, you can't convince people late in the game that they're going to learn something new about you. In those last couple days, it is going to wash away the reluctance. And I think most of the coverage was about voter reluctance vis-a-vis Donald Trump, and there was not enough coverage, honest coverage, about voter reluctance vis-a-vis Hillary Clinton. And so those were her numbers. And in some cases, some of the public polls got our numbers absolutely correct in some of these states. but they had given her almost all the undecided voters, which was not correct. So I think you just have to look at it and basically understand, why is somebody undecided? And why are they unfavorable, historically unfavorable to these two candidates? The reasons they were unfavorable to Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton were fundamentally different. And hers were just higher. If you ask people in an open-ended fashion, please complete the following sentence. My main hesitation in voting for Hillary Clinton as President of the United States. My main hesitation in voting for Donald Trump for President of the United States. Hers were just higher in terms of, I don't trust her, I don't like the email scandal, or I want something new. They were just higher and more intense than, I don't like what he said and how he said it, kind of thing. And so I think this election proved to me, too, that there's a difference between, well, those are the facts. There's a difference between what offends you and what affects you. And there was not enough coverage of that, frankly. People just figured, if I can just keep talking about the same thing over and over and over again, at some point the electorate will say, gosh, that really does bother me. But you have to have faith in the wisdom of people. And people can tease out perhaps what offends them or bothers them versus what affects them long term. And look at the same media polls that were doing the horse race questions. What do all these media polls and all the private polling say about the issues? What were the top issues? Again, this was not a mystery. The top issues were jobs in the economy, healthcare, certainly, education, security, national security, that was on the rise. But it was really just that whole security basket of issues that matter to people. And everyday affordability, I think in the past Republicans have talked too much about, you didn't build that, entrepreneurs, jobs, I'm a job creator. I think that's great, but 7% of the country roughly are job creators, and 7% or so, give or take, are job seekers. But what we try to do in the Trump campaign is speak to the vast majority of American households that are neither job creators nor job seekers, but job holders. And people are saying, why? I have 2 and 3 jobs in the household. Why is it no longer enough? Why do we struggle every month to pay the bills, to afford a minivan vacation in the summer? This isn't fair, and it's not right. So we tried to take those issues and just message it in a different way that also was very consistent with the messenger that we had, Donald Trump. He elevated issues from the beginning that nobody was talking about, which is another thing to say. If you're just looking at those top 3 or 4 issues, you're missing the opportunity to talk about trade through the eyes of the American worker and what's fair and what's not fair. You're missing the opportunity to talk about illegal immigration through an economic lens and a fairness lens, where the conversation had been in both parties, what is fair to the illegal immigrant? He made the conversation also, what is fair to the American worker? What is fair to the economy? What is fair to our sovereignty or our borders? And expanded that conversation, took issues that were at 1-2%, and in some cases, like trade, not even included in polling questions. On the issue of health care, the polls really started to tighten in mid-October, definitely the week before the Comey announcement on October 28th, in large part for several different reasons, but in large part because that's when Donald Trump and Mike Pence were talking a lot about Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, and that's when people were firing up their computer screens and opening up their mailboxes and getting notice that their premiums were increasing. And so they talked about Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, as being really the most intrusive, invasive, expensive, expansive example you have for some people of the federal government's reach. Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act was a huge issue that helped Republicans win many races in 2010 and 2014. It just wasn't as effective in 2012 because the Republican nominee had the version of health care that made it a little bit more difficult, I think, to run against Obamacare the way it was run in 2010, 2014, and certainly 2016. The other thing I would say is the 100-day plan really helped. We saw that before, during, and after. Having those specifics and those solutions that you can actually point to was important to voters. Lots of clicks on that, many inquiries on that. People at the rally, if people turned on the TV and was listening to Donald Trump in a rally or got it off of YouTube, those were incredibly important to them because people like the specifics and the solutions. And for him to say, here's the 100-day plan, and for me to say to all of you, you can disagree with every inch of it, but at least you can see it. at least there was a plan for you to examine. And he was doing that for a while, for months, frankly. The 10-point plan to reform the Veterans Administration, the 4-point plan to reduce taxes and create 25 million jobs over 10 years and unleash energy investment and infrastructure spending, the 5-point plan or so, 4 or 5-point plan to defeat radical Islamic terrorism. Here's how to do it. So that actually mattered to voters. And, you know, the result was, people say, well, it wasn't historic, it wasn't a blowout. Folks, it was a blowout and it was historic when you compare it to what the predictions are. And it also doesn't matter to me because we won. So people, you know, people who are in the permanent campaign and still trying to fight that last war, which is ironic to somebody who was asked 3,265 times on TV in those last couple weeks, but will he accept the election results? Will he respect the democratic process? Yes, of course. But the question is great for those who are forging a recount now and tens of thousands of protesters across the country. I respect their right to do that. But it's quite ironic that many of the right questions were being asked about the wrong candidate and the wrong candidate's supporters. That is very clear now. But yes, we expect the process. We won 200 counties. We switched 200 counties, went from Barack Obama to Donald Trump between 2012 and 2016, over 200 counties. If you asked me what was one magical point or one part of the secret sauce, I would say one word to you: counties. And we told the media this because we had some private briefings. It said there are 62 counties we look at. If you really forced me, I'd say 34 or 35. And that we didn't prevail in all of them, but we wanted to tighten the margins. I'll give you a great example. Mahoning County, Ohio. I went there on September 6th. It was Labor Day. And I flew there with Mr. Trump, and then we met up with Governor Pence and his team there. So it was Labor Day. We didn't have as big a staff that day. I was often not on the plane because I don't know how you manage a campaign from the plane. And you know, we have a staff in New York that wanted you know, leadership and folks around. So there was a combination. We showed up in Mahoning County, outside of really Youngstown, and ironically, not coincidentally, it's Congressman Tim Ryan's district. The man who is trying to force new blood into the leadership races in the Democratic Party right now, claiming that his party does not speak for and to working class voters anymore. That's his district. He represents it in Congress. And I get it because I grew up in a place just like that. And we went to Mahoning County for a county fair. That is the day I knew these guys were going to win. Mike Pence said to Donald Trump in the car on the way over, I've got this. County fairs, I'm the governor of Indiana. I've represented Indiana's 6th congressional district for 12 years in Congress. I know all about corn dogs, lemon freezes. I've got this. And we show up to the county fair, and there are about 80 to 85,000 people there waiting in the 86-degree hot sun, shoulder to shoulder, 10 deep. It was astonishing. And that's different than rallies, ladies and gentlemen, because a rally, you at least have a ticket, you're sitting, you can talk, you can be on your technology while you wait for it to start. There's always a pre-show before Mr. Trump or Governor Pence would take the stage. But there were all these people there, and I listened to them. The Secret Service would not allow Mr. Trump and Governor Pence to do their interview with one of the networks outside because it just hadn't been properly swept. Nobody expected 85,000 people at a county fair that was far away from a major population center in the state. And I like to say maybe the only person not at that county fair that day was the governor of Ohio, John Kasich. It felt that way. It felt like everyone else was there. So I knew Larry did that. Anyway, I listened to the people. And I've been doing this for years. It's my job, is to listen to people. And they wouldn't say, I loved you on The Apprentice. May I have your autograph? They'd say, make good on your promises. Bring jobs back to this part of Ohio. Be fair to the American worker. Do something about health care because it really didn't help everyone. It was always very substantive, very issue-based, and people were very happy to be there. And that county, I'll just use it as an example because I have many for you. That county is a place where we focused very much, and Hillary Clinton won the county by about 2 or 3 points. But Barack Obama and John Kerry had won that county with over 60%. And Donald Trump got from like 36% to 46%, and Hillary Clinton went from 62% to 48 or 49%. So that's an example of why the digital data operation, the ground game, the focus, where to put the candidates, where to put your money, where to put your resources otherwise really matters. So I would say to you, counties certainly matter. The victory also, that he won 2,600 counties. He won the most congressional districts, the most land mass, 30 of 50 states, and of course 306 electoral votes. So for a non-incumbent win, it is quite amazing for a non-incumbent win, which I would also count as the 1988 election, which is seen as the third term of Ronald Reagan. I had lunch yesterday with Vice President Dan Quayle, who was part of that historic victory in 1988. So where do we go from here? I think one last thing I would mention about the election, then something about you, is I think both parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, I can confidently say, were veering close, dangerously close to being the party of the elites. And I know people are going to think, oh, here we go. Anti-media, anti-money, Guys, I said elites for a reason. And what this election proves is, to the elites, there's a lot more of them than there are us. Whether you're part of the chattering class, the political class, the media class, the consultant class, certainly, it's that people have a way of just picking out of the race what mattered to them and focusing on that and not being told what to do and how to vote and what was important to them. I have no evidence that what qualified as, quote, breaking news with the jingles and everything for 5 days at a time was important to the electorate. It just wasn't. Or you might have had a different result, or you might see different things in the polling about the issues. But the idea that my Republican Party is closely hewing more to the party of the forgotten man and the forgotten woman, which Donald Trump talked about an awful lot, or the working man or the working woman, or one who would aspire to work or aspire to be an entrepreneur, is very healthy, because we were veering dangerously close to being the party of the elites. And I would say that that's also something that the Democratic Party is going to grapple with when you have leadership races now between, again, aforementioned members of Congress that represent working class districts versus those who represent San Francisco. So we'll see how that plays out. I'll leave that to the other party. I think that's a very important upshot of this particular election, though, because this was the voters' election. It was not the consultant class, the media's, the political class's election. It really belongs to the voters. My advice to everyone here, defy the naysayers and the critics. Just focus on what you're doing. Discipline, focus, define it. Moxie matters, money matters, but moxie matters. Be gritty, be entrepreneurial, be inventive, be loyal to your team and to your candidate. I think that's incredibly important. And then offer people specifics. I think the idea that this election was going to be about a comment here or a person there or a tweet here or something that was said 20 years ago there just was never going to be true. And that's because people have a way of really cutting through and boiling it down. So I'd like to wish each of you good luck, and I'd like to thank you very much for your time and attention in inviting me here today. And thank you very much. I would just end by saying that you see President Obama and President-elect Donald Trump really trying very hard to have a peaceful transition of power, which our great democracy always allows, and I think we expect and deserve. And I would take our cues and clues from them in terms of, giving a chance to this new administration, because as Donald Trump said on election night or election day in the wee hours, he will be the president of all Americans, even those who do not support him. Thank you very much. No time? We have time for questions? Yeah.
Well, I can't get that mic to work. Let me ask this. Where are these mics that have been set up? Nobody told me. Right here. Over there?
In the back.
Line up. She has a little time for questions,
I'm
and while you're lining up,
on this, others have touched on.
I'm going to use my moderator's prerogative here to ask you a question. You're a pollster, and you're a very good pollster. What are you doing? Are you lining up?
Ask a question.
Yeah, you're a very good. Can we have quiet, please? Quiet. I'll give you all an F, even though I don't have the power. Kellyanne, you know polling very, very well. What was it? Not so much about the national polls, but so many of the battleground polls were completely off or substantially off, to the point where they misled loads of us who've used polls for years. If you had to cite 2 or 3 factors, what were they?
2 or 3 factors. Dr. Sabato is asking me, what do I think about the statewide polls being so wrong? We stopped doing national polls for the campaign a very long time ago because they're just not relevant to what we were trying to do, which is the road to 270, which, yes, is the way you become president, not the popular vote. I saw all those graphics and models and fancy charts that say road to 270. I never saw one that said road to the popular vote. But in any event, a couple things. There was a presumption that the way you describe yourself politically was how you were going to vote electorally, and that's just wrong. Just because you were a reliable President Obama voter or Bill Clinton voter, especially this time when we saw from almost the beginning, and it honestly never changed, that Hillary Clinton had not attracted and solidified the Obama coalition for her. I think they must have seen it because they had President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama and lots of talented, famous people with them, which we could talk about. I don't think that really helped her in the end. Certainly having President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama more popular than she is helped her. But she just never was able to attract a sufficient intensity and excitement among the Obama coalition and call it her own. Donald Trump won more Hispanics and more Asians and more African Americans than Mitt Romney did. So he was actually able to tap into that. And so this presumption from the beginning that you're talking to people who you think are reliable voters, and then I think there's a problem in polling where there's an art problem and a science problem. The art problem is presuming that you know the electorate before you allow them to tell you who they are. And then asking these questions. I think this time the questions were basically asked as a way to prove the conclusion that Donald Trump could not win and that he should not win, where all of a sudden qualifications and experience were important. We weren't allowed to talk about that in 2008, if you remember, Larry. But all of a sudden that was important. But to voters, honesty was also important. And having an outsider was important. And it was more important to them than, quote, temperament, for example. But temperament was asked. So that's the art problem of how can I zing this guy through the kinds of questions I ask and continue my narrative, which ended up not being particularly relevant to Americans. Secondly, on the science part, the crime of my industry is the overweighting, W-E-I-G-H-T-I-N-G. And it happens in all these public polls you see. As a private pollster, if you can weight, W-A-I-T, instead of weight, W-E-I-G-H-T, the data, you do much better because it takes a long time to sufficiently satisfy quotas that you need to reach among hard to reach voters, cell phone users, people who live in urban areas who are less likely, younger people, less likely to talk on the phone to a pollster. They just are. Your grandparents maybe, but you're not. And you just have to know that and be patient with the polling. So what's happening is people are getting, it's like you get what you get and you don't get upset and then they're weighting it up. Manifold. That's not a poll. That's like a focus group or, coffee with friends. It's not sufficient in those. But I also think with respect to the statewide polling that there wasn't enough credence given to all these crossover and undercover voters. And if you saw Donald Trump in the primaries, I saw a story where he got 40 or 50,000 crossover voters in the state of Pennsylvania, I think it was, in the primary. So that's a cue and a clue that we should have seen early on. So anyway, most of the private pollsters' work you'll never see the light of day. So most of the polling that you saw was meant for public consumption and I think tracked very much with the coverage of the campaign. I would have absolutely no impetus to tell you what our polls said at the time because we're using it for internal strategic purposes. But you can tell where we saw opportunity based on where we were sending Trump and Pence late in the game. We're laughed at, like they're going to Michigan, haha, Pennsylvania, fool's gold. You go to Pennsylvania, always felt like Trump country. And then we drive around and Trump signs and stickers and people waiting in line to vote early in North Carolina and all their red gear and that's anecdotal, but it really confirmed what we saw in some of these statewide polls also, where people were willing to give it a chance. Yes, hi.
Okay, is this on? Yeah. Oh. My question is what is Mr. Trump's strategy or President Trump's strategy to keep the Republican control of Congress in his first 2 years of his term?
It's a great question because, as we know, sir, thank you for the question, The party in power sometimes, if not often, has these terrible losses in their first 2 years. And President Clinton had that in 1994. George W. Bush lost some seats in 2002. I think maybe they won the Senate back that year. Or 2006. 2006 certainly had lost the Congress, and Nancy Pelosi became the Speaker briefly. And then President Obama suffered those losses in 2010 as well. So I think my short answer is performance. You have to deliver. I think the burden on us, on President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Pence, is to do things very quickly that they promised to do. So if you deliver, if you perform, if you actually have better health care where you can buy health care across state lines like you can auto insurance and so many other goods and services, if you set up these health savings accounts where people have more control and more ownership over their own intimate personal health care spending, if you do away with the Obamacare penalty, which tells you buy this government-run health care package or pay a penalty, if they start to create those jobs, what's happening tomorrow in Indianapolis is truly amazing, where just as the president-elect and the vice president-elect, they will go to Indiana, Mike Pence's Indiana, and join with Carrier and announce that 1,000 jobs or so will remain in the United States of America. It's exactly what he ran on. Bring these jobs back. People say it can't be done. Those jobs are now not going to Mexico. So show people that when you roll back some bad regulations, when you have a more hospitable business climate, when you actually say what you're going to do on taxes, people know the USA is open for business and employers will stay here. They also, I think, need to work with the Congress, and they will. And also, I should have mentioned that the breadth of the mandate, people say he doesn't have a mandate. Okay, the Republicans have won over 1,000 state legislative seats since President Obama got to office. They've won. They have a plus 60 seat differential that they've won in the House of Representatives, over a dozen senators, a dozen or so governors. There are 5 state legislatures or so that currently have a Democratic governor, a Democratic state legislature, and Democratic statewide officials. So America has spoken that they at least want to get some stuff done. I think performance and delivery are the key, but that's what he does. That's what he does. He's a great negotiator, a brilliant person who gets things done. In business, you're accountable. You have quarterly reports, you have shareholders, you have board members, you have consumers. You're accountable. You have to deliver. You can't kick the can down the road. Thank you.
Hi. You are the first woman to run a campaign for a Republican candidate for president and win for any party, and you also founded a woman-owned polling company. Donald Trump has negated claims that he sexually assaulted women, but also admitted to a tape where he seemed to be describing sexual assault. How do you rationalize that as a woman and also as his campaign manager?
You want me to step up? Lest we be confused about the politics of the audience. So,
There you go.
yeah. How's the millennial outreach program going, Hillary? Anyhow. So what you just said was said probably tens of thousands of times during the campaign, on the internet, on TV incessantly, in paid advertising. I mean, Hillary Clinton, you may not see the direct mail depending on where you live and how they target you as a voter, but what you saw on the TV ads is exactly what you saw in direct mail, which is all this anti-woman stuff. And you know how America's women answered? They gave the would-be first female candidate, I don't know, what was it, 56% of the vote, 57? And Hillary Clinton had a gender gap from the beginning, and her gender gap was among men, and very few people outside of our campaign wanted to talk about it, and it never got better. And to be the first female president and not have women marching on Pennsylvania Avenue or Fifth Avenue, New York, by the Trump Tower saying, we must have the first female president, we must have the first female president. She should have gotten 60 or 62% of the female vote, and she did not. And part of why she did not is women tired of the same argument and the same thing that you're presenting to me now, even though you're trying to be personally mean about it. I won't. Larry said I can skip the question, but I won't. Because I'm glad that people looked at that and saw that and said, you know what? That's an argument that will not create a single job in my community and will not bring back a single of the 70,000 factories that have been closed, will not deter one member of ISIS from doing their bloodletting here or in Europe or anywhere else in the world. Oh, Glenn's saying cut it off. As a woman, I'm very proud to belong to a party that respects the fact that my husband and I work hard and come from maybe middle-class backgrounds, I'm not even sure. I'm thrilled that I live in a country where I can have, and I worked for a man who respects the fact that I have 4 small school-age children, and yet worked my heart out to help get him elected, as did the rest of our amazing team. And for you to use sexual assault to try to make news here, I think is unfortunate, but it also doesn't matter because Donald Trump promised he'll be the president of all Americans. Thank you.
Let's end on a positive. One more question, just one more. And no speeches, please.
One more.
Hi.
My name is Desmond, and my question was that how does Donald Trump respond to the fact that people kind of feel some type of way of comments he said, and as a president, how can he be a leader if the people are not on his side? So I wanted to know, like, what was his response to it?
How can he be a leader?
If the people, like, because people feel some type of way about his comments in different countries and states. So, like, I wonder, like, how was he responding to it?
Well, he responded on election night, and he said, I'm going to be the president for all Americans. He's bringing in a very diverse group of men and women into his cabinet, into his senior team. Wow.
All right, everybody. Well, I'm going to cut out of this and give you guys a live look of New York City right now, where it is raining just in time for the holidays. Coming up in just a few moments, your host Mike Page is going to take you into the evening hours, where he will be talking about a big event that Donald Trump will be speaking at tomorrow. That's next.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Downstream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Pace. I'll be with you for the next 2 hours here. Then we'll pass it off one more time to Mary Kate. She'll shut down the show for you. But we got a full lineup here for you. Just a special mention and programming note for tomorrow. We will be showing you Donald Trump's thank you tour live in Cincinnati. That will be happening at 7 o'clock Eastern. Come about 30 minutes before that, so 6:30 Eastern. We'll have the setup there for you. You'll see the podium. You won't miss anything. We'll be streaming that live for you right here on Fox 10 News Now. We'll get you caught up on that. And then as well, a little bit later in the show tonight, I'll show you Donald Trump's last time he was in Ohio. So a little throwback there. We'll do a little throwback to Donald Trump in Ohio. That's coming up a little bit later in the show. We do have breaking news that we are going to be having for you in I'd say about 15 minutes. Sky Fox is up in the air for a police situation where we are hearing that by one of the freeways that somebody is looking to jump off a freeway and kill themselves. So hopefully that's not the case, but what they're doing is they might have to shut down the freeway because of this. So we'll have Sky Fox over there, and we'll break that information there down for you. In the meantime, let's show you the White House and criminal justice reform meeting that happened today at the White House.
So as I mentioned earlier, we are honored to have our country's Attorney General here with us today. I love saying that, Attorney General Lynch, yes. Or as Loretta, as I like to call her, has been a driving force behind criminal justice reform, together with many members of her team. In fact, could I have everyone from the Justice Department stand up for a second so we can recognize you? She came with her peeps. And this is a big day for the Justice Department. They have new announcements that they made today. And so to keep all of you current, I thought I'd start by asking the Attorney General to give us a description of what came out today.
Thank you so much, Valerie. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here, for working on these issues, for caring about these issues, and for answering in advance the ask to keep working on these issues, because so much of what we've done over the last 8 years has been inspired by your work, by work done in the states, by work done by community groups to raise attention to issues. And so I'm just tremendously proud to work with all of you and to have been able to move this important issue a little bit further down the field. We do have some exciting things happening, and they're exciting to me because we've been working on re-entry issues for some time now. It's really been a focal point of our criminal justice reform work. So I'm excited because of the actual announcements, but I'm really excited because these are changes that we're making within how we handle re-entry within the Bureau of Prisons that will live on past this administration, that are going to become part of the DNA of the Bureau of Prisons, so that as we deal with federal inmates in this country, we have some major changes going on. So there's 3 main things we're doing within BOP, and then a 4th one that I think is hopefully going to help another important issue, which is women who are incarcerated. First and foremost, as we've talked about, education is the key to successfully coming back home for so many people. The ability to get a job depends very often on things as simple as the ability to read, and things as simple as the ability to actually get a license or a certificate, and as things as simple as getting a GED. So while we have always worked within the Bureau of Prisons to put forth educational opportunities and to have programs, we are taking a comprehensive entire system look at the Bureau of Prisons, and with the help of outside experts and a number of people at the Department of Justice who have worked very hard on this, essentially we will be setting up what will in essence be a school district within the Bureau of Prisons, so that every inmate entering federal custody will receive an educational assessment of their needs and of their issues particularly of learning disabilities, and an educational program to help them achieve their goals. Now, if you want to do what a lot of people do and reduce it to cost, for every $1 we spend on education in the prison system, it can replace $4 to $5 we spend just on incarceration alone. That's been enough to get a lot of support for issues like this one and other things we're working on. The thing that we're really focusing on, not just the financial cost, the hard dollars and cents, but the human cost of incarceration, the collateral cost, the cost to individuals, the cost to families, the cost to communities, the cost to our culture of removing people from being able to participate in this country's economy for a number of years and sending them back home still not able to participate. So the educational opportunities that we're going to be providing, whether it's a GED that's needed, whether it's further education, whether it's the basics of learning how to read and manage things, which again sends people on this upward trajectory that will, and we've seen it work, that will not only empower them, but allows them to be better parents, better siblings, better family members, and have a real chance when they come home. So that's the first thing we're working on. The second thing, which may sound like a small thing, is we will be providing for everyone who's leaving federal prison the ability to obtain, if they don't have it, a birth certificate and government ID. We started talking about this actually back in the spring when we were doing Reentry Week. We were trying to highlight all the things we were doing. And I wrote a letter to all the governors in the country, as well as the mayor of DC, and asked them to please set up a program, if they didn't already have one, to take federal prison ID and convert it into state ID. Because one of the things that we've seen is one of the biggest stumbling blocks to just re-entering life can be identification. Who are you? Who are you? And who gets to say who you are? And everyone coming out of prison should be able to come back as a whole person, not just a number that's been assigned some years before. And it also impacts the ability, not just for transportation, but to even enter into a building to apply for a job, to get a job, to get a student loan. It's one of the things that people who haven't been through that experience, I think, take for granted the most. And if you don't have that, if you've been stripped of your identification, literally, as an inmate, and then don't have a chance to read.
All right, everybody, as promised, we wanted to dip into that breaking news that I was talking about just moments ago. This is near the 202 and Brown for a freeway closure at this moment. A police situation is upon us right now. Let's see what that traffic situation is like. Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Downstream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys being with us here on the stream. And this is the Loop 202 and Brown, closed for that police investigation that I was talking to you about. And these people, no doubt, will have their commutes home who knows how much delayed for this situation here. So we're hoping that the person involved here is getting the support and help that they need, and hopefully this clears up relatively fast. But these people that are in this car jam now, that is an issue for them this evening here. So if you know people that take the Loop 202 and Brown, Tell them to take another route tonight. It is going to be a parking lot situation here. Obviously, Sky Fox will not be showing that police investigation that is happening right now. They need to give the family and friends that moment. And we're hoping for the very best to happen here. We want to thank everybody for watching live with us during this breaking news moment. Police situation happening at the Loop 202 and Brown. It is closed for this investigation. As you can see, it is an absolute parking lot situation for these drivers trying to get home, trying to get where they need to be this Wednesday evening here in Arizona. For those of you joining us here and wondering, okay, what is going on? Well, there is a police situation where at Loop 202 and Brown that needed to be closed for this investigation. Unfortunately for all the drivers here, it's causing a lot of headaches. That's the issue right there. We were being told that there was a man that was threatening to jump. Obviously, they had to shut down traffic. Sky Fox can't show you that, for those of you wondering as well why they're not showing in just the traffic here. We're showing this massive backup that is now going on 4 miles. That's what we're learning right now here on the stream here for you. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. If you haven't already done so, now would be that perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we're covering breaking news anywhere across the country. When news breaks, you know we're covering it. Hi, everybody. I'm your host, Mike Pace. I'll be with you for the next 90 minutes here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Unfortunately, we're talking about a police situation that is now really causing a lot of headaches for thousands of drivers here in the Valley trying to get home from their workday. Loop 202 and Brown right now is closed because of this police investigation that is happening. Wishing the very best for that individual right now. Welcome, everybody, to this Fox 10 breaking news situation here on News Now. Loop 202 westbound at Brown closed for this police investigation. You can see where they are stopping cars from going through and making them exit because there is a person that is threatening to kill themselves right now. All right, everybody, from one breaking news event to another, we now take you to Baltimore, where there is now reports of multiple people being shot in Baltimore. This is a live camera right now, so viewer discretion is advised. We're not sure what the camera is doing right now. Let's see. They're probably getting into another location here. Let's hold on while they adjust. Once again, this is very raw images right now. So we're going to do our best to show you what we can and what we're getting in at the news station here. But once again, this is Baltimore, everyone, for reports of multiple people being shot there. Investigation ongoing. All right, folks, we do apologize for this connection issue. It seems like our satellites are having a little bit of problems right now.
Stand by for a Facebook Live post.
Yeah, sorry. Kind of a tiny thing. Sure. Can you go home with this time?
Yep.
Labs or what? Get closer, because we don't have the mics. So.
Inside.
Okay, everybody, for everyone watching, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We're being told that multiple people have been shot in Baltimore. Police investigation ongoing right now. We don't know if we're getting an interview right now or if this is a reporter that's about to do a local hit here. Let's see what's going to happen here. Maybe we're going to get an update to what exactly is going on here in Baltimore.
Oh boy, am I standing in a good area for everybody?
Huh?
Can everybody hear me?
Yep, we got you. Hold on, sorry.
Please put your head up right. You do take, watch yourself, just like step back, ready to go.
Is you waiting for me?
Oh, we got time. Okay? Very good. All right. About 6 p.m., we got a call here to area Garrison and Duval, the Stop One grocery store that's over my shoulder. It's a carry-out location. People that were standing out in front of the business at the time. One man was shot multiple times. He was pronounced deceased at the scene. Another man was shot multiple times. He was taken to a local hospital where he was pronounced deceased. Another male is at the hospital with what appear to be life-threatening injuries. 2 females were shot. They have what appear to be non-life-threatening injuries, and another male was shot with what appear to be non-life-threatening injuries. So right now we have a total of 6 victims. 2 of them are deceased. 1 is in critical condition, and 3 have what we believe to be non-life-threatening injuries. We don't have much of a description on the shooter, except for what appears to be a black male wearing dark clothing, a hooded sweatshirt. The individual ran on the roadway behind me, which I believe is Edgewood Street, and right now, for any and all that helps us who this killer is. This area was an area where there were some track down who this killer is. This area was an area where there were some other crimes in recently, and we do believe at this point in time that this incident is connected possibly to an earlier incident. We believe this is probably an act of retaliatory violence that we often speak about, and you know, it's been a long day of news here in Baltimore. And I said the word earlier about another incident that took place, and it's despicable. It's despicable that we're talking about 2 more men that are dead, 1 more that's in critical condition, and 6 people being shot. So we're asking anyone with information to please provide that to our detectives. You can text in a tip right now at 443-902-4824. You can speak directly to a detective at 410-396-2100. You can call in anonymously to Metro Crime Stoppers at 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. So our detectives are going to be on the scene for a while. And again, this is, you know, it's pretty ridiculous, actually. It's pretty ridiculous that we had to be out here and this situation take place. With that, anyone have any questions? Describe it. Well, there was another shooting, actually, murder that we're looking into to see if it's connected. But we, again, have early reason to believe that it could be.
Today? When was that?
It happened within the last several days.
Are there any witnesses on team that are giving you any information?
We don't have any witnesses right now. We're looking for witnesses. Obviously, we're going to interview the surviving victims, but we need people that might have seen someone running from this location, someone approaching this location, to come forward.
It's a pretty bloody day across the city. There were at least 2 homicides I can think of off the top of my head today, and then we have this. Is there something that can be attributed to?
No, stupidity. You know, it's ridiculous, and we continuously talk about that. And the homicides that took place earlier today doesn't look like or appear that that's related to this. But again, we talk about this far too often, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating to us. The commissioner was on scene, the deputy commissioner on scene, and all the command staff was on scene. I mean, we were all pretty much still at headquarters when this incident came out. So it's frustrating, very frustrating.
Are all the victims males? Did you say that already?
No, 4 of the victims are males and 2 of the victims are female. The 2 deceased victims are males.
Is there a reason that one of the victims is still, the deceased victim is still on scene?
Well, unfortunately, he died right here. And when that happens and we have a mass casualty incident, there had to be 5 ambulances that were summoned to this neighborhood to get the 5 victims that still had a pulse away from here. This victim didn't have a pulse, and unfortunately, he's still on scene. But we do have barriers up that block the deceased from view. We're waiting on a medical examiner to get here so that we can quickly remove the deceased from the scene.
Did anything happen inside the store or everything outside in the parking lot?
It appears everything happened outside of the store, although it looks like one of the victims ran into the store. The other victims fled across the street where some ultimately collapsed and then called 911.
Do we know if this suspect was on foot, got away?
Suspect was on foot, as far as we know, ran around the corner up Edgewood Street.
So you said one of the deceased is inside the store?
No, one of the deceased is outside the store. Right now, we have him covered at this point, and we have it blocked with our barricades.
The other deceased?
Other deceased was taken to the hospital. He was pronounced deceased.
So you mentioned this was a potentially retaliatory. Do we know if the 6 victims were friends? Did they know each other? Or
well, we don't know that much yet. We do have information on some connectivity, and we're looking into it and trying to establish that connectivity to hopefully put us closer to identifying and arresting the suspect in reference to this. All right. We hope that we can provide additional information later, which would be in the form of identifying the victims. That likely won't be until tomorrow. And if anyone has any information, I need to repeat these numbers because it's very important. You can text a tip, you can text it anonymously, 443-902-4824. You can call a detective right now at 410-396-2100. You can call Metro Crime Stoppers at 1-866-7-LOCKUP. And I have to make a plea to families once again. You know if your child, you know if your boyfriend, your baby father, your husband, your cousin, your brother is up to no good. You need to get them before these streets get them and before we knock at your door. You have to. If you want us to knock at your door, let them keep doing what they're doing. This is getting ridiculous. We've talked about it too much, and we're tired of it. It's exhausting, and we're tired of talking about it, and it takes all of us to do it. The police can't be everywhere all the time, and it's when we identify who the victims are in these situations, we sadly see that revolving door of crime where people have been involved in it before. That's how we're able to link these things together so quickly, because we're dealing with people that we're familiar with and we know the streets are familiar with. So again, that's just a plea to families. You know who your people are that just aren't doing what they're supposed to do, and we're going to continue having to knock on your door, and we're going to continue having to get RIP shirts. We're going to put some more balloons up. We're going to throw some more hashtags on social media, and then we're going to do this all over again. So we have to do something about it collectively. All right? Thank y'all. Points of clarification. Yes. Just for everybody. All right. One male deceased on the scene. Another one transported to the hospital deceased. All adults we're talking about. I apologize. A third male in critical condition at the hospital. A fourth male with what are described at this point a non-life-threatening injury. 2 females with non-life-threatening injuries. 6 total victims. It happened about 6 o'clock p.m. All right. To help you, that just happened or earlier today?
Like happening now.
Happening now, huh?
Yeah. As soon as we get the
Yeah.
All right, everybody, that is a breaking news update coming live right now from Northwest Baltimore, where being told by police that there was 6 shooting victims, a suspect or suspects still on the loose right now. 2 of those victims were fatal. So we'll try to get a little bit more information for you later in the stream, but it looks like it was a retaliation of some sorts. The detective was talking about how there was a shooting earlier in the day. So you could see that this is where the scene of the shooting was. It is 7:30 their local time in Baltimore. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Fox 10 News Now stream. You see there that our feed did end there from Baltimore, but shortly we're going to be going to Scottsdale here in Arizona, where we're getting reports that there was a plane crash in Scottsdale. We don't know the nature of that crash yet, but we will see when Sky Fox gets there. Take a look at it. Just a beautiful shot there of the Scottsdale right there. Here it is now. We're going to see what the situation here is. We're looking for that plane. All right, everybody. Looks like we're having a little issues with our Skyfox right now. All right, everybody. So sorry about that shot right there. It just went away from us. This is a shot now in Oakland where 2 injured in an I-580 freeway shooting. Okay, everybody, we're back here now live out in Scottsdale for this plane crash situation. Doesn't look too bad from this vantage point, so that's the good thing there. Nothing on fire. Welcome, everybody, joining us live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We appreciate everybody joining us here for a plane crash situation at the Scottsdale Airport. Good thing about this is, as you can see from these live Skyfox images, doesn't look that bad. That's the good thing there. No fire. Plane is intact right now. Don't have an update yet on the people on board, but from this look of things, doesn't look too bad there. That's the best situation we have there for you. We do appreciate you guys joining us live. When breaking news does happen, you know we're covering it here for you. This is at the Scottsdale Airport for a plane crash. All right, everybody, we're going to go live now to you. This is in Charlotte, North Carolina, where there are protests for police shootings.
Good.
Why won't our questions get answered? I keep saying it. What do we tell our children?
Fellow officers,
All
the same pride you say you walk these beats with. You know who they are. You know who the racists are. Step up. Yes, please.
And there are things in place that hold those officers accountable.
Bullshit.
No.
I said together one group. Are the only that the racist officers are being disciplined.
No, there are standards in place now. So
now they're in place. Now, as of this moment, right now, why have they not been enforced? Why are they
I hear this young woman speaking here. I would love to see a community forum where we actually talk about what is it that the police are doing to police it. I've heard the chief talk about the fact that there are racist police officers, that there are people that are being investigated. What is being done to address this? What are the policy changes that are in place that can begin to address this? And how can we begin to bring that to the forefront? So
I can't tell you that operates like that thing and he got fired. But we can talk about locally what type of complaints come in, what we do, then if you go to see the board, you got to get internal affairs reports. That data is in there. It shows you where the come from. Can I ask you one question? Yes, ma'am, please. If all that data has been there all along, why is this still happening? I think it's an you said this is still happening. Why is it still happening? Why are there still young men being profiled? Why is a kill shot being the first option with a black man? Right now. So I'm going to disagree with you on that. You may, but it doesn't change it. But what you're doing... That you disagree, I'm sorry, it's okay. Doesn't change it. They're dead. Shots, kill shot. Who empties a whole clip in one body? Why do you empty your full clip into a body? What I would invite you to do, because there is information out there, and it's not all information. If you go to Washington Post, for example, they detail the stories of officers shooting from around the country, and look at what's going on in those stories. Because I think what the narrative we're hearing is police officers just out shooting unarmed black men for no reason. But that's not. That's what you believe. That's what's happening. That's what you believe. That's what's happening.
All right, everybody, looks like we're having a little bit of problems with this feed here.
Much for being willing to share your stories with us. So as I mentioned earlier, we are honored to have our country's Attorney General here with us today. I love saying that, Attorney General Lynch, yes. Or as Loretta, as I like to call her, has been a driving force behind criminal justice reform, together with many members of her team. In fact, could I have everyone from the Justice Department stand up for a second so we can recognize you?
Atlanta, can you...
The whole damn system is guilty as hell. bitch.
You're the one who needs to learn. Sorry. Sorry.
Fast, Michael. Don't stop. Don't stop.
Back up, back up. We want freedom, freedom. All these racist ass cops. We don't need them, Back up, back up. We want freedom, freedom. All these racist ass cops. We don't need them, Racist ass cops. We don't need them, Back up, back up. We want freedom, freedom.
Don't talk to the media.
We don't need them.
Make them give a statement.
Back up, back up. We want freedom, freedom. All these racist ass cops. We don't need them, Back up, back up. We want freedom, freedom. All these racist ass cops. We don't need them,
You're going too fast.
Back up.
Slow down. Slow down. Just a little bit.
Racist ass cops. We don't need them.
Give me like 2 seconds. These racist ass kids.
Middle finger to the pole. Middle finger to the pole. Down to the pole, pole. Say fuck 12. Say fuck 12. These pigs have got to go. These pigs have got to go. Middle finger to the pole. Middle finger to the pole. Down to the pole, pole. Say down to the pole. Say pole.
When I go backwards, if you could just slightly drag me. We don't need them, We want freedom, freedom. We don't need them, Let's go. We want freedom, freedom. We don't need them, Let's go. We want freedom, freedom.
No justice! No peace! No racist! Police! No racist! No justice! No peace! No justice!
We keep us safe! 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 Ain't no power to power people to the power people don't stop! Ain't no power to power people to the power people don't stop! Ain't no power to power people to the power people don't stop! Ain't no power to power people to the power people don't stop! Ain't no power to power people to the power people don't stop!
Yeah, like
Ain't no power like the power of people, 'cause the power of people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of people, 'cause the power of people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of people, 'cause the power of people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of people, 'cause the power of people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of people, 'cause the power of people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of people, 'cause the power of people don't stop.
we need folks in the front to go now. Justice! Tell me what you need, what you really need.
Justice!
What you want, what you really want.
Justice! We need that justice! We want that justice!
What you need, what you really need.
Justice!
Tell me what you want, what you really want.
Justice!
Tell me what you need, what you really need.
Justice!
Tell me what you want, what you really want.
Justice! you need, what you really need. Tell me what you want, what you really want. Tell me what you need, what you really need. Tell me what you want, what you really want. Tell me what you need, what you really need. Tell me what you want, what you really want. Tell me what you need, what you really need. We don't get it. Shut it down. 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 Shut it down. Shut it down. We don't get it. Shut it down. We don't get it. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Hold the media back. You don't need the media. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution! What power is the solution? You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution! Power is the solution! Power is the solution! You can't stop the revolution!
People right now. Thank you. We're actually tremendously proud of the work that's been done under my predecessor, AG Eric Holder. Back in 2013, we unrolled the Smart on Crime reform, and it was a different way of looking at how we charge and sentence federal prisoners, particularly the low-level nonviolent drug offenders. AG Holder, like myself, had been a prosecutor a long time, had been involved in working in this field in the 1990s, when we began to see the prison population swell because of the war on drugs. And when we also saw that prison population swell because of the high mandatory minimums being applied across the board, unilaterally, without really a real regard for why they were even crafted in the first place. Which was to go after the kingpins, the large-scale dealers, the huge traffickers. It turned out that they're not the easiest people to catch. It's easier to catch the low-level people who are moving things from point A to point B for someone else, or who are hiding money or holding things for someone else. And if in fact you do that, and that's the only person you have in your net, that person takes the whole weight. And so there are people still incarcerated who are doing someone else's time in that sense. That was the phrase that people used, which was, you weren't the kingpin, but you were on the hook for the entire weight of it. And so we began to look at whether that was really working. And we saw, again, because not just the financial cost, but the human cost of that, and comparing it to how we sentenced for other crimes also, that it was not the most effective use of our resources. It also was a huge financial drain on our system, a system that needed more resources for community policing, for example, for mental health treatment, for example, and services that we need to provide to people across the whole spectrum of the criminal justice system. And so AG Holder empowered prosecutors to look at the entire case and look at the whole person, and to, in fact, charge and ask for sentences that focused more on that person's own culpability and to eschew the harsh mandatory minimums unless we were really dealing with the trafficker, the kingpin, the person who deserved it. And as many of you know, it got a lot of attention and it was somewhat controversial at the time, and people, longtime law enforcement partners of ours, committed to public safety, committed to making sure the system worked, had concerns. Are you still going to be able to keep people safe? Are you still going to be able to hold people accountable? Will people still cooperate? And what we've seen is that we have in fact reduced the use of mandatory minimums significantly. People still cooperate with us and achieve those benefits and hopefully get reductions there. We've been able to maintain levels of safety in terms of dealing with narcotics cases, and we're focusing now on those serious offenders. And while the number of cases may have gone down somewhat, the sentences have gone up because they're being focused on fewer people who are more deserving of them. And it's tied in with everything we've been doing with the Clemency Project that you mentioned also. In conjunction with the changes in sentencing that the Sentencing Commission made as to how we sentence narcotics cases, we began to look at those cases to say, if they came before us today, how would they be treated? You know, if they fall into certain categories of the low-level nonviolent offender, and they've already done certainly around 10 years, which many people have by now, would they be in the same situation today? And the answer for so many people is a resounding no. And that's led to the review and led to the suggestions and recommendations to the president that we're so tremendously grateful he's been able to review and also grant.
Great, great. So we've been talking about what you've been doing for sentencing reform, the courtroom, and we've also talked about the cell block and after. But obviously the work that came out of the 21st Century Task Force on Policing, the implementation of that, your office is really principally responsible for that. So perhaps you could quickly take a couple of minutes and describe to us the progress we've made since that report was issued.
You know, that report was one where I thought one of the best parts about the task force was that it wasn't just focused on law enforcement participation. It was very important that obviously we have law enforcement, but a number of people in this room worked on the task force. We had community leaders, we had educators, we had people who had seen the system from every possible angle and were able to sit down and all lend their voices to what does 21st century policing really look like, particularly at a time where I think we all have to agree that the relationship, particularly the lack of trust between law enforcement and the communities that we serve, has led to some major problems within our communities, within our criminal justice system, and just in people's relationship with government writ large. Not just police, but government writ large. And so dealing with that and looking at some of the root causes of it, I think was one of the main benefits of the task force. And so I was tremendously proud to be able to actually travel the country and focus on police departments that were doing well with particular pillars or particular foundations of that report. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to talk about two of them really briefly because there were so many that talked about building trust, also training, using social media, all because the overarching view is transparency and accountability. But in the area of training, I was able to visit some police departments that are doing some really groundbreaking work in de-escalation training, in looking at how do we police today. When you interact with a civilian, you know, how do you look at that civilian? What are the circumstances that make you react one way or another? And how do you keep from going down the traditional path of confrontation that we have seen have tragic results? I mean, we're talking loss of life. How do we get away from that model into one where we reduce the tensions and everyone gets to walk away and go home safely? And so I've seen police departments throw themselves into this. And I've seen police departments do work, and I've been actually tremendously pleased to see law enforcement speaking out about this issue at times, talking about some of the cases that we have seen where they also feel things could have been handled very, very differently. So that's a tremendous benefit of that, to get that discussion out there. And also talking about the use of social media, which sounds more like, how do you tweet and all this, but when you talk about transparency and accountability, using the tools that we have to tell the stories that we have has been vital to opening up this conversation. The viral videos of police misconduct and people losing their lives have led to a discussion that has been so vital. Using those same tools to open up for the community so the community can see how law enforcement operates. How are they trained? What is the day at the academy like? What is a day on patrol like? Why are they responding to a particular area here? And the community can then be involved in that. They can come down and watch training or join or participate in it. They can help shape
What you really man that was murdered right here. Moment of silence. Moment of silence. Hold your head high. Fist in the air. Moment of silence, y'all.
I pray your mercy, Father, in the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. I pray, Father, the blood of Jesus. Have mercy, Father. Have mercy. Have mercy. 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 Remember that we born instruction are death. That we born instruction are death. That we born proclaim death. Like we born life and death. Like we born our death. Like we born and declare the doctrine of death. Listen, there is the person. Everybody was marginalized. It was murder. Murder. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the answer. I'm sorry. What's the name of this guy? Gives her 2 months ago. Lord of Jesus! What's up with the answer?
Matter of fact, you may never have a generation after this one because you're so evil. That kind of evil will be eradicated.
On the sidewalk. Back up. Back up. Everybody back on the sidewalk. Back up. Back up on the sidewalk. Back up on the sidewalk. Back up. Move back. Move back. Sidewalk. Move back. Lexa! Love you, Lexa! Love you! We see you, baby! We love you!
From now on out, every police officer I gotta ask if they KKK. You KKK officer? You alt-right? Trump supporter? Oh, hell Trump, wow. Right there too. Hey, officer, you KKK? Oh, that brother right there must be KKK. This is what they do to unarmed protesters. They took an oath to the Constitution, but they threw out the First Amendment. They don't even know what the fuck is. Ain't that right, officer? Y'all need more training on the Constitution. I don't think y'all know what the Constitution is. Jesus! I do. I know. The blood of Jesus! 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 The blood of Jesus!
You like upholding white supremacy?
The blood of Jesus! 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 The blood of Jesus!
Next time when you're dead, we'll march for you too, brother. We'll march for you too.
Why y'all bully us so much, huh? Y'all don't love Americans? What's up, Big Mike? Big Mike? Big Mike?
I see that African nose, Mike.
Love you.
I see that
Proud of it. What are you, I'm not shaking your hand, sir. Don't you want to bully people like this? What's your hood? What's your hood? You even have a house for that uniform?
All right, folks, as you can see, we did lose that momentarily. We'll try to get that back for you in just a little bit.
So, Kimba, Sewell, and Judge Pratt, thank you so much for being willing to share your stories with us. So as I mentioned earlier, we are honored to have our country's Attorney General here with us today. I love saying that, Attorney General Lynch, yes. Or as Loretta, as I like to call her, has been a driving force behind criminal justice reform, together with many members of her team. In fact, could I have everyone from the Justice Department stand up for a second so we can recognize you? She came with her peeps. And this is a big day for the Justice Department. They have new announcements that they made today. And so to keep all of you current, I thought I'd start by asking the Attorney General to give us a description of what came out today.
Thank you so much, Valerie. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here, for working on these issues, for caring about these issues, and for answering in advance the ask to keep working on these issues, because so much of what we've done over the last 8 years has been inspired by your work, by work done in the states, by work done by community groups to raise attention to issues. And so I'm just tremendously proud to work with all of you and to have been able to move this important issue a little bit further down the field. We do have some exciting things happening, and they're exciting to me because we've been working on reentry issues for some time now. It's really been a focal point of our criminal justice reform work. So I'm excited because of the actual announcements, but I'm really excited because these are changes that we're making within how we handle reentry within the Bureau of Prisons that will live on past this administration, that are going to become part of the DNA of the Bureau of Prisons, so that as we deal with federal inmates in this country, we have some major changes going on. So there's 3 main things we're doing within BOP, and then a 4th one that I think is hopefully going to help another important issue, which is our women who are incarcerated. First and foremost, as we've talked about, education is the key to successfully coming back home for so many people. The ability to get a job depends very often on things as simple as the ability to read, and things as simple as the ability to actually get a license or a certificate, and as things as simple as getting a GED. So while we have always worked within the Bureau of Prisons to put forth educational opportunities and to have programs, we are taking a comprehensive entire system look at the Bureau of Prisons, and with the help of outside experts and a number of people at the Department of Justice who have worked very hard on this, essentially we will be setting up what will in essence be a school district within the Bureau of Prisons, so that every inmate entering federal custody will receive an educational assessment of their needs and of their issues, particularly of learning disabilities, and an educational program to help them achieve their goals. Now, if you want to do what a lot of people do and reduce it to cost, for every $1 we spend on education in the prison system, it can replace $4 to $5 we spend just on incarceration alone. That's been enough to get a lot of support for issues like this one and other things we're working on. The thing that we're really focusing on, not just the financial cost, the hard dollars and cents, but the human cost of incarceration, the collateral cost, the cost to individuals, the cost to families, the cost to communities, the cost to our culture of removing people from being able to participate in this country's economy for a number of years and sending them back home still not able to participate. So the educational opportunities that we're going to be providing, whether it's a GED that's needed, whether it's further education, whether it's the basics of learning how to read and manage things, which again sends people on this upward trajectory that will, and we've seen it work, that will not only empower them, but allows them to be better parents, better siblings, better family members, and have a real chance when they come home. So that's the first thing we're working on. The second thing, which may sound like a small thing, is we will be providing for everyone who's leaving federal prison the ability to obtain If they don't have it, a birth certificate and government ID. We started talking about this actually back in the spring when we were doing Reentry Week. We were trying to highlight all the things we were doing. And I wrote a letter to all the governors in the country, as well as the mayor of DC, and asked them to please set up a program, if they didn't already have one, to take federal prison ID and convert it into state ID. Because one of the things that we've seen is one of the biggest stumbling blocks to just re-entering life can be identification. Who are you? Who are you? And who gets to say who you are? And everyone coming out of prison should be able to come back as a whole person, not just a number that's been assigned some years before. And it also impacts the ability, not just for transportation, but to even enter into a building to apply for a job, to get a job, to get a student loan. It's one of the things that people who haven't been through that experience, I think, take for granted the most. And if you don't have that, if you've been stripped of your identification, literally, as an inmate, and then don't have a chance to regain it when you come out, it can be a huge stumbling block. So we will be covering those costs. Some states already do accept our ID, and we commend those that do. Many others responded to our letter, and they're working on programs also. But this particular program will make sure that every federal inmate does come out with ID. The third thing that we're working on, as you know, there's a bridge from prison back home. Typically, they're called halfway houses. The official name is residential reentry centers. And a lot of people don't know these are run by private companies. We've done a study of the ones that are affiliated with the Bureau of Prisons to see how are they carrying out the mandate to be the bridge from the institution itself back into the community. And while some of them are working very hard and are in fact doing a good job, it has not been up to what we want. And so we've taken the time, we've engaged consultants, and we are now, as of today, setting forth new standards that all of the halfway houses have to meet. Not just standards for the buildings, but standards for the services that they provide, the reentry services, the quality of people who are going to be providing important services to people who are dependent on them for that time being. So those are three very important things that we're focusing on. The Deputy AG, Sally Yates, will be here later. She and her team have worked really hard on this, and she's going to be talking about that. The other thing that I want to announce is something that's been in the works for about 3 years. And you may ask, why am I excited to announce that FCI Danbury is reopening, that we're reopening a federal prison? I'm excited because it's one of the few women's correctional facilities that we have, and it had to close for renovations several years ago. And for federal prisoners, for women who were incarcerated in the Northeast, it meant that they could no longer stay in that area, and they had to be incarcerated outside of the Northeast area, either in West Virginia or points west. And as we know, when you incarcerate a woman, you actually really incarcerate a family. And as we've heard talk about, and thank you, Kimba, for sharing that story, you know, you have to think about what does it mean to be a mother when you can't see your child or when you can't hold your child. So we are reopening FCI Danbury, and at the same time making sure that Danbury is equipped with some of the things that we are rolling out throughout the entire Bureau of Prisons, which is intensive mental health treatment for inmates who require that. Because again, it is true, our prisons, not at the federal level, not just federally, but the state and local level, are the largest housing facilities of people with mental illness in this country. And I will tell you, when I travel the country and talk to law enforcement, sheriffs in particular will say this to me, and they'll say, we know that's who we're housing and we could use help with that. So at the federal level, particularly for women who have not had access to that treatment, Danbury will offer that. It will also offer a residential drug treatment program known as RDAP to deal with one of the main reasons why so many women fall into the system in the first place, which is through addiction issues. So we're tremendously excited to be able to roll these out. This will continue long after I'm out of this chair and someone else is there, as will the commitment to people like you who've been in the field, who've inspired us and given us examples of what works and what's been effective, and not only reducing the numbers of people who are incarcerated in the first place, but also making sure that there really is a bridge back home. So thank you for letting me make these announcements today, Valerie.
Good news. So, Loretta, one of the areas that we, together with many folks in this room, have been working on for a long time is criminal justice reform legislation at the federal level. And notwithstanding the bipartisan support, both within Congress in both houses and outside with their stakeholders, we've been unable to get a bill on the president's desk. But you, and through the Justice Department, have taken several steps on sentencing. So I was hoping you could talk about what you've been able to do through your executive authority to reform the way that we are sentencing people right now.
Thank you. We're actually tremendously proud of the work that's been done. Under my predecessor, AG Eric Holder, back in 2013, we unrolled the Smart on Crime reform. And it was a different way of looking at how we charge and sentence federal prisoners, particularly the low-level nonviolent drug offenders. AG Holder, like myself, had been a prosecutor a long time, had been involved in working in this field in the 1990s, when we began to see the prison population swell because of the war on drugs. And when we also saw that prison population swell because of the high mandatory minimums being applied across the board, unilaterally, without really a real regard for why they were even crafted in the first place, which was to go after the kingpins, the large-scale dealers, the huge traffickers. It turned out that they're not the easiest people to catch. It's easier to catch the low-level people who are moving things from point A to point B for someone else, or who are hiding money or holding things for someone else. And if in fact you do that, and that's the only person you have in your net, that person takes the whole weight. And so there are people still incarcerated who are doing someone else's time in that sense. And that was the phrase that people used, which was, you weren't the kingpin, but you were on the hook for the entire weight of it. And so we began to look at whether that was really working. And we saw, again, because not just the financial cost, but the human cost of that, and comparing it to how we sentenced for other crimes also, that it was not the most effective use of our resources. It also was a huge financial drain on our system, a system that needed more resources for community policing, for example, for mental health treatment, for example, and services that we need to provide to people across the whole spectrum of the criminal justice system. And so AG Holder empowered prosecutors to look at the entire case and look at the whole person, and to, in fact, charge and ask for sentences that focused more on that person's own culpability and to eschew the harsh mandatory minimums unless we were really dealing with the trafficker, the kingpin, the person who deserved it. And as many of you know, it got a lot of attention and it was somewhat controversial at the time, and people, longtime law enforcement partners of ours, committed to public safety, committed to making sure the system worked, had concerns. Are you still going to be able to keep people safe? Are you still going to be able to hold people accountable? Will people still cooperate? And what we've seen is that we have in fact reduced the use of mandatory minimums significantly. People still cooperate with us and achieve those benefits and hopefully get reductions there. We've been able to maintain levels of safety in terms of dealing with narcotics cases, and we're focusing now on those serious offenders. And while the number of cases may have gone down somewhat, the sentences have gone up because they're being focused on fewer people who are more deserving of them. And it's tied in with everything we've been doing with the Clemency Project that you mentioned also, in conjunction with the changes in sentencing that the Sentencing Commission made as to how we sentence narcotics cases. We began to look at those cases to say, if they came before us today, how would they be treated? You know, if they fall into certain categories of the low-level nonviolent offender, and they've already done certainly around 10 years, which many people have by now, would they be in the same situation today? And the answer for so many people is a resounding no. And that's led to the review and led to the suggestions and recommendations to the president that we're so tremendously grateful he's been able to review and also grant.
Great, great. So we've been talking about what you've been doing for sentencing reform, the courtroom, and we've also talked about the cell block and after. But obviously the work that came out of the 21st Century Task Force on Policing, the implementation of that your office is really principally responsible for that. So perhaps you could quickly take a couple of minutes and describe to us the progress we've made since that report was issued.
You know, that report was one where I thought one of the best parts about the task force was that it wasn't just focused on law enforcement participation. It was very important that obviously we have law enforcement, but a number of people in this room worked on the task force. We had community leaders, we had educators, we had people who had seen the system from every possible angle and were able to sit down and all lend their voices to what does 21st century policing really look like, particularly at a time where I think we all have to agree that the relationship, particularly the lack of trust between law enforcement and the communities that we serve, has led to some major problems within our communities, within our criminal justice system, and just in people's relationship with government writ large. Not just police, but government writ large. And so dealing with that and looking at some of the root causes of it, I think was one of the main benefits of the task force. And so I was tremendously proud to be able to actually travel the country and focus on police departments that were doing well with particular pillars or particular foundations of that report. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to talk about two of them really briefly because there were so many that talked about building trust, also training, using social media, all because the overarching view is transparency and accountability. But in the area of training, I was able to visit some police departments that are doing some really groundbreaking work in de-escalation training, in looking at how do we police today. When you interact with a civilian, you know, how do you look at that civilian? What are the circumstances that make you react one way or another? And how do you keep from going down the traditional path of confrontation that we have seen have tragic results? I mean, we're talking loss of life. How do we get away from that model into one where we reduce the tensions and everyone gets to walk away and go home safely? And so I've seen police departments throw themselves into this. And I've seen police departments do work, and I've been actually tremendously pleased to see law enforcement speaking out about this issue at times, talking about some of the cases that we have seen where they also feel things could have been handled very, very differently. So that's a tremendous benefit of that, to get that discussion out there. And also talking about the use of social media, which sounds more like, you know, how do you tweet and all this, but when you talk about transparency and accountability, using the tools that we have to tell the stories that we have has been vital to opening up this conversation. The viral videos of police misconduct and people losing their lives have led to a discussion that has been so vital. Using those same tools to open up for the community so the community can see how law enforcement operates. How are they trained? You know, what is a day at the academy like? What is a day on patrol like? Why are they responding to a particular area here? And the community can then be involved in that. They can come down and watch training or join or participate in it. They can help shape it. I've seen that happen as well. So that kind of transparency leads to greater community involvement in how we police, because this is interactive. This is not just one department saying, this is how I'm going to handle this community. The community has to be involved in determining what kind of police department you have. You have to tell them what the issues are, and you also have to tell them how you want to be treated and insist on that. And all the tools the 21st Century Task Force has given us have enabled that to happen, and I've seen communities make some wonderful strides along those areas.
Great, thank you. So now I think we're going to open it up for some questions, and if you would just raise your hand, our teams will come over and get the microphone as close to you as possible. They're not going to let go of the microphone because we know what happens when we do that in the interest of time.
Sure. Hi, my name is Sujata Balaga, and I work with the Restorative Justice Project at Impact Justice. And in my restorative justice work, we're really moving towards more pre-booking and pre-charge diversion and trying to help local police departments and prosecutors work in that context. It feels particularly important given the potential change in culture, climate, practices, to be thinking on the local level. That's definitely the buzz I've been hearing amongst my colleagues today. And so from that side, what we're seeing at the local level is some really impressive data, both in terms of recidivism reduction and victim satisfaction with this pre-booking and pre-charge models. And so I'm wondering, as we're moving forward, what it is that can be done at the federal level in terms of incentivizing, both culturally and otherwise, prosecutors, law enforcement, et cetera, to work in the pre-booking, pre-charge diversion context in restorative justice and in other things that are seen to be effective in areas like victim satisfaction, community involvement, recidivism reduction, et cetera.
You know, one of the things that we've seen that's been very effective at the federal level are sort of diversion courts, like you mentioned, either drug courts have been very effective. They've often been sort of ad hoc, and different federal judges will have different programs for that. We have been trying to use some of the budget savings from, again, reducing the cost of incarceration to also fund programs and grants that help communities have standardized methods of having things like drug courts and diversion programs, because they're very, as I'm sure you know, they're very labor intensive. And so if we can share best practices, if we can share the practices that work with more and more prosecutors and judges, we can in fact leverage that and expand that model. So that is one thing that we are working on. And that also comes from a lot of local involvement. So drug courts are one of the most visible ones. The other ones that we're working on expanding are veterans courts. You know, what we are seeing a lot of when you look at how trauma affects individuals, we're looking at a lot of individuals coming to the criminal justice system who are veterans, who are suffering from PTSD and other related traumas, and whose behavior reads criminal, but it is based in trauma and illness. And so we've gotten a lot of support for that as well. This is something that I will tell you, every federal prosecutor's office has been involved in diversion programs over the years. We are trying to make sure that it is across the board and that we have standardized ways of looking at that as well. And so you will see that continue, I think, because that it's been proven to be very, very effective in helping people recover from either an addiction or a traumatic situation. It can lead to sentencing reductions, again, reducing the cost of incarceration, both physical and personal, and getting better outcomes for us all. I would say that what's so important, though, is to find those programs that are successful now, and number one, support them and bring attention to them. Because I think the work that we're going to be doing in years to come is going to be focused on these local programs that have done well, but also the federal ones, but these individualized programs that have done well, and convincing more judges to adopt them also.
Thank you. Another question? She did that very politely.
I really tried.
She said she wasn't going to give you the
You can't let go.
Juan Cartagena, Latino Justice Parole in New York City. Attorney General Lynch, we applauded seriously the move by the Attorney General and Bureau of Prisons to cut off the contract with private entities that run prisons in the country. Could you please tell us the status of that now? What can we do to help make sure that's a reality? And also, what can we do to get DHS to actually take it on seriously?
So, well, thank you for that question. We were looking at the private prison issue for quite some time. Certainly, we had been concerned about conditions in the prisons that were being run for profit and by private companies, and we were able to have some reviews done that provided us with hard information that they were not living up to the standards of safety and efficacy that we had in our other Bureau of Prisons facilities, and that we should demand in every facility. And this is the safety of inmates and officers alike. You know, we tend to forget, but everyone's living in that prison all together. For us, we were able to set up a policy that called for a review of them all. And because contracts come due at different times, as you know, in the whole procurement process, we will phase them out, beginning with those that are ending sooner rather than later. I know that there is concern as to whether or not that policy will be reversed, but that policy was also motivated and made possible by the fact that we have been able to reduce the federal prison population. Now, we're still overcrowded, you know.
All right, everybody. Mary Kate is coming up next for you on the Fox 10 News Downstream. She's going to take you from 7 to 9. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, everybody. Well, we're going to take you to some breaking news out of Charlotte, North Carolina in just a few minutes here, where there is a police shooting protest. I believe this is in relation to the shooting of Keith Lamont Scott. Again, these are protests in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let me see if we can get the video footage here. Hold on just a minute. One second, you guys. We're going to give you a live look of Arizona right now while we try to find this live footage for you. All right, you guys, well, it looks like we haven't gotten that video feed yet, but as soon as we get it, again, the protest in Charlotte, North Carolina, police shooting protests will take you there. Right now, I'm going to take you to the White House press briefing that just came down from the White House.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you all. I do not have any announcements at the top, so we can go straight to your questions. Darlene, do you want to start?
I have a couple different topics today.
Okay.
First, Donald Trump this morning said that he was going to be stepping away from the business to focus on running the country because that's more important. And I was wondering if that announcement comes as welcome news to this White House.
Well, Darlene, ultimately the relevant observers here will have to conclude based on the details of the announcement once it's been made. So there's obviously an Office of Government Ethics that is charged with significant responsibilities in terms of ensuring that government officials are adhering to ethical standards. Certainly Congress has oversight responsibilities that should transcend partisan loyalty. Congress has an institutional responsibility to provide oversight, even if it is a Republican-led Congress and a Republican-led oversight committee. They have responsibilities of providing oversight even if it's a Republican-led administration. In addition to that, all of you are going to have to spend some time demanding transparency and demanding some answers to tough questions. And I know at least the people in this room are pretty good at that. And ultimately, the American public will be counting on you to get answers to determine whether or not the questions have been raised or the questions that may still persist in their mind have been satisfied based on the steps that the President-elect will announce. None of that is for me to judge. What I can tell you is what President Obama's approach has been, and it has simply been to abide by an extraordinarily high standard of not just following the letter of ethical requirements, but following the spirit of those ethical requirements, and even going to great lengths to avoid even the appearance of a potential conflict of interest. For example, when President Obama took office, he, with the exception of his home in Chicago, basically liquidated his assets and purchased treasury bonds. He did that at a time when interest rates in this country were at historic lows. It was not a particularly lucrative investment, you might say. But the president was willing to put his own financial interests aside and focus on running the country. And he benefited from that. He's obviously not been implicated or involved in any sort of personal scandal. It's also, he's demanded that the same kind of standard be met by people who've served in his administration. And I think that's why you've seen over 8 years, thousands of people have served in the Obama administration, and there's been no major personal scandal among a senior official in the Obama administration. And that's because of a commitment, at least in part because of a commitment to this high ethical standard. But ultimately, the president-elect will have to determine what sort of standard he will abide by, and what sort of standard he'll ask those who serve in his administration to abide by.
House Democrats have reelected Nancy Pelosi as their leader. Is there any comment from the White House on that? Or I know the president was very positive about her at the news conference in Peru when he got questioned about it.
Yeah.
Is there anything more to add?
Not really, primarily because this is a decision for House Democrats to make in terms of how best to organize themselves and who should lead their caucus. The president has spoken on more occasions than I can count about how this country and his administration has benefited from the kind of leadership and toughness and character that Leader Pelosi has demonstrated throughout her career in the House of Representatives, but particularly over the last 8 years in which she's served in a leadership position while President Obama has been in office. They haven't agreed on every issue, the president and the Democratic leader in the House, but they have been able to work effectively together, and the president himself has said on many occasions that so many of the accomplishments of this administration would not have been possible without the skill, toughness, values, and leadership of Nancy Pelosi.
Finally, the president has a meeting this afternoon with the Nobel laureates. Is it the practice to invite all of the prize winners to come to meet with the president? And can you say who will be attending that meeting?
What we have done every year is we've invited those Americans who have been awarded the Nobel Prize to come and visit with the president prior to traveling to Norway to accept the prize. So the president's looking forward to renewing that tradition again, and I believe that there are several of the winners, but not all of them, will be in attendance at the White House. Those of you who are wondering, unfortunately, Bob Dylan will not be at the White House today, so everybody can relax. But we can get you a list of those who will be participating in that greet with the president later this afternoon.
Did Bob Dylan give a reason for why he can't be here this afternoon?
He didn't. I know that he has indicated publicly that he's honored to have received the Nobel Prize, but I know that he's also indicated that he does not intend to travel to Norway to participate in the ceremonies in which he'd be awarded the prize. I think, again, based on what I've seen in published reports, I think the Norwegians are hopeful that he'll choose another time over the course of the coming year to travel to Norway and give a speech and accept his prize. But that'll be up to him. But there have been previous occasions, at least one previous occasion, where Mr. Dillon has had an opportunity to visit the White House, and the president enjoyed meeting him there. But he will not be here today. All right. Aisha.
Thank you. So late yesterday, Carrier announced a deal with President-elect Donald Trump to keep close to 1,000 jobs at an air conditioner plant in Indianapolis. I guess all of the details of the deal haven't been announced, but I was wondering, does the White House have any thoughts on kind of the strategy that has been employed to maybe lean on a private company to get them to keep jobs in the U.S.? Is that a strategy that the White House approves of, that thinks it's a good thing to do? I guess I just wanted thoughts on that.
Well, obviously we haven't seen the details of the announcement from the company, but well, obviously the early indications are that this is good news, and obviously we'd welcome that good news. I know that the president-elect has indicated that he deserves credit for that announcement, and I guess what I would observe is that if he is successful in doing that 804 more times, then he will meet the record of manufacturing jobs that were created in the United States while President Obama was in office. There were 805,000 manufacturing jobs that weren't just protected or saved, but actually created while President Obama was in office. So President Obama has set a high standard, and President-elect Trump can meet that standard if this Carrier deal is completed in the way that he expects that it will be. And if he does that 804 more times, then he will have matched the standard established by President Obama, at least when it comes to manufacturing jobs. The one difference would be that the president-elect is talking about protecting jobs, and the metric I'm using is actually creating jobs. If we go to protecting jobs, there are more than 1 million jobs in the industrial Midwest that were saved when President Obama made the decision to rescue the American auto industry. And the long-term benefits of that fateful decision that was not initially popular has yielded a substantial benefit for the entire country, but certainly for the industrial Midwest.
But are there any thoughts on kind of like a personal intervention, the use of the bully pulpit maybe to kind of protect American jobs or keep companies from moving overseas? Like, I mean, was there, I guess, is there any position on whether that's a good use of the authority of the presidency?
Well, again, I think when it comes to the announcement from Carrier, we'll wait to see the details, but the indications are that it's good news, and we'd welcome that. As it relates to the governing strategy, I think it remains to be seen whether or not that's one that can be applied to other situations. Again, the president-elect will certainly have an opportunity to lay out his strategy when it comes to the economy, but he's indicated that he intends to pursue a different economic strategy than this administration pursued, and we'll all have an opportunity to evaluate whether or not that's likely to meet the rather high bar that's been established by the strategy put forward by President Obama.
On another topic, the UN Security Council has imposed new sanctions on North Korea on Wednesday. I was wondering, how do these sanctions, or is there hope that these sanctions will have an impact where other sanctions have not? How do these maybe differ, and would they be able to bring about some type of change in the North Korean regime?
Well, Aisha, this UN Security Council resolution represents weeks of hard-nosed diplomacy. In order to pass a UN Security Council resolution, it requires not just the approval of the United States and some of our European allies, it also includes, or requires, not just the consent, but the cooperation of both Russia and China. Those are two countries with whom the United States has, on occasion, and as it relates to some issues, a rather complicated relationship. But in this case, we have succeeded in brokering a diplomatic agreement among every member of the UN Security Council to put forward a tough new resolution that will apply additional pressure to the North Korean regime. There are a couple of things that I can cite for you, and for more details I'd refer you to my colleagues at the in Ambassador Power's office. But the first thing, and I think this is the most notable one, is that this resolution will impose a hard binding cap on North Korea's coal exports. Coal exports are North Korea's largest source of external revenue, and we know that a significant portion of that revenue is plowed into their nuclear program. So putting in place this hard cap and closing loopholes that they'd previously exploited to get around previous sanctions is a substantial development. The resolution also strengthens and expands a range of sectoral sanctions on other exports from the DPRK. And these are exports, aside from coal, that the North Koreans use to raise hard currency. And when you're the subject of so many sanctions like the North Koreans are, raising that hard currency is difficult to do. We've made it even harder and applied even more economic pressure in those areas where we know that the North Koreans are using revenue to fund their nuclear program. And I think this does send a clear signal about the resolve, not just of the United States and South Korea and Japan, but rather of countries around the world, to compelling the North Korean government to come into compliance with their international obligations as it relates to their nuclear program. Michelle.
Thanks, Josh. So do you think that these new sanctions have a much greater likelihood of changing North Korean behavior? I mean, where do they rank in terms of past sanctions? I know you explained the cap and the revenue streams, but what do you think in terms of this working?
Well, it certainly ratchets up pressure on the North Korean government in a way that they have not experienced before. This will put real pressure on the North Korean government to evaluate the strategy that they have pursued. I don't think anybody outside of the North Korean government can predict exactly whether or not this will lead to the kind of change in their behavior that we'd like to see. But we do know that this will increase the pressure, and it will make things more difficult for the North Korean government, both in terms of leading that country, but also in terms of investing in their nuclear program. It will deepen their isolation, and it makes clear that it's getting harder and harder for them to extract much sympathy from other countries in the region. This is a pretty united front. This is a united front that is being presented by the international community, including the Russians and the Chinese, about the need for the North Koreans to change their behavior. Will they actually do it? Time will tell.
So based on past sanctions and behavior continuing, if these new sanctions don't change behavior, is there still room for additional sanctions? Is that going to be the pattern for the indefinite future, do you think?
Well, hopefully that won't be the pattern, because hopefully this will apply the necessary pressure to get them to change their behavior. We'll see, but there always is an opportunity for us to go farther, but we're not putting sanctions in place as a punitive measure. We're not putting sanctions in place just for the sake of putting in place sanctions. We're putting in place sanctions with the hope that it will bring about a change in behavior from the North Korean government and a possibility for the international community to more deeply and constructively engage the North Korean regime, bring them out of the shadows, bring them into the international community, and actually bring relief to the millions of people in North Korea who live under an oppressive regime in extraordinarily harsh conditions.
There's going to be a point at which there's not going to be much more you can do in the way of sanctions, right? Are we reaching that point now?
Well, again, I think that this certainly represents a substantial escalation in pressure on the North Korean regime, and hopefully it will lead to the kind of changes that we'd like to see. Is there room to go further? I'm sure there always is. But hopefully that won't be necessary, and hopefully we'll see a change from the North Koreans that will address the significant concerns harbored around the world about North Korea's provocations and their willingness to shirk their their responsibilities when it comes to developing a nuclear program.
Okay, and on this carrier deal, sources are saying now that it wasn't the promise of incentives from the state to keep some of these jobs here, but it was the threat of a 35% tariff on carriers' products. What do you think of that, and is that something that President Obama would have done in his attempts to build manufacturing jobs?
Well, again, I'll let the President-elect's team describe what kind of strategy they are going to choose to implement. I think it's been quite clear the strategy that President Obama has sought to implement, and one of those strategies was actually predicated on successfully renegotiating NAFTA to level the playing field for American workers and American businesses, so that the American economy could enjoy substantial benefits. And threats of levying additional tariffs is not a tactic that this administration chose to pursue. But we may have an opportunity to test the theory that's been put forward by the President-elect about whether or not that is a smart, sustainable strategy.
Okay.
All right, Chris.
Josh, the defense authorization bill that the Republican lawmakers have agreed to omits the controversial language that would have undermined President Obama's executive order barring anti-LGBTQ discrimination among federal contractors. Do Republicans support it for leaving out that provision?
Well, what I can tell you is that as of just a few minutes ago, we had actually not seen the final text of the bill yet. Typically, the bill is hundreds of pages long, and it takes some time to review the text of the bill and determine exactly what the consequences are of those measures. So I can't make a grand pronouncement at this point about our position on the legislation. What we have been told is the so-called Russell Amendment is not in that legislation. We'll obviously take a look to see, to confirm that. But no, I don't think you get credit for deciding not to discriminate against somebody. I think that is behavior that we would expect of everybody in the country, particularly people who are elected to represent their fellow citizens in the United States Congress.
To what extent, assuming that it is correct that it's not in the bill, to what extent is that an empty victory, considering that Republicans could just do that again next Congress without a veto threat, when President Trump could just dismantle the executive order on his own volition?
Well, again, I'm not going to speculate about what may happen after President Obama leaves office. Obviously, the Republican-led Congress and the Republican president will have to determine what kind of policies they want to pursue. But we obviously spent a lot of time over the course of this year talking about the fact that elections have consequences. And it's possible that this is one way in which elections would have consequences.
Do you expect the president will sign the NDAA?
I don't. Again, we haven't seen the text of it, but we'll obviously review it. That may take a little time, but once we've reached a conclusion about whether or not the president will sign it, we'll let you know. Okay. Scott.
Josh, the president's been a big promoter of loan forgiveness plans for college students that tie their payments to their income. GAO's got a report out today saying that's going to be more costly than advertised, and also criticizing the way the Education Department accounts for it. Any reaction to that?
I haven't seen the actual report. I can tell you the president has placed a priority on making sure that graduating students are treated fairly by the Department of Education and by lenders when it comes to their student loans. One idea that this administration has pioneered is the idea of income-based repayment, which essentially allows students or recent graduates to cap their loan repayment every month at 10% of their income. This is a way that we can ensure that graduates are fulfilling their basic responsibility to repay the government for the money that they've borrowed. But we want to make sure that when students graduate, that they're not saddled with so much debt that they're essentially penalized financially for pursuing college education opportunities. So the strategy that we've put forward has benefited thousands of students across the country. There are many thousands more that have not availed themselves of the opportunity that is part of the income-based repayment program. And so certainly if there are students or recent graduates out there that are struggling to repay their loans, we would encourage them to contact the Department of Education and learn more about income-based repayment. And we can probably, in many cases, design a strategy that allows you to keep your commitment to the government, to the American people, for the money that you've borrowed to get a college education. But we can do that in a way that doesn't pose an undue financial hardship as you go and try to get started on a career. Gardner.
Elizabeth Warren came out today and blasted the 21st Century Cures Act, saying it's a giveaway to industry, that it's corruption at its worst. The administration has been supportive of the 21st Century Cures Act before. Where are you now on the bill?
Gardner, just last night we issued a detailed statement of administration policy that sort of walks through a lot of the details, so I'd refer you to that particular statement. But in general, what I can tell you is that the legislation includes important funding for things like the President's Brain Initiative that would turbocharge the amount of research that's done into the human brain. It would dedicate significant funding streams to the Vice President's Cancer Moonshot Initiative and would augment the government's ability to organize research and focus it on those projects that are likely to lead to the kind of breakthroughs that could save lives. The bill also includes funding for offering assistance to those who are addicted to heroin and opioids. This is the epidemic of addiction that we've seen all across the country is plaguing far too many communities and families. And there's been a deficit of resources dedicated to making sure that those people who are trying to get help for their addiction can get it. And so, as with any piece of legislation that is passed by a Republican Congress and signed into law by a Democratic president, it's going to require some compromise. There are some elements of the bill that the administration does not support. I'm confident that there are some parts of the bill that some Republicans don't support either. But at the end of the day, I think the bill will get overall support from Democrats and Republicans because of some of the priorities that I've identified. Okay. John.
I wanted to ask a quick follow-up on Leader Pelosi. Did the president go out and try to whip up any votes for her or make any phone calls on her behalf?
The president was not involved in the leadership race among House Democrats. The president, as he has done in previous contested party races in Congress, has essentially said that it's their responsibility to make that decision. And I think everyone is keenly aware of his warm feelings for Leader Pelosi, but ultimately it's the responsibility of House Democrats to make the decision about who should lead them.
I also wanted to ask you about any White House reaction or reaction from the president on the district attorney's decision down in North Carolina to not pursue any sort of charges. And he said that the officer who killed Keith Scott acted lawfully. Does White House have any sort of reaction to that?
Well, as we've discussed in other settings, John, the White House is not going to get involved in handicapping or second-guessing criminal investigations. As this investigation was opened by the local district attorney, I think there were statements from the Department of Justice indicating that they were going to monitor the situation in Charlotte. And so I certainly don't want to say anything that could be viewed as prejudging or getting ahead of any sort of decision that they may announce. But I'm confident that my colleagues at the Department of Justice are aware of this announcement, have followed through on their commitment to continue to monitor the situation, but for any reaction, I'd refer you to them.
So DOJ's decision will be completely independent of the DA?
Well, I think the Department of Justice's decision will be independent of any sort of personal feelings that the President of the United States may have about the decision made by the district attorney. What impact the district attorney's decision has on the Department of Justice is something you should ask the Department of Justice. Okay. Kevin.
Thanks, Josh. I want to ask you about the wildfires in Tennessee. 3 people have died. More than 150 homes and businesses have been destroyed by the wildfires. Can you give us an update on what the administration is doing to help the folks in the state?
Well, Kevin, obviously our thoughts and prayers with people of Tennessee who are dealing with a very difficult situation right now. The wildfire in that part of the country is a very serious situation, and we know their lives have been lost. Less importantly, there's been property that's been lost as well, and obviously the thoughts and prayers of the entire country are with that community that's been so negatively affected by the situation there. There are a couple of steps the federal government has taken to provide support to local officials who are dealing with this situation. The first is my colleagues at FEMA have provided a fire management assistance grant, an FMAG, to local officials to provide them some additional resources to deal with that situation. There also are a couple of teams of firefighting experts that have been deployed. These are experts that serve in a variety of federal agencies. Some of them are actually employed by state agencies, but they work effectively with federal partners and are actually being deployed to Tennessee to help officials there develop a strategy to make sure that to try to contain the fire as quickly as possible before more lives are lost and before more property is lost. I understand that there was some rainfall overnight, which hopefully will have at least some positive impact, but I also understand that rainfall was accompanied by some rather high winds. So we're hoping that the weather will continue to contribute positively to extinguishing this fire as soon as possible. But obviously this is a very serious situation, and significant resources have been mobilized by the federal government to offer our assistance to state and local officials who are dealing with it firsthand.
Is this warrant a federal disaster declaration, and has the president personally been in contact with the governor?
The president has been briefed on the situation. I don't know that he's spoken to the governor. As it relates to the kind of federal assistance that we can provide, the financial assistance through an FMAG and the technical assistance through the team of experts that I've made reference to earlier are the most immediate, urgent way for the federal government to offer any assistance. But down the line, I wouldn't necessarily rule out the eventual declaration of an emergency, but we'll have to exactly take a look at at the scope of the damage and make a determination from there.
Draw your attention to something that's happening in Syria. It has been reported that Israeli jets have executed some airstrikes in the area. I'm curious, has the U.S. military, to your knowledge, been in contact with the Russians in terms of deconfliction in the airspace over Syria, or with the Israelis as that area continues to suffer from numerous airstrikes?
Well, Kevin, as it relates to Israeli military action and reports of their military action, I'd refer you to the Israeli government. I won't have any comment on that. As it relates to the U.S. military action inside of Syria, there is a sustained air campaign being waged by U.S. military pilots against ISIL targets in Syria. And that bombing campaign has resulted in senior ISIL officials, including some who are responsible for external plotting, being taken off the battlefield in the last few months. So we've applied substantial pressure to ISIL targets through a robust U.S. military bombing campaign. And there is a low-level channel that's been established with the Russians to ensure that we can successfully deconflict our military efforts with any efforts that the Russians may have ongoing. That is different than and stops short of cooperating or coordinating with them militarily, but we are in contact enough to make sure that our military pilots can operate free of any interference by Russians who also may be engaged in military activities in the region.
I want to ask you a domestic question, and this is a little bit of a hypothetical, but maybe you can be instructive on it. As it relates to sanctuary cities, there has been some suggestion that the federal government could apply pressure on so-called sanctuary cities if they fail to comply with the law. That's been talked about at length as a possibility under a Trump administration. Broadly speaking, from the Obama administration perspective, is that a good use of the federal government's cudgel, if you will, to get the cities to follow the law as it relates to immigration or any other?
Well, I think, Kevin, the fact that we're even having a discussion about sanctuary cities is an indication of just how broken our immigration system is. And you know, this is a good example of why President Obama fought so hard to try to reform our broken immigration system. And he did succeed in working with Democrats and Republicans in the Senate to put forward a common sense bill that would have made a historic investment in border security, but also made some common sense reforms to our immigration system that would have ensured that people who have been in the United States for a substantial period of time are essentially given an opportunity to come out of the shadows. Now, they are, in some cases, asked to pay a fine, they got to pay taxes, they got to go through a background check. There are onerous obstacles that have to be overcome, but yet there is a path to resolving this situation. And failing to act on comprehensive immigration reform, something that had bipartisan support, not just in Washington, D.C., but all across the country. There's a reason that law enforcement organizations, faith-based communities, the business community, are all strongly supportive of comprehensive immigration reform. They understand the benefits that are possible, and they understand that the current system we have is broken. And the fact that there's a discussion about sanctuary cities is just one symptom of a much more significant affliction that continues to plague this country. And this is a problem that would have been solved had Republicans in the House of Representatives not blocked or prevented a vote on this bipartisan bill that had passed the Senate.
See that, and I think there's a lot there that I think most people would certainly agree with you on. Isn't it the responsibility of these cities and communities to still follow the law?
Well, listen, the president has made clear that when it comes to our immigration policy, it's important for federal law to reflect that we are a nation of laws, but we're also a nation of immigrants. And it shouldn't be that hard. In fact, it's not that hard to reconcile those two important priorities. And the bipartisan legislation that advanced through the Senate with the strong support of the administration certainly did effectively balance those two priorities. But the failure to balance those priorities in our federal law has a number of difficult consequences. And again, the fact that we have to talk about sanctuary cities, I think, is one example of that.
Last one on OPEC apparently cutting production. Is the White House aware of this, and is there a concern here that will have a major impact on broadly gas prices in particular for American citizens?
I've seen that news report. I'm not aware of any specific briefing that the U.S. government has received on that vote. I know there have been previous occasions where there have been statements submitted by OPEC that didn't actually result in the policy change that they said that they were pursuing. So we'll obviously watch and see what impact the statement has. All right. Philip.
Thank you. On the funeral of Fidel Castro in Cuba this weekend, it's a relatively long affair, so I'm wondering whether at some point the president is expected to watch parts of the funeral, and will he be updated regularly by Ben Rhodes, who is there for the funeral?
I don't anticipate that the president will watch any of the proceedings on television. Mr. Rhodes and our diplomat in Cuba, Ambassador De Laurentiis, participated in in a memorial service last night. But I'm not aware that either of them intends to be a part of all of the activities over the next 3 days. The two of them were in attendance last night representing the United States. But Mr. Rhodes remains in Cuba today because he'd previously planned to travel to Cuba this week to have meetings with government officials and officials at the U.S. Embassy to discuss the continued effort to implement a policy of normalizing relations between our two countries. But the last I heard is that he's actually planning to come back tonight. So I don't think that, I know that he won't be there and participating in the events that are planned over the next several days.
Details by any chance of who exactly those meetings were with and what they might have been about?
Not at this point, but when he gets back, we'll see if we can get you a readout of his engagements while he was there.
The phone calls between the president-elect and the president, you gave some details yesterday and said that I believe all the phone calls or most of them emanated from the president-elect's office. Have there been any cases where a call has been initiated here at the White House and went to Donald Trump, to the president-elect from here?
My understanding, and again, I can't account for all of their conversations, but my understanding, at least, of the phone calls that have been discussed publicly, those were calls that were initiated by the president-elect.
To even itself out a little bit from now until the inauguration?
I don't know. We'll have to see, but I can't guarantee that we'll be talking about those conversations publicly.
Thank you. Jordan?
Thanks, Josh. Senate Majority Leader McConnell said today that the Senate is going to vote on the Iran Sanctions Act this week, and that's expected to pass, and I'm wondering whether President Obama would veto that bill if it reached his desk.
Well, Jordan, as we have said on a number of occasions, the administration continues to retain substantial authorities that can be used to impose financial sanctions on the Iranian regime. There are a variety of reasons why we'd want to do that. The first is we've seen the Iranians on a number of occasions take steps with regard to their ballistic missile program that are inconsistent with UN Security Council resolutions. We have seen direct evidence of the Iranians sponsoring terrorism. We have seen ample evidence that the Iranians aren't living up to generally accepted norms when it comes to protecting the basic universal human rights of the Iranian people. All those are reasons that Iran could be subject to financial sanctions, and they have been. These are financial sanctions imposed by the Obama administration against the Iranian government and other Iranian entities because of our concerns about those areas. So we retain substantial authority to impose additional sanctions if they are warranted. We know that there is renewed interest, or there is interest in Congress in giving the administration additional authority. We'll take a look at what bill is passed and determine whether or not the president will sign it. But for those in Congress who are interested in making sure the administration has sufficient authority, I can confirm that we do, and I can confirm that we have not been shy about using it.
It sounds like you think this legislation is unnecessary. Is that correct?
Well, there are plenty of times where the president has signed into law bills that Congress has passed that we're not sure are entirely necessary. So I would avoid reading too much into my comments about whether or not the president will sign it. We'll see what Congress passes, if they pass something, and we'll let you know if the president intends to sign it. Okay? All right. Jean.
Thank you, Judge. Today, UN Security Council resolution adopted new sanctions against North Korea. What is the difference between the 2270 and the new sanctions on North Korea?
Well, Jean, as I mentioned earlier, the most substantial difference is the new sanctions regime includes a hard binding cap on North Korean coal exports. This is significant because we know that North Korea gets more revenue from their coal exports than anywhere else, and we know they use a substantial portion of that revenue to fund their nuclear program. So putting in place this hard binding cap is going to limit their ability to do that. There are other sectors of the economy that will also face tougher penalties and tougher sanctions. And again, we know that's important because those sectoral sanctions are related to exports, and we know that exports are the best way for the North Korean regime to get access to hard currency. And we know a lot of that hard currency is then used to invest in their nuclear program. So there are some other steps that relate to preventing the North Koreans from generating revenue by using their real property holdings overseas. There are additional prohibitions that are put in place on public and private support for trade with the North Korean government. So, for a more detailed rundown on how all of this would work, I'd refer you to my colleagues in the Office of Ambassador Power, who's obviously done remarkable work to organize the international community around this set of sanctions that actually represents a substantial escalation in the pressure that's being applied against North Korea because of their nuclear program.
What if China rejected this?
I'm sorry?
Do you think Chinese agree with this?
Well, our expectation is that the Chinese will agree to this. The Chinese obviously have veto power at the UN Security Council, and based on this difficult, weeks-long negotiation with the members of the Security Council, the indication is that the Chinese government is prepared to support a resolution like what I've just described, which is a good thing, an important step, and is an indication that the international community is presenting a united front in confronting North Korea for their nuclear program.
One more question. Japan and South Korea, China will hold trilateral summit meeting at Tokyo next month. What is your comment on this?
Well, what we've often said is that we believe the United States benefits from our allies having a constructive, productive relationship with China. After all, President Obama meets with China, with his Chinese counterpart, with some regularity. He just did it a couple of weeks ago when we were in Peru. So we obviously would welcome both greater cooperation between our South Korean and Japanese allies on a range of issues, and if they can cooperate in terms of strengthening and improving their relationship with China, making it more productive and constructive, there's nothing wrong with that at all from the standpoint of the United States.
U.S. agree with South Korea and Japan military security agreement?
Well, we certainly have encouraged our allies in South Korea and Japan to intensify their efforts to coordinate on a range of issues, including on a range of security issues. Again, we believe that will enhance the national security of our two allies, and we believe that that's a good thing for the United States. So the United States, including President Obama himself, has played a central role in trying to facilitate warmer, more effective relations between two of our most important allies in Asia. And we've obviously seen South Korea and Japan make some really important strides in terms of improving their relationship and having more effective coordination on a range of issues, including a range of national security issues, and that's something that we have long encouraged them to do. Okay, John.
Has the administration's effort to transfer detainees at the prison facility at Guantanamo ceased since the election, the presidential election 3 weeks ago?
No.
And what are the plans as it relates to the remaining detainees at Guantanamo from this point forward, leading up to Inauguration Day?
Well, we're going to continue to do the difficult diplomatic spade work that's necessary to transfer as many of those detainees as possible that have been cleared for transfer by the national security experts who are reviewing their case files. Those transfers obviously are contingent on a range of security requirements that ensure that those individuals can't pose an undue threat to U.S. national security after they're transferred. That's the reason it requires a bit of diplomacy to ask other countries to assume this responsibility. But there are dozens of Gitmo detainees that have been cleared for transfer by national security experts that have reviewed their files, and we just need to.
All right, you guys, well, we're going to hop out of that White House press briefing because I have reporter Stefania here with me tonight.
Hello.
You've got a big story. We were actually talking about this in the morning meeting when they were assigning you your story about this animal cruelty case out of
Right.
Mesa, Arizona.
Yeah, and I think the case actually ended up being so much more profound or so much more disturbing than what any of us thought. So they're at this home in Mesa, East Mesa, on Emily-Ted Avenue,
Mhm.
and it was a separate government agency there, according to the sheriff's office, that was investigating something else at the home.
Okay.
Well, I guess they sensed, there was weird stuff going on inside, so that's when they contacted the Animal Crimes Unit, which is a department with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, and they got there, and they made, obviously, a very shocking discovery. 36 dogs pulled from the home.
Jeez.
A bunch of snakes, boa constrictors. Talking to sheriffs at the scene, they said that this home was just atrocious. In fact, I'll show you a picture so everyone can just see your reaction.
Yeah, and when you bring it up, you can just
Here.
hold it up to the camera if
Okay.
you want to.
So we also have these on Twitter as well, but I mean, the condition of the home is just, it is stomach turning. So here's like a shot of one of the bedrooms.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. Can we hold that up?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. So that is a look at.
So that is inside of the home in Mesa, where deputies found some of those dogs. You can see the carpet there. It has feces on it. Some of the dogs were covered in their own feces up to their bellies.
And you were tweeting these pictures? Let me pull up your Twitter.
Yeah, absolutely. So they were also, when they take them out of the home, they can only do so much because they don't have, everything that a vet would have on the scene. But they were able to check their temperature, and it was certainly very obvious that a lot of these animals were malnourished. Here's another shot inside the
Okay,
home.
and that's on your Twitter too?
Yeah.
Okay, let me put that up real quick and just show these as we talk. So
when they got there, there's obviously, they can't arrest the owners right away because it's not against the law here to have that many animals.
Yeah.
But what's against the law is the kind of condition that some of the animals were in. They had giant boa constrictors, many of them. It was
just running, like the boa constrictors were just like slithering around.
They were in cages. But when they got them, they would take them out of the cages. They had bearded dragons. Not sure if you know what that. I didn't know what a bearded dragon was. Some sort of reptile.
my
They had a
gosh.
hedgehog, which actually just became legal. It just became legal to own a hedgehog as of last year. So they have all these animals. They have poop all over the home.
Right, I would think, yeah,
Just
and
nasty,
food and
like,
everything and-
detestable conditions. Right. So they pulled all the animals from the home. Basically, when they got there, the couple surrendered the animals to the deputies. Either way, they were going to take the animals
Mhm.
to have them, tested and things like that and make sure that they're in good health and condition.
Sure.
So now, obviously, they'll have to take all those animals to the MASH unit. Some will be going to the vet tonight. But, this is 36 dogs
That's so
that
sad.
were covered in feces, were obviously malnourished. Like, look at their living condition.
Yeah, that does not.
These are pets,
Right.
And tarantulas, Mary Kay. tarantulas.
But okay, so they are in cages, right? The snakes.
Yes.
But that's just weird. What
would
is
not
the
be there.
purpose of wanting all
Well,
those?
so what Sheriff Joe says is that they believe that they were raising these animals so that they could sell them to pet stores. I'm not sure who owns tarantulas or why.
Yeah.
Or who would buy it. But it was very, very disturbing just watching them. It's not a big home at all. Not
That
a
is
big
so
home.
crazy, and it's surprising that, I mean, I wonder how long they've had 36 dogs
Yeah.
at their home.
I'm sure
How
they've
could you
had
not
more.
get caught?
Little tiny cute puppies that were just barking. I almost want to
Oh.
adopt one when they do put them up for adoption.
I bet some
but-
of them had given birth in that house. And
Yeah, because I mean, those puppies were extremely small.
Yeah.
So neighbors were just so stunned by this discovery. But here's the thing: they were not too shocked to know that it was that house and that couple because
Oh.
they said that the people were strange. On the side of the house, there was trash bags piled up. It was just
Ugh.
the smell that was coming out of the house was just foul. It was wicked bad.
So, would you call that hoarding? I mean, technically they're hoarding
Well, see,
animals and
they
they're
were
hoarding their trash.
Yeah, they were very clear to say that it's not hoarding, that they were actually selling these animals. But I mean, outside, it definitely looked like a case of hoarding. Some disgusting trash piled high. Like neighbors say they've had to put like mice traps. Oh, and
Oh.
get this. So neighbors also say that they've stolen their pets before. They took their turtle. They
What?
found-
Oh, these people stole their neighbors' pets and brought them into the house?
Yeah, so they're turtles. And I said, well, how did you find it? He's like, well, it was inside the pond, outside in the back. And we took it back, and they were just like, oh, he just crawled over here. But
And in our house, and that. Well, how much can you even get for a turtle anyway?
yeah, exactly.
You know, like, oh, that's
and
a
you
good
wonder,
turtle.
like, how are two people taking care of 36 dogs? Because this is even, this is a lot for the sheriff's department to take on. I mean, they have like a unit dedicated to animal crimes, so they'll be able to get everyone the treatment. But I mean, this is now like all day that these 36 dogs have to sit outside while they're pulling out all the other animals. It was just extremely disturbing.
I feel so
Very
bad for
disturbing.
them. It seems like, I mean, I wonder if they were even feeding them properly. Obviously, they weren't taking them out, 36 dogs
No.
at once, walking them.
Exactly. And in the picture, you can see that there's feces, on the
Yeah,
ground.
I'll show that again. Yeah, you can
Um,
clearly see that there's. I'll move this real quick.
I
So
mean,
that's
those are
just.
going on with the wall there, but I mean, if you move it down, you can see.
Oh yeah,
Hopefully no one's
feces
eating
all over the
dinner.
ground.
Yeah.
Why would they want to live that way?
Yeah, and I mean that's a 14-year-old girl lived in the home too.
And also, when you're selling these dogs,
Mm-hmm.
are they having people that want to buy these dogs coming to that house and going in there and
I'm just not even. I think I would hope that they bring them.
The animal or
Yeah.
because if people were coming in there, I feel like it would have been reported
the
a lot
smell that
sooner.
was coming out of that house. I mean, it was unbearable. Like anytime it went in my mouth, I was like,
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, it's
Um,
good that they caught them. Simply just because, I mean, it's nice if you love animals, but you have to treat them well and make sure that they're in a better environment than that.
Eight snakes, huge snakes too. They weren't small, they were big.
That is so weird.
Iguanas, giant iguanas.
It's like I'm not trying to laugh,
I
but
know.
the dogs I can understand. But
Yeah.
do you think they're buying like snakes and iguanas from
Well,
pet
here's the
stores for cheap and then trying to resell them? Like, how
I
are you
don't-
even getting
I
these
don't know.
snakes?
Exactly. I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's very disturbing. I mean, I don't understand why anyone would have a pet tarantula. No offense to anyone who has a pet tarantula.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really cuddle with it or anything.
Yeah.
I guess you can watch it.
Right.
But, yeah,
That's like a tarantula. Forgive me if I'm wrong. It's a wild animal. I don't know.
yeah.
Maybe
Well,
I don't
even
know.
an iguana, I guess those are
Yeah, some people own
gorgeous
pet
animals
iguanas,
though. But
they're all just like sitting in these cages. I mean, the house is no bigger than 1,100 square feet. It's almost the size of just a big apartment. And to have 36 dogs, I mean, these crates were just stacked and stacked and stacked on top of each other.
and how could neighbors hear these dogs barking? You know.
Well, they said
and-
they heard dogs barking, but here's the thing: the owners would tell the neighbors, because these are two separate people who live in the area, that said that these folks said that they were groomers. They were dog groomers.
Oh,
So,
okay.
no, I can tell you those dogs did not look groomed. That's for sure.
No. Oh, poor things. So,
yeah.
so then you're going live at 9 o'clock, and you're going to
Yeah.
be outside the sheriff's office. Are you talking to anyone there? Or are you just doing your? You're
No,
going
we'll
live
have
there.
more sound. We'll hear from neighbors who talked about like what these people were like. More video of just the discoveries that they made inside of the home as well. But now, I guess what we're just waiting for, what we'll find out, hopefully this week, is what charges these people are going to face, which will likely be a lot of misdemeanors if they don't find too much wrong with the animals. Hopefully there isn't too much wrong with the animals. But again, a lot of them were clearly and blatantly malnourished.
Yeah.
So
I wonder if they have other occupations besides just, selling animals, because I would think hopefully they don't do it again.
Well, yeah, the neighbors said that they often would leave and go to work.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what they do. Maybe they are groomers outside of home.
I do have to say they're brave for, how do you sleep at night knowing there's tarantulas and boa constrictors and iguanas?
How does a 14-year-old sleep?
I would not be able to.
Well, how do you even, and then you're living, like, the smell.
Yeah.
I mean, like, neighbors could smell stuff sometimes, and they thought it was just the trash. It's not just the trash, it's inside, too. I mean, you walk around a house with poop all over it.
Yeah, that would be hard. I mean, I guess they got used to the living conditions. I don't know. I mean, I know you can get a lot of money for a dog, but
if you're getting a lot of money,
turtle,
I would
a
hope you have
snake?
conditions that, don't look like that.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, I thought that sounded like one of the most interesting stories
Yeah, I
that
mean,
you guys
people
are.
There's so many animal lovers out there.
Yeah.
So anytime you have a story about an animal, I mean, it outrages people, understandably. I mean, this was just nasty to see. It was tough to see.
Well, hopefully there's nothing wrong with the animals and they
Those are
get.
some of the cages that were stacked up.
That is just so
in the
incredibly
house.
hard to see. You can even see one of the dogs is right in there.
Yeah. Some of them had 2 dogs stuffed in. I think there's one more. If you go over, there's another picture. Yeah. I mean, that's just, I don't even know what that is.
It's just showing kind of how the filthy the house is, and that is really sad. Especially when you hear that 2 dogs are stuffed in one cage, and that's not right.
Some just roaming around, covered in their own feces.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely animal abuse. So.
Well, if you guys want to see these pictures again, just follow Stefania. What is your Twitter handle?
It's Stefania Fox 10, I think.
Okay, Stefania, follow her at Stefania Fox. Yeah, Stefania Fox 10, and take a look at those pictures. Then she will be live tonight, top of the 9 or top of the 9 with the latest information. Hopefully, these dogs can find a loving, clean home.
Pretty soon you'll see a lot of dogs up for adoption. You'll find that out on the MCSO, Maricopa County. Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, their website.
Okay.
So we'll talk about that as well.
Well, thank you. Thank you for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
All right, you guys, well, we're going to take you back to that White House press briefing that we were just showing you before our live chat.
So, to the extent that we want the incoming team to have a good understanding of what our policy has been with regard to the prison at Guantanamo Bay, understand the steps that we're taking to review the case files of individual detainees, to understand the steps that we take to negotiate with other countries, to understand what sort of security requirements we insist on when those prisoners those detainees are transferred. That's a good thing, and that will ensure a smooth and effective transition. But this is a policy that will remain in place until President Obama leaves office on January 20th. After that, and what policy will be in place after that, is something that the President-elect and his team will have to account for.
Just one final thing on this. There is only one president at a time. There is only one commander-in-chief at a time. Is it what you're saying, Josh, does it mean that the Trump transition team has no, essentially, veto authority on any detainees that could be transferred to third countries?
Yeah, of course not. They don't. The decision that's made to transfer individuals is based on a review of their case file by national security experts at a variety of national security agencies, including the intelligence community, the Department of Defense, and others. once they have reached a determination that a detainee is eligible for transfer, then the Department of State goes to work in trying to do some diplomacy with another country to get them to accept the transfer of this detainee.
All right, you guys, well, we're going to hop out of this again to take you to some breaking news, those protests in Charlotte, North Carolina.
There's a different section to this protest. Some reporters talking, one-on-one with protesters, other reporters talking to police, kind of giving you just a brief overall view of what's been going on right now. And I apologize if you hear any profanities in the background. That has been happening, but obviously live television, that's out of our control. But we will be coming live out here throughout the show. So for right now, reporting live in Uptown Charlotte outside CMPD headquarters, this is David Santendry, Fox 46 Charlotte. Oh yeah. I mean, it got soaking wet earlier, so that's what during the storm. Like,
Hey, Victoria. Hey guys. Hey.
Saying that he, quote, acted lawfully, and now these are the protests that we're seeing here in Charlotte. Giving you guys a little bit of background, if you don't know this story, Officer Brentley Vinson truly believed he and several other officers faced an imminent threat from Keith Scott, 43 years old, who they say saw holding a gun when they confronted him in the parking lot of a Charlotte apartment complex. The prosecutor said, quote, officers can be heard at least 10 minutes ordering Mr. Scott to drop the gun. Mr. Scott did not comply with those commands, end quote. Now, the decision not to prosecute the officer raised a lot of fears, and obviously these protests that you're seeing here. We apologize, it looks like the feed might have been frozen just a little bit. We will stay on this to see if it unfreezes. We've been having some weather issues there out of Charlotte, so we're going to stick on this. Now, this is not the first protest. This is just happening today because it just came out that the officer will not face criminal charges. But right after Keith Lamont Scott's death in September, it sparked a week of protests, some of them even violent. The mayor actually had to put a curfew there in the city so that people would go home. Over hundreds of people are gathered there in the rain tonight, some outside the city police headquarters chanting about the city system not being right. Again, it looks like the feed might have frozen here. We are working on fixing this for you guys. We are having some weather issues. All right, everybody. Well, it looks like we might have lost that feed. If we get it back, we'll take you there as soon as we can. Let's take you back to that White House press briefing in the meantime.
to the extent that we want the incoming team to have a good understanding of what our policy has been with regard to the prison at Guantanamo Bay, understand the steps that we're taking to review the case files of individual detainees, to understand the steps that we take to negotiate with other countries, to understand what sort of security requirements we insist on when those prisoners those detainees are transferred. That's a good thing, and that will ensure a smooth and effective transition. But this is a policy that will remain in place until President Obama leaves office on January 20th. After that, and what policy will be in place after that, is something that the President-elect and his team will have to account for.
Just one final thing on this. There is only one president at a time. There is only one commander-in-chief at a time. Is it what you're saying, Josh, does it mean that the Trump transition team has no, essentially, veto authority on any detainees that could be transferred to third countries?
Yeah, of course not. They don't. The decision that's made to transfer individuals is based on a review of their case file by national security experts at a variety of national security agencies, including the intelligence community, the Department of Defense, and others. Once they have reached a determination that a detainee is eligible for transfer, then the Department of State goes to work in trying to do some diplomacy with another country to get them to accept the transfer of this detainee under a set of security requirements that limit the ability of that detainee to pose any risk to the United States or our interests or our allies. So that's difficult work, but that's work that we've been doing for almost 8 years now, and that's work that will continue at least through January 20th. After that, the President-elect's team will have to decide how they want to handle that situation. Okay. Mark.
Josh, have the Obamas bought a home in Rancho Mirage?
I know that there's been some reporting speculating that they were considering doing that. I don't have any updates on any real estate transactions. Obviously, the first family.
All right, you guys, what looks like we did get those protests back, so let's take you back to that breaking news out of Charlotte, North Carolina.
You can hear what's going on, like in my feed? Or, I guess show it too.
Amen. The blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus. Don't nobody have to go home tonight. If you don't feel like going home, don't go home. These are our streets. They killing us in this.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
We apologize for the audio error there. This reporter is about to go live in just a few moments to give us the latest update.
Are you trying to turn
Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why didn't I can now? I think you had told that to Lauren. I can hear you now. That's all that matters.
The blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus.
Stand by.
The blood of Jesus.
I'm going to step out.
The blood of Jesus.
Now you can't get too far from me because of the frequencies of these.
We shut shit down. 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 We shut shit down.
Good evening, Kayla and Brian. Let me first start by saying please excuse the language that you're going to hear behind me. The protesters right now are chanting. Now, this started several hours ago after those storms moved through very peacefully on the steps to CMBD headquarters. We heard them speaking with each other, saying some names of those who have been killed by police. They took a moment of silence before they started marching. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys see what's going on behind me right now. They marched for about 45 minutes. In that time, about 4 to 5 people were arrested. We saw several of those takedowns firsthand. They started with confrontations with police when citizens or protesters were stepping into the streets, walking through the streets, and police, were walking around through the protest right now. It's kind of hard to get through these crowds at the moment. The police were asking these protesters to stay on the sidewalk. Some of them certainly did not want to do that, and there were several confrontations with police before those arrests were made. Now, we did, on the flip side, see several people speaking with police, talking to them, trying to get an understanding, very mutual conversation going on there. We also saw Mike Campagna. He was very visual in the last riots that we saw about 2 months ago. He spoke with several people as well. Those conversations went well. We also spoke with someone who came over from the epicenter. He works there, and he said that he doesn't really think that this is going to help. He said for the last several years or months we've been seeing people march. He said it's really the only thing they can do if they feel they're not being heard, but he doesn't feel that it's going to be productive. He did come over and just to kind of get an idea of what was going on. And then we also saw that the protesters lowered the flag here to half-mast. Police were not happy about that. They didn't want them to take it down. It has been removed since then, but they did lower that flag to half-mast. And of course, we're going to keep coming to you guys live from the protest throughout the show. But for now, I'm Janine Donaldson in Uptown Charlotte for Fox 46 Charlotte.
Jesus, the blood of 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 justice, 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 the blood of justice. The blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus. Justice. The blood of Jesus. Justice.
David said he did.
If you guys are just joining us, these are live protests out of Charlotte, North Carolina, after there were no charges filed against the officer that shot and killed Keith Lamont Scott back in September. After that shooting, there was a week-long string of protests there in Charlotte, North Carolina. The mayor even set a curfew on the city to keep people home. But today we've learned that there were no charges against that officer that shot Keith Lamont Scott. So these are the protests that you are seeing live there in Charlotte, North Carolina. Viewer discretion is advised. We did hear some profanity earlier, but we are trying to track that for you guys, make sure that everything is okay as we watch this live together on the Fox News Now stream.
And to answer your question,
He's the police. He's the police. This man is the police.
Hey guys, if you want to Google me, my name is Sam. I've been arrested.
In order to get respect, you gotta get
Turn it off. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The reporter is live in the field there. She's getting ready to give us the latest update. Bear with us as she gets ready for her live shot. You guys, we're watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream.
We'll have the... Cool. Can you refocus?
We're perfectly in focus on your face.
It won't focus on my face?
We are focused. We're completely focused.
David says we're completely focused on my face. Focused on my face? Stand by. Hey, Brian and Kayla, we're live outside of CMPD headquarters where protesters are still gathering. The numbers have dwindled since we've been here, but they are still posted outside CMPD headquarters. Earlier tonight, at least 3 protesters were arrested while marching through the streets. The altercation happened with police officers. Police officers tried to use bikes to try and stop the protesters from marching through the streets. The protesters wanted to take over the streets and march right through. I spoke with some of the protesters asking if they watched or read about the DA announcement that they will not pursue charges against Officer Vincent. Some said that they didn't watch the DA's press conference or read about it, but some said they did, and they told me that they don't believe that there was enough evidence. Some people protesting tonight and chanting that they believe police shot Justin Carr in the protest. In fact, when we were marching through the streets, they stopped outside the Omni Hotel for a moment of silence. Some of the protesters saying that if they believe the DA had enough evidence that the investigation should have gone to trial. The protests tonight here have remained peaceful for the most part. We're handing out snacks to some of the homeless that they passed, passing out bananas. Some of the members of the Billy Graham Rapid Response Team also out here praying with people, but for the most part, everything has been peaceful at this point. As you can see, the numbers are dwindling down. We'll bring you the latest as these protests continue tonight. Live at CMPD headquarters, Lauren Dugan, Fox 46 Charlotte.
The blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus. We don't need them. Back up, back up. We want freedom, freedom. Tell these racist ass cops. We don't need them. Back up, back up. We want freedom, freedom. Tell them racist ass cops. The blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus. You can't stop the revolution. Power is the solution. Power is the solution. You can't stop the revolution. You can't stop the revolution. Black power is the solution. Black power is the solution. You can't stop the revolution. You can't stop the revolution. Black power is the solution.
Again, if you guys are just joining us, these are protests out of Charlotte, North Carolina, after the decision was made not to charge the officer who shot Keith Lamont Scott in September. Now, authorities arrested at least 4 people so far, as about 100 protesters have walked through Charlotte, angry at the prosecutor's decision not to charge a Charlotte police officer in the shooting of a man in September. Police said on Twitter that the arrests were after the protesters refused to get out of downtown and stay on the sidewalk. Otherwise, the protests have been somewhat calm, and they started at the Charlotte Police Headquarters and then went to the area where Keith Lamont Scott was shot and killed. Again, that's 4 protesters so far that have been arrested. A 2-month investigation determined that the police officer, Brentley Vinson, was justified in shooting Keith Lamont Scott in an apartment complex parking lot back in September. The district attorney there said he didn't reach the conclusions alone. A total of 15 prosecutors unanimously agreed with the decision. The killing led to heated protests and divided the city of Charlotte. In the hour-long announcement today, the district attorney rejected a series of claims made shortly after the shooting. He said those narratives fueled widespread misconception about what actually happened. Among these claims were Scott's relatives said he didn't have a gun, but, quote, all the credible evidence led to the conclusion that Keith Lamont Scott was armed. The district attorney also said that Scott's DNA was on the grip of a gun found at the scene. He also said at least 3 officers reported seeing Scott holding a gun before he was shot through dashcam video, although dashcam video did not show that detail. Now, shortly before the shooting, Scott visited a local convenience store. There, surveillance video footage showed a bulge around Scott's ankle that was consistent with the holster and gun later described by officers. One woman initially said that a white officer killed Keith Lamont Scott at the apartment complex, a story that was later echoed by protesters, but that woman later told investigators that she didn't actually see the shooting. Now, the officer that did shoot Keith Lamont Scott is African American, and he's the only one that was in this case, and those charges were dropped today, and that's why we are seeing protesters out here in Charlotte, North Carolina right now. After the shooting, Keith Lamont Scott's daughter posted a video on Facebook Live saying her father was in his car just reading a book, but the daughter also did not witness that shooting. They also said that there was no book found at the scene. The prosecutor said that the officers told Scott at least 10 times to drop the weapon before the officer opened fire. prosecutor also said that he met with Keith Lamont Scott's family on Wednesday morning to tell them about his decision and said the family was extremely gracious.